Hey everybody, we're back again with another sleep video. This one being another collection of my longer form essay content, which, for those of you who are curious, should be returning more consistently over this off season. I've just had a lot in terms of daily short form content on my plate for the last few months. Also, just a small disclaimer I always like to include, but these videos have been released previously on the channel over a long period of time. So if there are any facts that are included that are a little outdated, that's why. It shouldn't affect the overall narrative of the videos very much, but it is worth mentioning. Now, I hope you all sleep well, and have a great rest of your night. Can a 40-homer hitting position player actually become a major league pitcher as well? At least, that is, if your name isn't Shohei Ohtani. Joey Gallo sure hopes so. There's a time when Gallo was the poster boy of the vaunted 3 true outcomes approach that has come to define today's game. Homers, walks, and strikeouts. A Gallo at-bat usually ended with one of the 3. In fact, 58% of the time for his career, the most of all time. When he was going good, the 3 were divided into portions that made Gallo a valuable player. Sure, he struck out prodigiously, but he also had crazy pop and a good OBP, with some pretty impressive defense mixed in there as well. But when you can't make one of the worst teams in MLB, the 2025 Chicago White Sox, you know that your baseball career has reached a pretty low point. That's what happened to Gallo by the end of this spring. Even the terrible Chi Sox had said no to a guy who could, seemingly, play third, first, left, right, and center field for minimal stretches. His hitting had gotten that bad. But is it the end for his playing career in the majors? Well, yes and no. For him as a hitter, yes. But as a pitcher? We'll see. Because as the age-old adage goes, you can never have enough pitching. Just ask the Orioles. And here's the thing, Joey Gallo isn't deluding himself. He was a pitcher in high school, capable of throwing in the mid-90s. He's 6'5" and 250 pounds. No one doubts the physicality. But why are we even having this discussion? Why in the world is Joey Gallo not in somebody's lineup crushing bombs and whiffing and walking, when just 4 years ago he was putting up a 4+ WAR with 38 homers while leading his league in free passes? Where did it all go wrong? Here's a well-worn photo of some kids playing baseball. Just some normal kids. Bryce and Joey. Bryce Harper and Joey Gallo, that is. Harper was 9 and Gallo was 8, playing on a travel team called the Desert Storm. Even then, Harper was a legend, a giant who threw so hard that the only guy on the team who could catch him was Gallo. And at the plate, they would just walk him, Gallo said. And I would come up and I would crush a ball over the center field fence. And they would be like, holy moly, this guy rakes too. We never realized it at the time, but I was like his protection, because of just how mythical he was. Nobody was going to let him hit. People often think that Chris Bryant, another Las Vegas native and first-round pick, played with Harper as a kid. But they played together for just 2 months as teens. Gallo and Harper were in the same circles their whole childhood. And like Harper, Joey indeed did ridiculous things in high school, like launch a 443-foot homer at Petco Park during a showcase before his senior year. Like Harper, he played on Team USA 18U. And like Harper, his team went undefeated. As a senior at Bishop Gorman High School, Gallo dominated, an average of .509 with 21 home runs and 80 RBIs. His team won a state title each of his 4 seasons. He signed with LSU in November, shocking everyone in Vegas who had expected him to do so with UNLV. College, though, wasn't really a major part of the plan, because, like Harper, he was destined to be a first-round pick. And he was indeed, taken 39th overall by the Texas Rangers. Gallo didn't exactly fly under the radar in the minors. He was a top 10 prospect because of his unreal power potential. In 2013, as a 19-year-old, Gallo became the first teenager to hit 40 home runs in a minor league season since 1962. That year pretty much encapsulated everything Gallo was about. He crushed the ball, sure, but also struck out 172 times in 111 games, while driving in 88 and walking 50 times. His OPS leapt off the page at 961. In the evolving world of data analytics, Gallo was pure gold. Maybe he struck out a ton, but he also grounded into just 2 double plays. His hits went for extra bases and created runs. Attributing some massive failure to striking out, the new thinking went, was outdated. Launch angle with authority was the entire point, and Gallo's launch angle led to homers and Ks, not rally-snuffing twin killings or flaccid infield singles. In 2014, he had a total of 42 homers, second in all of baseball to fellow prospect Chris Bryant's 43. The Vegas kids who played the hot corner and rattled the light poles. Throw in Bryce Harper, then in his sophomore season following a Rookie of the Year winning first year, and it was a trio seemingly created in the desert by the baseball gods to inflict maximum damage. By the next season, in June 2015, Gallo was making his debut in the show, getting called up to cover for Adrian Beltre after he went on the IL. But alas, his time in the majors was sparing for the next 2 years, as he showed some pop, but not nearly enough contact overall, causing him to bounce up and down between MLB and the minors. In 53 games, he slugged 7 homers, but also hit under 200 with an OPS south of 700. It wasn't until 2017, when Gallo was 23, that he managed to find regular playing time at Arlington. And by year's end, He had his first successful campaign, but it certainly wasn't immediate. In his first 115 ABs, he struck out 54 times. Then, on May 12th, he slugged a 3-run walk-off homer, and everything took off from there. By then, the Rangers were using him all over the field, at first, in the outfield, sometimes at third or DHing. When all was said and done, he had rode that midsummer hot streak into becoming just one of 21 players in MLB history to hit more than 40 homers. He ended up with 41, before turning 24. He became the third player, along with Mark McGwire and Barry Bonds, to have more homers than singles in a season. He ranked in the top 1% in MLB in average exit velo, hard hit percentage, and expected WOBA, a staggering .567 when the league averaged just .368. Perhaps predictably, based on his power output, no one in baseball saw fewer pitches in the strike zone than Gallo. But when he got a ball in the zone, few were more productive. The problem was he was one of the worst bad ball hitters in the league, as his WOBA fell 250 points when he put a ball outside the zone in play. When he did manage to make contact in the zone, he did things like blast a dinger 490 feet off Garrett Richards, then the ace of the Angels. Said Adrian Beltre, "It was unbelievable. There's no way that was 490 feet. It was over 500. It was an impressive 2-strike swing. We all know the power, but that was a really good swing." He had no problem turning around 97 miles per hour off of future Hall of Famer Justin Verlander. Yet, he also did strike out 196 times, a K rate that ranked him in the bottom 1%, right next to Chris Davis. Still, it fit his mold, and he still had a healthy OBP of .333, fueled by 75 walks. Going into 2018, Gallo was probably at an all-time high in terms of major league confidence, but then he went out in the first half of the season and hit just .187, with a 42% K rate. Sure, he had 22 bombs, but pretty much everybody started to wonder if the lack of contact was worth the power. The second half of 2018 would prove to be a harbinger of what was to come for the next year and a half. After the break, Gallo hit .256, including in August where he hit .290. He ended up with 18 more homers, slugged at a home run rate 50% higher. By year's end, he had essentially repeated 2017, hitting 40 homers, batting .206, and striking out 207 times while walking 74. Over that 2-year stretch, the slugger was averaging 2.7 more a season, making him a solid big leaguer. But that second half of 2018 showed that there was seemingly more in the tank. Could he repeat it? Could he hit over 250 with his power? In 2019, Gallo built on the strong second half of the previous season and became the hitter the Rangers long hoped he could be. As Fangraphs put it, Joey cracked the code. He hit .253 with 22 homers and 49 RBIs, which might not sound super impressive until you learn that he played in only 70 games. First, he tweaked his oblique and missed most of June. Then, shortly after making his first All-Star game, in which his homer accounted for the winning run for the AL, Gallo's hand started to bother him. In the 9 games after the All-Star game, he hit just .118 with 19 Ks. In July, he would have surgery to fix a fractured hamate bone. But let's examine what happened to Gallo before he got hurt. Quite simply, he was swinging less. His chase rate dropped to 24.2%, down from 32.2% the season prior. Consequently, his walk rate rose to 17.5%, which would have been the 4th best in baseball had he qualified. Since he stopped chasing as much, he saw more pitches in the zone, 39.9%, 30th lowest overall in MLB, but 29 spots ahead of where he had been the prior 2 seasons, when he was dead last. This was the code he'd cracked. Swing less, except for with 2 strikes. Don't chase, wait for your pitch. It all led to an OPS plus of 145, a career high, along with a career high tying WAR of 3.1. Again, based on less than half a season. He also saved 3 runs, playing excellent defense in both right and center field. Gallo kept the same approach during the truncated 2020 season. Swing less, chase less, hit the mistakes in the zone for a homer. But things didn't return to his 2019 level. He hit just 181, albeit with 10 homers. This pushed his OPS plus down to 87, a 58-point drop. What happened? In 2019, about 37% of his fly balls had gone for homers. In 2020, that number slid to 16.7%. His ranking went from 2nd in all of MLB in that category to 122nd. What replaced the homers were pop-ups. He led the league with a 17.6% in this regard, double what he had had the year before. His launch angle had crept up. What's more, his average exit velo had dissipated from 94.8 miles per hour all the way down to 91.2. He was barreling fewer balls, making weaker contact, and just generally not being able to crush mistakes like he had the previous season. And what's more, the shift was killing him. His expected batting average on ground balls was .268, but his actual batting average was far, far lower. Same with line drives. Maybe he was trying too hard to beat the shift, but Gallo's 2020 offered a solid reason as to why the rules ended up being changed in 2023 regarding modern shifts. But at least his defense was stellar, helping him to win a Gold Glove for his outfield work while contributing massively to a still healthy 1.6 WAR in 57 games. Then in 2021 for a stretch, Gallo seemed to crack the code again. Not at first, because through June 19th he sat at just a .214, .373, .391 slash, with 11 homers and 276 plate appearances. It was pretty middle of the road on a middling Texas team playing in a new ballpark that seemed pitcher-friendly. against some of the more extreme shifts we've ever seen. Then he went off. From June 20th to July 10th, in an 18-game span, Gallo smashed 13 homers, while fanning just 22 times. His OPS went from 764 to 923, and his WAR climbed to 9th best in MLB at 3.6. Deservedly, he made his second All-Star team. Then he was traded to the Yankees in a deadline deal, and in the Big Apple, Gallo flopped, hitting just 160 with 13 homers in 58 games, alongside 88 Ks and a subpar 93 OPS+. He also made a couple big errors in the field in late September, drawing the wrath of Yankees fans. His 2022 season certainly didn't win them over either. Over 82 games as a result of injuries and diminishing playing time, he had just 159 with 12 homers. But perhaps even more worrying, his exit velo had cratered down to just 88 miles per hour on average, when it had hovered around 95 in his prime. For the second year in a row, he was dealt at the deadline, this time to the Dodgers. The change of scenery certainly didn't help, however, as Gallo struck out 57 times in 137 plate appearances and again hit around 160. When postseason time came around, he ended up being a defensive replacement for just one game in the NLDS. This might explain why, during his first stab at free agency, the Twins signed him for just a one-year deal worth $11 million. For this amount, the team would see him come to the plate 332 times and post a whiff rate of 44.3%, the highest ever measured during the StatCast era. Yet, because he hit 21 homers and walked 48 times, Gallo's OPS Plus came in right at 100 on the nose, an average MLB hitter. But declining defense had begun to bite his overall value, leading to just a 0.5 WAR in 111 games, a pace worse than an average MLB starter, who's expected to sit around 2.0 over 162. It was then before 2024 the Nationals would take a chance on a one-year deal, and despite being just 30 years old, Gallo's body began to fall apart even more than in years past. He attempted to play through a slew of injuries, which might explain why his bat speed in 2024 dipped to just 71.3 miles per hour, middle of the pack, whereas the season before he'd been in the 84th percentile. The slower bat speed helped contribute to a horrible year, an OPS Plus of 73 with 102 Ks and just 223 plate appearances. Although his defense was better, much of it came as a first baseman, which largely negated its value. In 2025, the best deal he could get was a minor league contract with the White Sox, who were probably hoping he could get back to hitting even 180 with 30 homers, tolerating a 40 to 45% strikeout along the way, a maddening line for almost anyone else, but one that probably would have been admissible for the tall lefty. But alas, the White Sox would release him on March 16th after he went just 2 for 20 with 11 Ks and 0 extra base hits. It was over for Gallo, right? Wrong. Well, at least partially. Shortly after being cut, Gallo announced he was becoming a full-time pitcher. And why not? In 2020, he had an outfield arm strength that ranked in the 100th percentile, with a max throw of 99.3 miles per hour. Anthony Gose is another outfielder who's tried pitching, and actually made it to the bigs with the Guardians in 2021. Over 3 seasons, he went 3-0 with a 4.78 ERA over 32 innings pitched, averaging 11.5 Ks per 9. He could even throw a 100-mile-per-hour four-seamer, which certainly helped because his control was terrible overall. Could Joey Gallo become the next Anthony Gose? It's going to be hard because Gallo hasn't consistently thrown off a mound since 2012, his senior year of high school, but he is still 6'5" and 250 pounds, ideal metrics for a hurler. And Joey certainly passed the eye test in recent bullpen footage shared by himself, with the fastball seemingly touching the mid-90s along with the sharp slider. And considering he's always conducted himself with the utmost class, he has many rooting for him to make it back to the show. Gallo has the most plate appearances of any player whose career batting average is under 200. He's the only player in MLB history with more than 2,000 plate appearances to have a batting average that low, yet an OBP over 300. He's also the only player in MLB history with more than 200 career homers and less than 250 singles. And among players with over 1,500 plate appearances, his career K rate of 38.0% is the highest of, you guessed it, all time. That's certainly a lot to wrap your head around, but it tells you a lot about both versions of his hitter persona, a hulking presence capable of leveling missile shots off his bat that could put many legendary power hitters to shame, and scare enough fear into pitchers to walk him consistently, while simultaneously going through long stretches where he looked like a single A guy who'd been teleported to the big leagues for some reason. And of course, as his decline really took hold, the former became much more common, sadly, than the latter. He truly was one of a kind, and maybe, just maybe, his story isn't over quite yet.
The worst. Not a label you'd think would ever be applied to Chris Davis back in 2015, when he crushed 47 homers to lead the majors. That version of Chris Davis had the third highest barrel rate in the game, at 17.8%. He finished 14th in MVP voting. He was 29 years old, and though all hitters will eventually decline into their 30s, the drop generally becomes more dramatic at around 35 or 36. Chris Davis had some good years left, at least 3 or 4, and that's probably why O's owner Peter Angelos went against the advice of his front office and signed Davis in 2016 to the 22nd richest contract in the game's history, 7 years, $161 million. The number crunchers had suggested fewer years and fewer dollars, but the team's core was still on track to stay together until maybe 2018, and Angelos wanted to keep the O's rolling. He paid Davis with his heart, not his head. Ironically, it would end up being Chris's own head who would suffer going forward. You see, Davis was no stranger to struggling. While battling to break in with the Texas Rangers, he got stuck with the Quad A label. Too good for AAA, but not someone who could hang in the show. For example, in 2010, Davis played 45 games with Texas and slugged just .292, with an eye-popping K rate of 33% and just one homer. Numbers like that get players released, and, not surprisingly, the Rangers dealt Davis to the O's in 2011 along with Tommy Hunter for Koji Uehara. But then, something weird happened. Davis got to Baltimore and started hitting like the 6'4", 255-pound slugger he was. His first full season at Camden Yards saw him hit 33 homers and drive an 85, with a .270 batting average. The OPS plus of 51 in 2010 suddenly swelled to 121, and Davis was just getting started. He followed up his breakout with a truly monstrous season in 2013, 53 homers and 138 RBIs to lead the majors, numbers that translated into an OPS plus of 168. The guy who'd once slugged .292 was now at .634. It looked like the O's had fleeced the Rangers out of one of the game's more feared sluggers. So, when Davis dipped in 2014 only to bounce back in 2015, fans assumed that this kind of yin and yang trend would come to define him. A middling year followed by a monster. 2016 saw him match 38 homers, but he struck out 219 times and slugged under 500. While the 2017 campaign didn't see him exactly surge back, he did remain roughly an average MLB player, with an OPS plus of 96, while also managing to hit 26 homers with good defense at first base. Injuries kept him off the field a portion of the time, which perhaps contributed partially to his struggles, but there were still signs of the massive downfall yet to come, the largest being the fact that Davis recorded the highest K rate in MLB history for a full season at 37.2%. He bounced back, right? He hit the ball too hard not to, but 2018 was no return to glory for Davis. Instead, he put together the worst hitting season in baseball history. His slash line comes straight from a horror flick, 168, 243, 296, which translates to a B-WAR of -3.3. This season was so bad that experts of every stripe weighed in, Nobel laureates, psychologists, theologians, and hitting instructors by the dozen. What happens will read like an autopsy of that horrendous 2018 season, the year that Crush's head got messed up past all repair, never to come back to the levels he once dwelled at. It's a tragedy, but one that's so fascinating, it's still worth delving into. Nothing about Davis's spring training in 2018 screamed worst ever. In 9 games, he hit .214, with 2 homers and 7 RBIs, which, for all it's worth at that time of the year, would have translated into totals of 36 and 126 for an entire season. Our numbers were in line with what Davis had delivered before. In an interview, Chris claimed to be feeling good at the plate and was eager to get as many swings as possible. There was hope in the air, and why not? Spring training is the perfect time for eternal optimism. The good vibes quickly faded going into the season, with Davis getting off to a very slow start, batting .088 through his first 12 games. Typical was an April 3rd matchup against the Astros, with Justin Verlander on the bump. Davis, quite simply, looked overmatched. Manager Buck Showalter batted him in the leadoff spot in order to generate more plate appearances and try to get him out of his head. The move obviously didn't work. Verlander fanned him 3 times, and then Hector Rondon got him for the golden sombrero. Showalter kept telling Davis that he was the same guy he'd always been, that nothing had changed. But despite the words of encouragement, Showalter and the Orioles were definitely in a pickle. There were 6 more years on the $161 million contract, and eating all that money just wasn't going to happen, if at all possible. Showalter had to get something from Davis any way he could. He didn't get much. Through that first month of the season, Davis managed to hit just 2 homers while batting .167. He also struck out 33 times while walking only 10. Almost everyone in the organization blamed the big contract for Davis's travails. One team exec supposedly said behind the scenes, "He thinks for that money he's got to hit home runs, he's got to pull the ball. Study after study has shown that many players try too hard after signing for loot, to prove that the zeros on the contract were justified, before coming back to their career norms after the anxiety-fueled sheen wears off." The Orioles understood this, but couldn't seem to get Davis to buy in. His crater was getting deeper by the day. But then something interesting happened. He had a mini hot streak. During the first 8 games of the month, Davis hit 2 homers and drove in 7. His batting average climbed to 186, and his OBP flirted with 300. There was 10 Ks of course, but also 6 hits and 4 walks. a sign of light at the end of the tunnel. But with every step forward, it seemed like 2 steps back would quickly follow. In a 9-game stretch between May 12th and May 23rd following his mini streak, Davis struck out 17 times. He collected 2 hits and walked just once. He drove in no runs. On May 19th, facing Rick Porcello, a purely ground ball pitcher not known for overly nasty stuff, Davis struck out swinging 3 times, and then fanned against Matt Barnes. His spot in the order had become a black hole. Those 4 Ks were part of a streak of 6 straight. Entering May, Davis was suffering through an abysmal year, and yet, somehow, his numbers got worse. His slash line at the end of May was 156, 239, 244. His team was 8-18. If not for the big contract, Davis surely would have been released. After the team got pounded 11-1 by the White Sox on May 23rd, TV analyst and Hall of Famer Jim Palmer had had enough. He questioned whether Davis had worked hard enough with hitting coaches in the offseason. He wondered why Davis wasn't making more adjustments at the plate, like bunting or using a lighter bat. He accused Davis of paralysis by overanalysis. He's killing this club, Palmer said, but quickly added that Davis wasn't solely responsible for the O's woes. Chris, for his part, said the comments hurt him and that he was disappointed things weren't going better, but he couldn't figure out what to do to right the ship. Nobel laureate economist Richard Thaler insisted Davis should have been released, despite the money the team owed him. He used the Davis example to illustrate the so-called sunk cost fallacy, where people make decisions based on money they've already spent, instead of evaluating the situation on its own terms. Like when you spend $15 for food that you're no longer hungry for, but force yourself to eat it anyway, making yourself sick. But likely nobody in the Orioles organization wanted to tell Angelos that he'd wasted his money, and parting ways with Davis was the right move for the team. If they'd cut Davis and eaten the contract, it would have exceeded the largest jettison contract by at least a factor of 2.5. The sunk cost fallacy is a very tough pill to swallow, and that's why most people just keep throwing time and money at bad investments, praying for a miracle turnaround. Davis stayed in the lineup and struck out 39 times that month alone. While the sunk cost fallacy was in full effect, a big reason that the team stayed with Davis was also because of the Adam Dunn effect. In 2011, Dunn signed a big contract with the White Sox and then proceeded to hit 159 with 11 homers, when he had hit 38 the prior 2 seasons with the Nationals. Yeah, those were Davis-like numbers, but then, in 2012, Dunn came roaring back and clubbed 41 bombs and drove in 96, thereby earning his keep, and continued to do so for a couple more years after. The O's had to believe that Davis was capable of the same in order to not feel like they were being swallowed whole by the fallacy. And they had a point. They were both big, strapping lefty power hitters, prone to striking out. And so, as June arrived with Davis's batting average at 150, the team came up with a new plan. They simply had to. A bar in Baltimore was offering free shots every time Davis got a hit, which, for a period in early June, happened just 3 times. So, following June 11th, a date on which the O's lost 2-0 in 12 innings to the Red Sox, where they had left 13 on and went 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position, Davis met with VP of Baseball Operations Brady Anderson, whose club record of 50 homers Davis had broken in 2013. "You're not going to play for a few games," Anderson told him. Because of Chris's deal, he could reject any demotion to the minors. No team was willing to trade for him and take on his contract. The Players Union would never let the team buy out the contract for anything less than its full value. The best the team could do was bench him, without calling up anyone to take his place. Davis sat for 8 full games. He'd take his daughter to school and then head straight to Camden Yards to face minor league pitchers in simulated games. Davis would get anywhere from 12 to 15 ABs, with the pitchers involved taking turns. Anderson stood off to the side and shouted instructions and encouragement. 2 things Davis didn't do was bunt or use a lighter bat. He tried to bunt to beat the shift only 3 times up to that point, and each time he'd made an out. He also refused to try a lighter bat, despite some pundits' criticisms of his heavy wood, which was probably in large part because of the delicate calibrations he went through at the plate in order to be able to make contact at all. He didn't want to throw all that off, even if it did seem like it might be beneficial. What's more, the shift seemed to be getting to Davis. He said he'd look out at the defense, and it seemed like there were 12 people out there, not 8. One scout noted of Davis, "When you see the shift, you think about hitting over them, so you try to scoop the ball. That's what his swing looks like now all the time. He's freaking out." When he came back on June 22nd, Davis was sure he'd found something. He walked in his first AB and homered in his second. He hit 2 homers in his next 9 games and got 6 hits. Maybe Anderson's work had helped. Nonetheless, by the end of June, Davis was still hitting 154. Statisticians were now starting to wonder if Davis had a legit shot at breaking a dubious record, the lowest batting average in a season with enough plate appearances to qualify. Excluding seasons before 1900, the record was held by two, Rob Deere in 1991 and Dan Uggla in 2013, both of whom hit 179, but both also hit more than 20 homers, with Deere's OPS plus being a reasonable 92 on top of that, making him only a slightly below average hitter for that season. Davis was trending to a new low, one of biblical proportions. However, there would again be a momentary respite from the horrors in July. Davis hit 169 for the month, to go along with 6 dingers and a .422 slugging percentage, far and away his best of the year. He only struck out 27 times, his lowest K rate of the season as well. His OPS for the month was close to 700. Davis took BP until his hands bled. It was all he knew how to do. As a kid, his dad would drag Chris to the cage at 7:30 a.m., even if he'd hit 3 homers the night before. His dad was old school. You don't celebrate after a dinger or show emotion after a strikeout. This led some people who saw Davis in 2018 to assume he didn't care because he hid his emotions. The truth was exactly the opposite, of course. He generally was respected in the clubhouse for how he handled himself. This season has been a huge test for him, mentally and emotionally, explained veteran outfielder Craig Gentry. Guys can learn from him. He's getting judged and critiqued all the time, and he's able to push that aside and still be a great teammate. He'd quickly have to learn some new names, because in July, GM Dan Duquette began blowing up the team for a rebuild. Manny Machado was sent to the Dodgers, Zach Britton to the Yankees, Jonathan Scope to the Brewers, and Kevin Gausman and Darren O'Day to the Braves. Chris Davis wasn't going anywhere, of course. In August, Davis's moderate hot streak continued. His batting average for the month was a season-high .226, both just 2 homers, so his slugging percentage remained critically low overall, at .314. For a point of comparison, Zach Greinke's career slugging percentage is .336, with a .598 OPS. Davis was below that on both counts, even at the end of his 2-month vacation from being the worst hitter of all time. But things weren't so rosy with Davis, despite his comparatively moderate success. With the team dismantled and the fans booing him at home routinely, Davis sank lower and lower mentally. During the month, he asked his wife whether she saw anything in him that would make God want to punish him. She said no way, but he couldn't understand why he kept failing. "Failure follows me around daily," he was quoted as saying, a haunting quote for a haunted season. Driving down the road, he'd start crying when certain songs came on. His emotions were eating away at him. But early on in the month, when Showalter offered to sit Davis during September so he wouldn't have a chance at the aforementioned batting average record, Davis said no way. "Those numbers don't scare me," he explained. After a game against the Red Sox nearing September, Davis sat in the home dugout at Camden Yards and just stared out at the field. Usually after a game, he dressed in a hurry to meet his family, but not this time. He'd gone 0 for 4 again, and seemed to be openly wondering how things had gotten so bad. But there would be one more indecency Crush would have to endure. You see, following September 5th, he'd only get one more hit for the rest of the season. "I have no clue what I'm doing at the plate," Davis said towards the end of 2018. Sadly, never were truer words spoken. His last hit of the year came on September 14th, when he laced a double on a 2-1 changeup from James Shields in a game against the White Sox. He'd been in an 0 for 17 swoon, one season while he was hitting just 136 during the month. His slugging percentage of 151 was lower than his OBP. It was cruel in a way that this period was following a 19-game stretch where he'd been raking. He'd just had 2 3-hit games, and one streak where he'd hit safely in 7 out of 8, all since he'd contemplated the deeper purpose of his life. Then it came, the lowest point of the season, and perhaps in the life of Crush up to that point. He would finish 2018 mired in an 0 for 21 drought. All the hard work he'd done to raise his average was for nothing. He could have sat out after getting to 180 on September 5th. He would have stayed out of the record books, letting Deere and Uggla keep their place in history, but he soldiered on, only to march himself to a new low. By the time the 2018 season was a wrap, Chris Davis had carved out a place in the annals of baseball history every player tries to avoid. There was the 168 batting average, the lowest of any MLB player who had managed to qualify for the batting title. There was his WAR of -3.3, meaning that any replacement level player that the O's might have played would have been worth over 3 extra wins at the cost of just the minimum salary at $545,000. Then there was his OPS plus of 49, or less than half of an average MLB player. It stands as the 33rd worst mark in big league history, with many of those in front of him either being utility guys or players who took at-bats before cars were a common occurrence. Just brutal, especially for a guy making $23 million a year, more than the CEO of Target made in 2022, after more than 4 years of inflation no less. Davis had become the 17th player to qualify for a batting title with an average under 200. His OBP was 12th worst in big league history. To add insult to injury, the O's as a team had the 8th most losses in MLB history, with 113. Losing begets losing, and failure feeds on itself. At least sports psychologists think so. According to Dr. Cian Baylock, an expert on the art of choking in sports, you get into some kind of loop where you perform poorly, think about it too much, and then make everything worse. Obvious? Perhaps, but true nonetheless. So that sums up what happened to Chris Davis in 2018, when he posted the worst full season by an MLB hitter ever. The contract and shifts put incredible pressures on him, erecting a mental barrier he couldn't seem to get past. Another contributing factor was almost certainly his inability to treat his ADHD. As has been documented before on this channel, Davis was diagnosed with ADHD in 2008 and was prescribed Adderall, which he took when his career was in the toilet. But MLB started cracking down around the mid-2010s on drugs of this nature, prescribed or otherwise. So Davis wasn't allowed to take it after 2013, though he tried to anyway. It seemed necessary for him. Still, he was caught and then suspended for 25 games in 2014. He never used it again during his playing days. The bottom line, it's possible that his ADHD fed into this negative feedback loop that doomed his career. That hitless streak he ended his season on, that rolled over to 2019, where it accumulated into another dubious record, the longest stretch ever of hitless at-bats, with 54. His 2019 season ended with a WAR of -1, as did his 2020 season, despite that campaign containing just 16 games played. He somehow batted .115 during the season with a -8 OPS+. Those last 3 seasons of his career added up to a -5.3 WAR, while he earned $69 million in salary. Truly tragic for everyone involved, perhaps except for his accountant. Davis retired in 2021 following hip surgery. He was just 34 years old. But, oddly enough, today, he's still the highest paid Oriole. Until 2025, he'll get $9 million per year, more than any current player on the roster. Then come installments of $3.5 million until 2032, and then $1.4 million until 2037. He gives much of it to charity. There's almost no one in baseball who has a bad thing to say about him as a person. When fans booed him in Baltimore, he understood why. "No one is as frustrated as I am," he said. No doubt that was true. He certainly didn't want to have the worst offensive season in baseball history. And, by the end, regardless of what any critics said, he had done everything he could to turn it around. Sadly, life can be cruel, and his best, at that point, just wasn't enough.
The knuckleball is different from any other pitch, from anything else in baseball really, and those who can throw it, and throw it well, for an entire career are a truly rare breed of ball player. The no-spin offering itself has become a lost art of sorts in a league dominated by fireballers and spin rates. Few today remember the mound magicians of the past like Phil Niekro, Charlie Huff, or Hoyt Wilhelm, but most of us probably still remember a pitcher by the name of Tim Wakefield, who, in his 19 major league seasons, put together a career almost as unpredictable as the pitch that made him famous. When Wakefield began his professional career, he wasn't even a pitcher after all, just a struggling minor league infielder with the Pittsburgh Pirates. In his mid-20s, with his career on the line, Wakefield cracked the code on baseball's most bizarre pitch. He went on to win 200 big league games, 2 World Series championships, and play in some of the most memorable playoff matches in recent history. Tim Wakefield is not a Hall of Famer. He never won a Cy Young Award, and he made just a single All-Star team in 2 decades on the mound. But his career remains one of the most remarkable in the game, and one definitely worth looking more into. Wakefield's father first taught him the knuckleball when he was around 8 years old. His dad worked the early morning shift at an electronics company in Florida, but was an avid softball player and knuckleball enthusiast. At first, Tim said that practicing the pitch was more like a magic trick or party stunt than a serious endeavor. Besides, Tim was a position player, not a hurler, and a decent one at that. He received a few offers to play in college, and wound up at the Florida Institute of Technology, which, while not exactly a baseball powerhouse, still ranked as a D1 program. At Florida Tech, Wakefield played first base and hit 40 home runs, including 22 in one season, enough to draw the eye of some big league scouts. In 1988, he was selected in the 8th round of the draft by the Pittsburgh Pirates, and sent off to their single-A squad in Watertown, New York. In his first year there, Wakefield struggled, hitting just .189 with 57 strikeouts. He looked overmatched as a hitter, even in single-A ball, and for many at the time, he seemed like he could be more of a product of the crazy juiced metal bat era in that time's college baseball scene than anything of actual significance when it came to real-world potential. He was even told he would never play beyond the AA level, but one day, his manager watched him fooling around with a knuckleball at practice practice. He saw how much trouble Wakefield's teammates had even catching the pitch, and their minor but growing annoyance with how weirdly nasty his low-level tosses were. Put simply, the knuckleball is the butterfly of offerings. Soft, fluttering, and completely unpredictable. It's the easiest pitch in the arm, but the hardest one to control. The best have almost no spin at all, pushed out by the pitcher's palm and put at the mercy of the air currents around them, tossed this way and that, like an airplane caught in turbulence. They can also be infuriatingly difficult to hit for batters. Someone once said that hitting Phil Niekro's knuckleball was like trying to eat jello with chopsticks. Wakefield's innate grasp of the pitch was good enough to get his single-A manager to ask him to split time between the mound and the infield. Equipped with his newfound weapon, he went 1-1 with a 3.40 ERA in his first 18 games in the Hill. He also struck out over a batter an inning. As a result, he was invited to the Fall Instructional League as a pitcher. Things were looking up. Wakefield knew that the knuckleball was his ticket to keep playing pro ball, and it was a long shot one at that. When they put an infielder on the mound, he later observed, it's like they're putting you out to pasture. But in Tim's full season with the pitch, it looked like the experiment might not take. He went 10-14 with a 4.73 ERA, walking 4 batters per 9 while giving up 24 home runs. But he got to keep coming to the ballpark, and in 1991, he made it to the Double-A Carolina Mudcats, where he went 15-8 with a 2.90 ERA. His whip and home run rates fell drastically. He was starting to look like an actual pitcher. The following season, he continued to throw well at Triple-A Buffalo, and was called up to the majors mid-year. Now, at the age of 25, 3 years after having a near-career death experience as a minor leaguer, Wakefield was in the big leagues as a knuckleballer, and what a start he would end up having. On July 31st, 1992, Tim Wakefield made his major league debut for the Pittsburgh Pirates at Three Rivers Stadium. Wakefield went the distance for his first big league win, throwing 146 pitches in the process, while giving up just 6 hits and striking out 10 helpless Cardinals en route to a 3-2 victory. Both runs were unearned. During this start, he would also throw the first 3 of 146 wild pitches registered in his career. Wakefield continued to pitch well and command the knuckleball in his next 3 starts, and by the end of his 4th, he had allowed just 5 earned runs in total, and was 3-0 with a 1.32 ERA. In August, he threw a 6-hit shutout to beat fellow knuckleballer Tom Candiotti of the Dodgers 2-0. It was the first time 2 knuckleball pitchers had squared off since Phil Niekro had faced his brother Joe in 1982. Overall, Wakefield was downright miraculous, for a rookie surely, but even more so for a rookie with such a unicorn pitch. He didn't give up more than 3 runs in a game for the entire season, finishing 8-1 with a 2.15 ERA and 1.62 ERA+. Despite the late start, he came in 3rd in Rookie of the Year voting. But Wakefield wasn't done. In the NLCS, he tossed 2 complete games against the Atlanta Braves, besting Hall of Famer Tom Glavine in both Game 3 and Game 6 of the series. If Barry Bonds had thrown Sid Bream out at the plate in Game 7, the Pirates might have been off to the World Series, and Wakefield likely would have been the NLCS MVP. In his first big league season, Wakefield had managed to tame baseball's most untamable pitch, and catapult himself from minor league afterthought to key playoff hurler. But success is seldom long-lived for the knuckleball pitcher. Even those veterans who manage to harness its power can lose their grip all too quickly. A rookie season like Wakefield's in 1992 would be challenging for any pitcher to duplicate, and for a knuckleballer, nearly impossible. The Pirates named Wakefield their opening day starter, and had high hopes for their freakishly good young hurler in 1993. He won that start, but walked 9 batters, a crazy high total, and things just kept getting more challenging from there. Later that month, Wakefield threw 172 pitches in a game in which he would walk another 10 batters. Again, a lot even for a knuckleballer. Whether it was because he had been overextended or not, Wakefield continued to struggle. He would look sharp one outing and awful the next, and his overall performance was a far cry from his rookie season. He went 6-11 with a 5.61 ERA and criminally high 171 whip, even being sent down by the Pirates to Double-A at one point to work out the kinks. He even struggled there, posting a 6.99 ERA. And just like that, Wakefield was starting to look like a flash in the pan. Perhaps 1992 had been a fluke, born of the random nature of his magical offering. He spent most of 1994 in the minors, where he backed up this idea with another horrendous year, tallying an ERA of 5.84 and a 5.15 record. The postseason hero of just 2 years ago was gone, and in his place was a player with roughly the same trajectory as his infielder self from all those seasons ago. The Pirates would go so far as to release Wakefield in early 1995. Wakefield's erratic performance owed a lot to the cruel inconsistency of the knuckleball itself. He once said, "I have no idea where it's going. The hitter doesn't know where it's going, and the catcher doesn't know where it's going. I just try to throw it down the middle of the plate." To regain control of the pitch, Wakefield sought help from his fellow knuckleballers. Charlie Huff and Tom Candiotti both worked with him on how to change speeds with the pitch and pick his spots. Phil Niekro's advice to the struggling Wakefield was more spiritual. He told him, "You've got to eat, sleep, walk, and talk the knuckleball until it floats in your bloodstream like a spirit inside you." But even if Wakefield could again master the difficult pitch, would there be any clubs willing to take another chance on him? Enter Boston GM Dan Duquette. Duquette was looking for a bargain and another arm to eat up some innings for the struggling Red Sox rotation. With no other takers, Wakefield signed for a pittance, but he would get another chance to prove himself, this time once again in the show. The Red Sox even brought on Necro as a consultant to help their new pitcher. Wakefield got his first start with the Red Sox on May 27, 1995, and lo and behold, after all that spiritual and physical work, the magic had returned. He won his first 4 starts with Boston, including 2 complete games, allowing just 2 earned runs over more than 33 innings. And he kept winning. It was like the summer of 1992 all over again. Wakefield took a no-hitter into the 8th inning twice, and after besting the Orioles on August 13th, Wakefield's record with his new team stood at 14-1, with a microscopic 1.65 ERA. Still, even in the midst of this hot streak, the fickle pitch with which he was making his money would still occasionally abandon Wakefield. In his next start that August, he was so wild that the Mariners took the first 18 pitches, before Mike Blowers launched a grand slam. Wakefield went just 2-7 through the rest of the 1995 season, but still finished 16-8 with a 2.98 ERA and 1.65 ERA+. He finished 3rd in Cy Young voting, and the Red Sox won the AL East. The Wall Street Journal even called it one of the best knuckleball seasons of all time. It appeared that Wakefield and his elusive pitch were back in business, this time in the American League. But in 1996, the Magic again abandoned Wakefield. He managed to avoid a truly abysmal season like before, but still, his 5.14 ERA and 98 ERA+ were nothing to write home about. He had another middling season in 1997, racking up a league-leading 15 losses along with a 4.25 ERA, but at least he was eating more than 200 innings a year for the Red Sox and showing occasional flashes of brilliance. Boston returned to the playoffs in 1998, and Wakefield improved marginally, even if only in record, at 17-8. He faced off against the Indians in the division series though, and got shelled, lasting only 1 1/3 innings while taking the loss. After Red Sox closer Tom Gordon got injured in 1999, the team started using Wakefield as both a starter and relief pitcher, even occasionally slotting him in as closer. It was a hybrid role that would continue for the next 4 seasons. In both 1999 and 2000, Wakefield struggled with his new job, posting ERAs over 5. But in 2001, he brought that number down to a decent 3.90, and then 2.81 in 2002. That year, he again registered an ERA plus over 160, his 3rd such season. How significant is that? Well, for reference, that's one more campaign than future Hall of Famer Zack Greinke has managed to tally so far in his own illustrious career. Wakefield regained his full-time starting job in 2003 and went 11-7 with slightly above-average peripherals as the Red Sox returned to the postseason for an epic battle against the rival New York Yankees in the ALCS. Wakefield got the call in Game 1, winning it 5-2, and again in Game 4, which he won again, giving up just 1 run in 7 innings. Game 7 was one for the ages. It started with Pedro Martinez against Roger Clemens. The score was tied after 9 when Red Sox manager Grady Little decided to give the veteran knuckleballer the ball in the 10th. The Yankees went down in order and the game remained tied. Aaron Boone led off the bottom of the 11th against Wakefield. He was just 1 for 10 off of Tim. But in what now ranks amongst the most iconic Yankee blasts of all time, he launched the very first offering he saw that inning, sending the Yankees to the World Series and the devastated Red Sox and their fans home. Wakefield felt awful, later comparing himself to Bill Buckner, whose error helped cost the Red Sox the 1986 World Series. But Wakefield, unlike Buckner, did not have to wait long for a shot at redemption. In 2004, he shook off a tough regular season going into the playoffs, facing the Yankees again in the ALCS. The Yankees won the first 3 games, including a 19-8 blowout in Game 3. Wakefield had volunteered to forego his start in Game 4 and eat some innings in the blowout, saving other Red Sox arms for what would prove to be an epic come-from-behind series. We all remember what happened next. Dave Roberts and the Red Sox pull out an epic Game 4. Then Game 5 goes to extra innings, with the Red Sox facing elimination, and who comes in with the game on the line? Wakefield shuts down the Yankees in the 12th inning, and then the 13th, and then the 14th, surviving 2 pass balls by Jason Varitek, who usually didn't catch Wakefield. And when David Ortiz delivered the game-winning hit for the 2nd straight night in a row, Tim is the winning pitcher. The Red Sox, of course, won the next 2 games and the series, then swept the Cardinals in the World Series to break their 86-year-old curse. Wakefield had redeemed himself for the Boone home run, being an integral part of one of the most iconic championships in baseball history. Tim Wakefield never again reached the same heights as he did during that period. He won 17 games for the Red Sox in 2007 when they won another World Series, but not without tallying an exactly league average 100 ERA plus along the way. And boy, did he have some disastrous playoff outings to end his career, finishing with a career postseason record of 5-7 and an ERA of 6.75. But there were still some bright spots near the end for Wakefield. He made his first All-Star appearance in 2009 at the age of 42, struck out his 2000th batter in 2010, and won his 200th and final game in 2011. He retired just 6 wins short of the Boston franchise record, a mark he surely would have surpassed had he not accepted that hybrid bullpen role between 1999 and 2002. In the end, he threw 17 seasons for Boston, racking up 3,006 innings along the way, the most in franchise history. Like his own mentors, he has also continued to help other knuckleballers develop their craft, even assisting Stephen Wright on his way to becoming an AL All-Star in 2016 for the Red Sox. Cooperstown never called, and never will. Still, his career numbers remain impressive to this day, especially for a knuckleballer, including those 200 wins, 3,226 total innings, 2,153 Ks, and an above-average 105 ERA+. Heck, he even registered 22 saves. When all is said and done, everyone who watched Tim Wakefield and his unicorn pitch remembers him, and that's more than many Hall of Famers can remotely claim. Perhaps it was fellow iconic Red Sox hurler Pedro Martinez who said it best. I've got a lot of respect for Wake, because he goes out in the mound and fights. If he doesn't have good knuckleball, he ain't got bleep, but he fights anyway. Lou Piniella was getting nervous. In Arizona for Seattle's 2001 spring training, Sweet Lou had spent weeks watching his prized Japanese import, Ichiro Suzuki, slap and bloop pitches to left field, to deep short, never pulling anything hard to the right side. Many American scouts had wondered if Ichiro's smallish stature at 5'11", 175, and lack of exposure to big league pitching would prevent him from catching up to big league heaters. Their doubts were obviously echoing Piniella's head. And not just in Lou's head, the entire squad was wondering about Ichiro. I think everyone was skeptical, recalled pitcher Jeff Nelson. He really didn't do anything in spring training, and people were thinking, this guy might be overmatched. Then Sweet Lou got an idea. He decided that Ichiro needed to take extra batting practice, which many students of Ichiro would consider hilarious, because Ichiro was one of the most dedicated players in the history of the game. In the cages, the Seattle skipper openly questioned the 27-year-old rookie. Do you ever turn on the ball? Ichiro said that he did, sometimes, and then they played a meaningless spring training game. After socking a pair of doubles, Ichiro came up again in the 7th. This time, he clubbed a homer to right field. He came back to the dugout and asked Piniella, "Are you happy now, Lou?" It would be the last time anyone doubted the baseball greatness of Ichiro. He went on to have a rookie season for the ages, winning the batting title, stolen base title, Rookie of the Year, and the AL MVP award, only the second player ever to do so in his first season. His 242 hits were the most in 71 years. The Mariners won 116 games, tying the all-time record of the 1906 Chicago Cubs. And he just kept doing it after that. 10 straight years of 200 hits, 10 straight years of winning a Gold Glove, 10 straight seasons hitting over 300, 12 straight years of stealing 20-plus bases. Since his second big league game, his career average never dipped below 300. He ended up with 3,089 hits, which, when coupled with the 1,278 hits he got in Japan, places him first all-time in the professional ranks with 4,367 hits. Pete Rose wasn't amused. The Japanese were making him out to be the hit queen. The hit king said, soon they start counting Ichiro's high school stats. But Ichiro did something that Rose never did. In 2004, he set an MLB record that is probably about as safe as DiMaggio's 56-game hitting streak and Hack Wilson's 190 RBIs. He notched 262 hits in a season, a record that will more than likely last longer than Bobby Bonilla's Mets contract. When asked by a Miami journalist what he would do after baseball, Ichiro replied, "I think I'll just die." This summer, that will become impossible because Ichiro will easily be a first-ballot selection for the Baseball Hall of Fame, and his legend won't ever perish. Ichiro still has baseball in his blood. He shows up at high school games and practices in Japan, often unannounced, and will hit BP or pitch to the kids. If you spend 10 minutes watching Ichiro's career highlights, either throwing, fielding, running the bases, or hitting, you'll realize he was a transcendent talent, as good a player who's ever stepped on a big league diamond. But with all that being said, there's an oddity to Ichiro's stats that, when you parse the numbers, leads you to a startling conclusion. Somehow, this incredibly unique talent was both overrated and underrated in unique ways when he played. You see, it wasn't that he wasn't just as good as advertised, just that how he was good was actually a bit different than people realized at the time. But before we dig into that, we have to go back, way back, to the origins of Ichiro and how the legend molded his game from a very young age. Ichiro turned pro in 2nd grade. Okay, not really, but in 2nd grade, Ichiro began playing baseball like it was his job. It was then that his father, a former high school pitcher, began a routine with his youngest son that would persist until Ichiro attended high school. Ichiro would throw 50 pitches, make 50 infield plays, 50 outfield plays, and hit 200 soft tosses from his father. Then would come dinner, and after dinner, the two would head off to the batting cage for 300 more swings. All left-handed, even though Ichiro was naturally a righty. Lefties got down the line faster, his father reasoned, and so a lefty Ichiro became. This was a year-round routine that the weather didn't interrupt. Cold, hot, raining, didn't matter. In a 6th grade essay, Ichiro wrote that he played with his friends 5 or 6 hours per year. That's how much he practiced. Later, Ichiro would consider this routine a kind of hazing that led to much suffering, but Ichiro couldn't say no to his father as a youth. But one thing all this grinding just couldn't change was that he was small. At the end of his junior high school career, he stood just 5'9" and weighed 120 pounds. He didn't start until he was a junior, but over 2 seasons, he had hit .502 and never struck out swinging in 500 ABs once. Twice, he led his team to the Summer Koshien, the insane high school tournament that's basically Japan's version of March Madness. Still, he wasn't taken until the 4th round, 36th overall in the MPB draft, mostly because of his size and lack of corresponding projectability. He then spent most of the next 2 seasons in the minors, and when he finally got to play every day in 1994, he broke the MPB season hit record with 210 over 130 games. He hit .385 in the process, good enough to win his first MVP. He would win 2 more in the next 2 years while leading his team, the Oryx Blue Wave, to a league championship. He won 7 batting titles in a row to start his full season career. He got to be so famous in Japan that a letter addressed with just his first name would end up getting delivered to his house. But Oryx needed cash, and Ichiro was going to become a free agent. Instead of losing him to another MPB team, the club decided to post Ichiro, thinking that a US team would pay handsomely for one of the best players in the world. Seattle forked over $13 million to Oryx simply for the rights to sign him, and in 2001, Ichiro was starting in right field for the Mariners. When Barry Bonds first saw him, he said, "That little can hit." Between 2001 and 2010, Ichiro made the All-Star team and won a Gold Glove every single season. For those 10 consecutive years, he collected over 200 hits and hit over 300. In 9 of those years, he got MVP votes. In 7 of those seasons, he led the league in hits and ABs. He even led the league in WAR in 2004. Ichiro went on to play for 9 more seasons after that until he was 45 years old. After 2010, he never got 200 hits again or batted 300. The effectiveness he had gotten so consistent in producing fading in lieu of an aging curve destined to affect every MLB player at some point. He made no All-Star teams, won no Gold Gloves, and got no MVP votes. He had gotten traded near the deadline in 2012 to the Yankees, where he'd hit .362 to lead the Bombers into the playoffs. Here, Ichiro played in the postseason for his second and final time, losing to the Tigers in the ALCS. Ichiro never ended up playing in a World Series. He spent parts of the next 3 seasons with the Marlins, and in 2016, he blasted at triples for his 3,000th hit. The next season, he almost broke the single season mark for pinch hits, with 27 and 100 ABs. That was really the end, except for a few games he started in right field for the Mariners over the next 2 seasons, largely due to the nostalgia he was capable of inspiring and his undoubtedly helpful presence around the M's young players. He was the 5th oldest player to start on opening day in MLB history, when he appeared in right for a couple games in 2019, making this insane throw to finish out his playing days. Let's be clear, Ichiro was an epically great player, and if he'd begun in the majors at the age of 21, the record books would probably be very different. Pete Rose can complain all he wants, but he very well may have been the silver medal holder, and Ichiro may have worn the crown. Remember, all those hits in Japan came in seasons of just 130 games. His career total could have possibly been much higher than 4,367. Having said that, it's time to tackle what aspect of his game was probably a bit overrated. Today's data revolution in baseball has yielded some robust statistical tools that can unearth buried truths that have long been suspected. If you applied old school metrics to Ichiro's numbers, batting average, hits, steals, Gold Gloves won, then you can't help but gawk at the things that Ichiro did. Did you know that he also set a record in 2004 by hitting 225 singles? Yet another mark that probably won't get broken going forward. To put it simply, Ichiro's slap hitting ways probably led to him being given more credit than he may have deserved in his prime. Hear me out, this isn't disrespect, and I'll explain in a moment why he was drastically underrated in another way. In 2001, players like Jason Giambi were juicing. We know this because Giambi was outed in December 2004 by the San Francisco Chronicle. He'd gotten caught up in the Balco investigation, which might explain how he went from hitting 20 homers as a 26-year-old in 1997 to 43 in 2000 as a 29-year-old. With that being said, for today's interest, we're more so using him as a juxtaposition point for Ichiro's own productivity at the plate over this time period. Take 2001 for example, Ichiro's amazing rookie year where he hit .352 with 242 total hits. That same season, Giambi hit 38 homers, 47 doubles, and drove in 120, all while batting .342. A monster campaign by the reigning MVP, good for a league-leading OPS plus of 199. For those that don't know, OPS plus tries to level the playing field when it comes to evaluating the output rate of hitters. It sets a baseline of 100 for the average MLB player in any given season, using a complex formula that includes numbers like on-base percentage and slugging percentage. The more above 100 you get, the more above average a player becomes. When you arrive at 199, you've concluded that Jason Giambi was roughly about twice as impactful as the average MLB player in 2001. For some context, Babe Ruth's career OPS plus was 206, so for one season, Jason Giambi was basically Babe Ruth. He lost the MVP to Ichiro, whose OPS plus during that incredible rookie year was 126, which, to give him credit, is where Johnny Bench and George Foster sit on the all-time list, both very good hitters, though it is 245th all-time. Great, but not elite. Giambi's total WAR as well? 9.2 to Ichi's 7.7, a Mike Trout-esque WAR total in comparison to a Chris Bryant one. And it wasn't just OPS Plus and WAR. The same results arise if you use WOBA or WRC Plus. Giambi's output in this respect was elite, with top-of-the-league numbers of 465 and 193, whereas Ichiro ranked 21st and 26th in baseball. Again, this isn't to say Suzuki was a bad ball player by any means. He was still elite by every metric, but probably not MVP worthy that season. The same can be seen throughout his career. Remember that record-breaking year of 2004 with 262 hits and a 372 average? He had an OPS Plus of 130 that year. Do you know what Kyle Schwarber's 2022 OPS Plus was? The year he batted .218 with an 827 OPS and 200 Ks, albeit with 46 dingers, 131. This isn't to say Ichiro wasn't one of the best players in baseball that year, and obviously much better than Kyle Schwarber was in 2022, as when you combine what he did at the plate with his fielding and base running, he managed to register a Trout-esque WAR total himself this season with a 9.2 mark. In fact, this was probably the season he deserved an MVP more than any. But still, what he did at the plate was probably a bit overrated at the time. During Ichi's entire tenure in Seattle, he averaged a WRC Plus and OPS Plus around 115, and generated an average batting value per Fangraphs of around 15 per season. Again, impressive totals. But how do these stack up historically? Tony Gwynn, a very similar player to Suzuki in mold, averaged a WRC Plus around 135 in his prime, and a batting value per season of around 30. Wade Boggs sat at marks of around 140 and 40 himself, and just recently, Luis Arraez's 2023 season featured an OPS Plus of 131. That's 1 point higher than Ichiro ever tallied, along with his own batting value of nearly 25. Why was this? Why was Ichiro not as productive at the plate as people may have thought? There seems to be three principal reasons. 1. He didn't really walk. He registered just 2 over 50 walk seasons in his prime. This greatly drove down his overall OBP, an important metric in many of those advanced stats. 2. He didn't really hit for any power. This one is obvious to those who watch his day-to-day game. Going back to 2001 and examining a stat as simple as total bases, we can see how much less overall offense he generated at the plate in comparison to someone like Giambi. That year, Suzuki had 316 total bases, almost 30 less than Jason's 343, even with Suzuki registering over 60 more total hits. And the third and last prominent factor, I think, was the dominance of his era. When looking back, stats like OPS Plus or really any of the plus stats rely on the environment in which they were generated, meaning that Ichiro probably suffers a bit from his performance being directly measured against the height of the steroid era. But even as this faded away in the late 2000s, his numbers didn't dramatically rise in these respects, even as his output stayed fairly consistent. So I don't think this overall had an especially large effect. But now, enough of that. Let's get to how Ichiro was actually underrated in the eyes of many baseball fans. It might seem odd to think of Ichiro as being underrated in any way, since many still consider him among the all-time greats, and he'll undoubtedly be a first-ballot Hall of Famer, perhaps unanimously. But, just as the advanced numbers bring down his overall stature as an elite hitter, closer inspections of other factors of his game bring into focus other ways he made up for this, creating more perceived value than perhaps he even gave back. We're going to be looking at his defense, his base running, and to a lesser degree his insane endurance, as a means to completing the full picture of Ichiro's monumental legacy in a fair and balanced manner. First up, the defense. Everyone knew Ichiro was a plus defender, as all those gold gloves gave evidence to, but more advanced fielding metrics bring an entirely new dimension to his prowess. Over the course of his career, according to Fangraphs, he made 99.5% of all routine plays, meaning he messed up about 5 out of 1,000 easy chances in the outfield, the kind that get made about 60 to 90% of the time. He basically handled all of those. More incredibly, he got to 74.2% of 50-50 balls, the plays an average MLB outfielder makes half the time. His 50-50 balls were the unlikely plays that got made between 10 and 40%. Ichiro made them at 45%, or almost half. Basically, he caught everything that he was expected to, and much of what he couldn't have been expected to. He saved 107 runs during his career, but in his heyday between 2001 and 2010, he ranked right behind another phenomenal outfielder, Carl Crawford, in runs saved overall, with 76. Ichiro was also the best outfielder in baseball at this time in RGFP, or runs saved by good fielding plays, with 18. That's why, according to Fangraphs, Ichiro's greatest value as a player was in his fielding, with a career value of 149.2. For context, they have his batting value at a still impressive 61. But that still would make it almost 100 points less impactful than his work in the field. But again, this probably isn't where he was most underrated. Like we said, everyone knew he was great in this respect, though maybe just not how great. This brings us to perhaps his most underrated overall skill, his base running, where his career value, again per Fangraphs, was 95. Here's where the subjectivity comes in a bit. Using similar methodologies, Baseball Reference considers Ichiro a more valuable hitter, with a career runs above average of 84, compared to his base running runs of 62. So why the difference between the two sites? Well, because it's hard to quantify base runner acumen with discrete values. There's too much blur in taking the extra base or scoring runs. What we do know is that Ichiro scored more often than an average MLB player when he reached base, at about 35% to 30%. And yes, causation here can get complex, but Ichiro also stole bases at a much higher success rate than the rest of the league while going pretty often, at a rate of 81% versus the league average of 72%. On top of all of this, he was obviously seen as a baseball genius by all who played against him consistently, and on the bases is probably where he best got to show it off, shrewdly taking extra bases on unlikely plays, scoring from first on doubles with regularity, and executing some of the craziest dodges of tags baseball has ever seen. And remember, Ichiro didn't break in until he was 27. 6 of his best years came when he was in his 30s. A young Ichiro would have been probably about as fast as his prime self, and an absolute terror on the bases, maybe even allowing him to approach career stolen base totals of 700 or 800, versus the still impressive 509 he tallied instead. That last area of underratedness comes in especially when reviewing his legacy. You see, it's easy to just look at the raw or advanced numbers and go from there, viewing the totals in a vacuum. But this would largely discount one additional area of Ichi's greatness that shouldn't be overlooked either, his aforementioned endurance. Ichiro was famous for his pre-game routines, a discipline that reached all the way back to his youth, when his father would do drills with him every night. There's even a hilarious story of Tom Brady himself trying to reach out to Suzuki to get his stretching routine, only to have him turn to a nearby teammate after receiving a text from the Hall of Fame quarterback and asking, "Who the f is Tom Brady?" What all this work did was keep Ichiro on the field for a truly insane amount of games. Ichiro played no less than 146 contests in a season from his age 27 through 39 campaigns, playing the full 162 4 times, and at least 155 games 11 times. This is part of the reason his cumulative numbers, both his hits and overall WAR totals, were always so impressive. He might not have produced the highest clip overall, but he played so much it allowed him to rack up counting stats like few others. And yeah, while games played might not be the sexiest stat, let me ask you, would you rather have a guy with a 7 WAR in 162 games or a 5 WAR in 80? Staying on the field is a skill, and no one was better at it in his day than Ichiro. The beauty of Ichiro's game was that modern statistics both elevate and downgrade his performance, mostly because the nuances of his skills evaded easy capture. The little things added up, sometimes in unexpected ways, and while he didn't ever crush 40 homers in a season, or even 20, he did everything with such technical skill that his true value is probably best seen through the lens of still evolving metrics. And it makes sense, this was a player who'd stand at home, no pitcher, and then at game speed run to each of the bases in order, over and over again. He did this by himself, after practice when no one was watching, just because he wanted to perfect the small gestures that separated him from every other MLB player. This was a guy who stretched for hours and hours in a manner that allowed him to post Iron Man games played totals that haven't been equaled since. A guy who executed batting practice like it was surgery, with each swing a slice of his scalpel, preparing him for the bright lights. Hopefully, this video will come across as I mean it to, as an exploration and dissection of the greatness of Ichiro, even if that greatness came in a manner that wasn't quite what many probably thought it was at the time. Listen, I could do a long intro on the history of the draft or on the significance of the first overall pick, but instead, I want to try to do something different with this video, just hopping right into it. So, with that being said, this is what's happened to every MLB first overall pick since 2000, with the corresponding letter grade for each, from A to F. We start first with 2000, Adrian Gonzalez. Very rarely do 1-1 picks get traded before they debut with the team that picked them, but that's exactly what happened to Egon. The Marlins pulled the trigger in July 2003 so they could obtain bullpen help in the form of Ugueth Urbina from the Rangers, who wasn't doing so well at the time, but with the Marlins, he went 3-0 with the 1.41 ERA, and the Fish went on to win the World Series. But Adrian would go on to soar to so much greater heights than Urbina ever could. But not immediately. With the Rangers for parts of 2 seasons, Gonzalez posted a combined OPS plus of just 71. He seemed more and more like a bust, so the Rangers moved him to the Padres, where El Titan became a star. Over 5 seasons with the team, he hit 161 homers and drove in 501 runs, while posting an OPS plus of 141, nearly double his Rangers output. Then he was traded to Boston before the 2011 season, soon after signing a huge 7-year, $154 million extension. After just a year in Beantown, he was shipped off again to LA. With the Dodgers, Gonzalez helped LA win 5 straight NL West titles while racking up 101 home runs along the way, 2 top 20 MVP finishes, a Gold Glove, and a Silver Slugger award, before moving on to spend one last mediocre year with the Mets. With cumulative totals of 317 round trippers, 1,202 RBIs, a 287 batting average, a 129 OPS plus, and a career WAR of 43.5, El Titan is no less than an inner circle member of the Hall of Very Good. He gets an impressive grade of A on our scale. 2001. Joe Mauer. Not only was Joe Mauer the best high school baseball player in the draft, he was among the best high school quarterbacks in the country. He even had an offer to play for Bobby Bowden at Florida State, where he could also play for Mike Martin in baseball. His hometown Twins had the first pick and had to sweeten the deal enough for Mauer to even sign. They did so successfully, and so started one of the most successful careers in Minnesota sports history. The hometown kid went on to become one of the greatest catchers of MLB's modern era, as between 2006 to 2013, Mauer won 3 batting titles, 3 Gold Gloves, an MVP award, while posting an OPS plus north of 130 6 times. Few catchers have ever hit and defended as well as prime Mauer. Sadly, a string of concussions beginning in 2013 derailed his career on the back end, but regardless, his lifetime numbers were good enough to get him elected to the Hall of Fame on his first ballot, thanks to everything we mentioned before, coupled with a career B-WAR of 55.2. How could he be anything less than an A+? 2002, Brian Bullington. Usually pitchers taken first overall have especially explosive stuff, but Brian Bullington was never that kind of pitcher. He'd gone 15-0 as a senior in high school, but that led to him being just a 37th round draft pick. Bullington then went to Ball State and made the All-American team. He was 6'4", 210, fully looking the part of 1-1 pick. He then struck out 139 batters in 105 innings as a senior. It was enough for the Pirates to select him over pitchers Zach Greinke, Matt Cain, Cole Hamels, Joe Saunders, and Scott Kazmir, all of whom were taken in the first round and later became All-Stars. In the minors, Bullington held his own early, but by the time he got to AA and then AAA, he was fanning fewer than 7 per 9 innings, while giving up nearly a hit per inning. Not really that encouraging. By the time he got to Pittsburgh in 2005, he was already damaged goods, courtesy of a torn labrum. He appeared in 1 game, and then had a surgery he never really recovered from. He bounced around the minors a bit, and then Japan until 2015, officially ending his playing career with an MLB record of 1-9 with a 5.62 ERA. Even if he'd managed to stay healthy, it's doubtful his diminished stuff would have played up well enough to stay and produce in the bigs. This has to be our first F, as the Pirates literally had a crop of young pitching talent to pick from, and ended up missing badly. 2003, Delman Young. The last time the Devil Rays had a first overall pick was just 4 years earlier, when they took a player thought to have generational talent, Josh Hamilton. Much happened between then and Hamilton making his major league debut almost a decade later, but suffice it to say, he never appeared in a Tampa uniform. Given another chance, they again selected a toolsy outfielder whose brother, Dimitri, had also been a first-round pick. Delman Young seemingly had every attribute a team could want in a young star, except the right attitude. He started his career well, winning Rookie of the Year in 2007 by hitting .288 with 13 homers and 93 RBIs. Before not really performing up to these levels the next couple seasons. Eventually, the Rays shipped him out to the Twins for Matt Garza and Jason Bartlett, and went on to appear in the 2008 World Series without either him or Hamilton. From here, besides a standout 2010, Young would never post much more than pedestrian numbers, finishing his career with a WAR of just 3.2. He definitely had some highlights along the way, however, like finishing 10th in MVP voting in that aforementioned 2010 season, or registering huge moments in the postseason with both the Tigers and the Orioles. Overall, though, he struggled to maintain his weight and produce consistent production, leading me to a C rating. Not a bad career by any means, in fact, a lot more than most guys get, but not an astounding one either, especially for a first overall pick. 2004, Matt Bush. Matt Bush didn't just have an attitude problem in his early career, he had a criminal record. He was an incredibly talented player who probably deserved to be picked first, by his hometown team no less, the Padres. But this is, in many ways, the anti-Joe Mauer story. Hometown kid breaks bad. Weeks after the Padres drafted him, Bush was arrested on suspicion of felony assault, misdemeanor trespass, disorderly conduct, and underage drinking, brawling with bouncers who were kicking him out of an establishment. Things would get even worse though. There were injuries, a broken ankle and a torn UCL. Along the way, he couldn't seem to prove his ability to hit, so the Padres converted him to a pitcher, where he could touch 98. He would end up getting traded to the Blue Jays in 2009, but at the end of spring training, he threw a baseball at a woman's head while at a party. Then came a DUI bust. He didn't emerge again until 2010 in the minors with the Rays, who promoted him to AAA by 2011. Then, during early 2012, he was drunk driving again and ran over a 72-year-old man. The end? For most people, almost certainly. But for Bush? Nope. After a prison sentence, he set about trying to fix himself and his broken reputation, and did so effectively enough to catch on with the Rangers as a reliever. By 2016, he was in the big leagues with Texas, and he flourished early, going 7-2 with an ERA of 2.48. He then registered a successful postseason. Bush's career would have a number of ups and downs following this, but he nonetheless ended up going 12-11 with an ERA of 3.75 in his MLB playing days. Respectable numbers, surely. He also struck out 9.7 batters per 9 innings before retiring in 2023. As he did end up making an impact at the big league level in a meaningful way, I can't justify giving him an F. But since it was as a reliever more than a decade after he was drafted, and it was for less than 250 career innings, I would say a D- is warranted. 2005, Justin Upton. One of the true no-brainers at the time, BJ's younger brother was the best power-hitting prospect in the game, and by 2007, at just the age of 19, Justin was in the bigs to stay, playing for the D-backs. Like his brother, he was a converted shortstop who moved to the outfield. For his career, he would earn over $173 million, but never managed to appear in a single World Series, never hit 40 homers in a season, and got MVP votes in just 5 out of 16 campaigns. For who was seen as a generational talent,
This was a bit disappointing to some, but maybe those expectations, as they often are, were a bit unfair. 4 All-Star appearances, 3 Silver Sluggers, and 8 seasons where he hit over 20 homers is certainly nothing to sneeze at. Overall, he was more of a solid player prone to streakiness year in and year out than one of the game's true elites, but that's still respectable nonetheless. He finished his career with 325 homers and a WAR of 32.3. Injuries slowed him down toward the end, as he was done by the age of just 34, but he still accomplished more than 99% of MLB players. Relative to his expectations pre-draft, I would say this lands him at a B+ grade. 2006, Luke Hochevar. Hochevar had been drafted twice before, in the 37th and 40th rounds, but didn't explode until his junior year at Tennessee, when he went 15-3. He was SEC Pitcher of the Year. In post, it's easy to note the glut of pitching talent that went right after him, including Andrew Miller, Tim Lincecum, and Max Scherzer, not to mention a high schooler named Clayton Kershaw, but this selection was seen as a solid one at the time. Hochevar went on to play for some truly bad Royals teams, but part of the reason they were so bad, at least in some measure, was because he was. As a starter, he was unplayable, giving up over 10 hits per 9, putting his overall whip close to 1.5 in both 2008 and 2009. This came with a cumulative ERA of around 6. Lots of traffic and not much swing and miss to go with it, as he struck out just around 6 per 9 over the same period. As if this wasn't bad enough, by 2012, the wheels had truly come off when he gave up a major league leading 118 earned runs in 185 innings pitched, while surrendering 202 hits along the way. He was converted to a bullpen arm following and had a breakout 2013 before suffering a torn UCL. He would come back to put up back-to-back decent seasons in 2015 and 2016, winning a World Series in the process. But still, he'd finished his career with just a WAR of 3.7. This is similar to Bush, but without a lot of the character issues. However, he also wasn't nearly as dominant as Bush was as a reliever outside of a good 2013. As such, I would only give him a marginally better grade of D+. 2007, David Price. This time, the Rays got their pick right. They found a future ace out of Vanderbilt, who would go on to team up with the first-round pick of the previous year, Evan Longoria, to permanently change the destiny of a once hapless franchise. It was fitting that Price was on the mound in 2008 when the Rays vanquished the Red Sox in the ALCS to go to their first ever World Series. Price would become something of a postseason fixture, appearing every year between 2008 and 2018 except for 2009 and 2012, during which the latter was ironically Price's best year, when he finished 20-5 with a sub 2.6 ERA and won the Cy Young Award. But in 2014, the Rays were under 500 and needed to look forward. They weren't signing Price for the money he'd get as a good lefty starter, so they shipped him off to the Tigers for a young Willie Adames and Drew Smyly. Then came stops in Toronto and Boston, where he won a World Series in 2018 after signing a 7-year, $217 million deal in 2016. In 2020, he was dealt with Mookie Betts to the Dodgers for Alex Verdugo, Connor Wong, and Jeter Downs. He then put up decent numbers for the Dodgers, mostly out of the bullpen, before officially retiring at the end of the 2022 season. He went 157 and 82 during his playing days with a 3.32 ERA in 14 years, along with the career 123 ERA plus and 2,076 strikeouts and 2,143 innings. Needless to say, it was a slam dunk result for Tampa. As such, he, like Agon, gets an A rating. 2008, Tim Beckham. The Rays were surging in 2008 and yet still had the first overall pick of that draft as well, their third just since 2000. This had the chance to cement them atop the AL East for years to come if they just draft that year's clear number 1 player, catcher Buster Posey of FSU. But they didn't. They took a high schooler from Georgia, Tim Beckham, mostly because he was affordable and wouldn't rake them over the coals for a signing bonus. And oh, would they go on to regret this decision. Beckham wasn't a bust on the level of a Bush or Bullington, but also certainly never put up numbers worthy of a first overall pick. His career WAR ended up being identical to Delman's at just 3.2. He had decent individual seasons, like in 2017 when he hit 22 homers and drove in 62, posting an OPS plus of 110, but what Beckham wasn't, however, was Posey, who put up a WAR of 41.8 between 2010 and 2019, while all Rays catchers combined were at just 8.7. Posey also won 3 rings with the Giants. He'll more than likely be a Hall of Famer someday, and Beckham never even reached 100 career homers, falling far short of this mark at 63. This was certainly a bad miss, but not the worst career posted by Beckham, as he did spend over half a decade in the bigs. As such, I think this deserves a C-. 2009, Steven Strasburg. From here, it was as if the skies parted. After the next 4 drafts, the first overall was a transcendent talent who, at least for stretches, lived up to the billing. First came Steven Strasburg, a dominant pitcher whom no one disputed would be taken first overall by the Nats. They didn't overthink it or try to go cheap. They pointed up and immediately got electric stuff. Strasburg had been undrafted out of high school because he hadn't taken conditioning seriously until he got to San Diego State. There, he harnessed his potential and became a beast on the mound, reaching up to 102 miles per hour with his fastball. He would go on to strike out 14 in his raucous 2010 MLB debut before being impeded by Tommy John surgery that ate up most of his 2011, and in 2012 he was put on an innings limit that shut him down in September and kept him off the Nats playoff roster. But regardless, between 2013 and 2019, Strasburg would certainly live up to his #1 overall pick status, posting a fifth below 3.5 every year but one while K'ing nearly 11 batters per 9, and finishing top 10 in Cy Young voting 3 times. To top it all off, he won the World Series MVP in 2019, going 5-0 cumulatively in the postseason, becoming the first #1 overall pick to win the award. Injuries curtailed the rest of his career, limiting him to just 8 starts after this, but his peak, which ended up resulting in a championship, can't be simply ignored. Neither can his 1,723 strikeouts in just 1,470 innings, or 127 ERA+. He, like Upton, gets a B+. 2010, Bryce Harper. Arguably no high school player has ever been more hyped than Bryce Harper, who appeared on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was just 16, even being compared to LeBron as the future face of baseball. He then bypassed his last 2 years of high school to play at a JUCO. This resulted in him being selected first overall by the Nats when he was just 17, a rarity for stateside players. By just 19, he was in the show to stay, and putting up one of the best seasons ever by a teenager, posting 5.2 WAR and winning Rookie of the Year in the process. The next couple seasons were a bit rocky, but by 2015, he was among the best players in the game, winning his first MVP award with a season for the ages, leading his league in runs scored, homers, OBP, OPS, OPS+, and more. A few years later, the Phillies inked him to a staggering deal of 13 years, $330 million to bring him to the city of brotherly love for what will more than likely be the rest of his playing days. He won a second MVP in 2021 and has basically been an elite hitter every year since he's arrived, even fighting through Tommy John in 2023 to post impressive numbers. If he can continue his current pace, it'll be hard to see him as anything but a first ballot Hall of Famer. That's why he gets our second overall A+ right alongside Mauer. 2011, Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole was a first-round pick coming out of high school in 2008, but he didn't sign with the Yankees and instead went to UCLA, where he continued to develop his power arm alongside Trevor Bauer. Then, the Pirates took him with the 1-1 pick and signed him with an $8 million bonus. Then, in a manner similar to both Strasburg and Harper, Cole largely lived up to the hype that comes with being first overall. He first helped lead the flailing Pirates into the postseason in both 2013 and 2015, when he went 19-8 with a 2.60 ERA. But as he neared free agency in 2017, the Pirates started shopping Cole, just as the Rays had with David Price. Ultimately, Garrett was sent to the Astros, and somehow reached an even higher level than he had before, adding velo and, somewhat controversially, spin to all of his pitches, becoming one of the best pitchers in baseball in the process. In 2019, he led MLB with an ERA+ of 185, along with a 20-5 record, 326 Ks in 212 innings, and an ERA of 2.50. That offseason, he got paid to jump to the team that had once drafted him before in the first round in NY, at 9 years, $324 million. He's largely lived up to the billing there as well, even posting a Cy Young Award-winning season in 2023 when he led MLB with a whip of 0.98 while going 15-4 with a league-leading 165 ERA+. Assuming he stays healthy, Cole should remain productive into his late 30s, based on his conditioning and savvy pitching ability alone. More than likely, with the shifting landscape we're seeing for pitchers, he'll be bound for Cooperstown when it's all said and done. As such, this is another A+. 2012, Carlos Correa. By the time Carlos Correa was 11, he was being flown around to play travel ball all over the country. By 18, he'd become a 6'4", power-hitting shortstop with an agile glove and rocket right arm. He then became the first Puerto Rican player ever to be drafted with the 1-1 pick. Many thought the Astros would take pitcher Mark Appel of Stanford, but Correa, still just 17, blew the Astros away in personal workouts. Then, through his first 3 years in Houston, Carlos posted a slugging percentage over 500, an OPS+ near 140, and at least 20 home runs a season, while throwing up elite defensive numbers at short and winning a Rookie of the Year in 2015. In 7 years with Houston cumulatively, he put up a WAR of 34.1. But with the emergence of Jeremy Pena at short and concerns about his spotty medical history, Correa would end up signing with the Twins in 2022, then opt out of that contract the next year to try free agency again, only to have mega deals with the Giants and Mets fall through because of separate concerns about a plate in Correa's ankle. So he returned to the Twins on a 6-year, $200 million deal, where he's been uneven but still productive, putting up a WAR of 10.3 in his time there, including an impressive 3.6 during his first 75 games in 2024. Even if he's operating a bit under the radar at this point due to his lack of a real sexy attribute, he's never hit over 26 home runs in a season, for example. His current WAR of 44.4 certainly has him on a Hall of Fame trajectory if he can sway voters who might not want him for his involvement in the Astros sign-stealing scandal of 2017. However, it's hard imagining the 1-1 pick working out much better than this, so I'm also going to give him an A+. 2013, Mark Appel. Our run of insane Hall of Fame level talent ends here. Appel was everyone's 1-1 from the year before, but after Pittsburgh took him 8th overall, Appel opted to return to Stanford for one more season. Financially,
It was the right move. He turned down $3.8 million to get $6.35 million from the Astros the following year. He was considered as polished as any college pitcher before him. But then, something funny happened. He completely stalled out, unable to progress through the Astros system effectively, posting an ERA over 5 through his first 3 minor league seasons. In 2015, he was shipped to the Phillies as part of the package for Ken Giles, who would go on to be an important piece for Houston during that asterisk run in 2017. Elbow and shoulder injuries stymied Appel's career from here, and in 2015, he said he was taking a leave from baseball. But he wasn't done just yet. He ended up coming back and kept grinding, eventually making it to the majors for the first time in 2022, when he appeared in 6 games for the Phillies out of the bullpen, and posted an ERA of 1.74 in the process, over 10 innings with 5 Ks. He was released the next season, but the fact that he fought all the way back from being the consensus best pitcher in the draft for 2 straight years to complete and total bust, to eventually making his major league debut, was a welcome sight for any of the baseball romantics out there. Regardless, his lack of overall production can't be ignored here, as he actually posted the least amount of innings played among every player we've looked at so far today. As such, it would only be fair to give him a failing grade, our second F of the day so far. 2014, Brady Aiken. This was Houston's second straight miss with their pick, and it looked largely the same as the first, aside from the fact that Brady was a high schooler. Houston was definitely taking chances. He was obviously younger than Appel, and had college in his back pocket if he didn't sign, meaning he could negotiate hard and then walk away if necessary. A post-draft medical exam revealed an elbow problem, so the Astros tried to lower his bonus, which Aiken rejected, and thus became the first 1-1 pick not to sign since 1983's Tim Belcher. In March 2015, Aiken underwent Tommy John surgery and was drafted 17th overall in that year's draft. He hasn't pitched professionally since 2019, making him the first player we've examined so far to not make the bigs in any capacity. This is an F as such, easily ranking as the worst overall pick so far. 2015, Dansby Swanson. The D-backs took a polished shortstop here in Swanson out of Vanderbilt, but then traded him to the Braves for Shelby Miller that same winter, before Swanson had ever put on a uniform for them. The trade ended up working out well for the Braves, as Swanson settled in as an everyday shortstop who had a great glove and solid enough offense for over half a decade, helping the Braves to go all the way in 2021. Miller was less successful for the D-backs. After making the All-Star team in 2022, Swanson hit the free agent market and signed with the Cubs for 7 years, $177 million. He has since produced 5.6 WAR over a season and a half, while dealing with his fair shares of ups and downs. Swanson has never been a middle-of-the-order master who can carry a team, but he's nonetheless always been a productive player, even if 2024 has been rough for him so far. This lands him at a B in my estimation, right below the likes of Upton or Strasburg. 2016, Ricky Moniak. This was a peculiar draft, one where all the first-rounders pretty much failed to meet expectations, but the lower rounds contained the likes of Will Smith, Pete Alonso, Bo Bichette, Zach Gallen, Brian Reynolds, Corbin Burns, Shane Bieber, and Sean Murphy. In Moniak, the Phillies thought they were getting a future fixture in their outfield, a Gold Glove talent with 25-plus home run and 300-plus average upside with the bat. Instead, they got a decent defender who's never really gotten anything going at the plate outside of a run with the Angels in 2023 after he was traded to Anaheim for peanuts. His current career WAR, 0.5. Perhaps tellingly, pretty much everyone involved in the decision to draft Moniak has since been fired from the Phillies. In 2024, he's hitting .209 with a .587 OPS through his first 78 games. This is as close to a fail as you can get without crossing the threshold in my opinion, as Moniak has shown flashes of being a productive big leaguer, as he's even logged over 200 major league games so far. As such, I'm going to give this one a D-, with the hope that he can rebound from here. 2017, Royce Lewis. Many scratched their head when Lewis was picked first back in 2017 over prep arm Hunter Green, who flashed a 102-mile-per-hour heater with wipeout breaking stuff. And for a few years, it looked like the pick might not pan out, as Lewis dealt with an insane run of injury issues that kept him from making his MLB debut for over half a decade. However, since he played his first game in 2023, he's been a revelation for the Twins. Still just 25 years old, Lewis has hit 27 homers through his first 94 career games with an OPS of .945 and 4 WAR. When he's on the field, Lewis is probably one of the best players in the AL, ranking him among the game's elite in terms of expected batting average, xWOBA, and defensive range. Couple all that with an OPS plus near 160, and Lewis may very well become a perennial MVP candidate if he can manage to stay healthy consistently. As for grades from here on out, I want to break them into 2 categories: the player's current grade and their potential future grade, as everyone from 2017 on has had at the most a little more than 5 years in their career, meaning that things could very easily change for them in either a positive or negative direction. As such, I want to give Royce a current B+ rating, with an upside of A, as I don't see a Hall of Fame plaque in his future due to the injuries and relative late start, but I could totally see him being a star for years to come. 2018, Casey Mize. One of the most highly touted college arms in recent memory, Mize utilized a nasty splitter that became his calling card while at Auburn, and led him to being drafted 1-1 by the Tigers in 2018. By 2021, he had become a solid young starter in the bigs, posting an ERA of 3.71 while giving up just 7.8 hits per 9. On a bad Tigers team,
He was one of the bright spots, but he tore his UCL early in 2022, missing all of 2023 rehabbing. He's returned in 2024, but has not been back to where he was stuff-wise, giving up 10.6 hits per 9 while striking out just 6.6. He throws hard with a fastball that averages 95.6 miles per hour, but his whiff rate is in the bottom 20% of baseball, as he's never really managed to develop that splitter into a consistent big league out pitch. He certainly has the talent to turn it around, but he'll have to show more from here to prove this wasn't a miss for Detroit. As such, he gets a current rating of C with an upside of B. 2019, Adley Rutschman. It's a rare thing when pretty much every scout agrees on who the first overall pick should be, as was the case in 2019 for Rutschman, a switch-hitting catcher with power and plus defensive potential. That kind of combo is very rare, one reason why catchers don't often get selected first overall. The last for Adley was the aforementioned Hall of Famer Mauer. In Adley, the O's got a catcher that has since thrown up a 128 career OPS plus in parts of 3 seasons behind the dish, while accumulating 12.9 WAR and 5.9 WAR per 162 games. What's crazy is that there are those out there who believe he still has yet another gear to reach with his bat, meaning if he continues to progress as he enters his late 20s, he's 26 now, we could perhaps witness levels of overall production out of a catcher that we haven't seen since Buster Posey won an MVP in 2012. Even if he doesn't achieve that from here on out, however, the O's still got themselves a generational talent who will anchor their team for years to come. I would say Adley is currently an A, with Hall of Fame upside in the same vein as a Posey or Mauer, at A+. 2020, Spencer Torkelson. When you nearly break the all-time home run record at Arizona State, you're walking among giants like Barry Bonds and Reggie Jackson. That was Spencer Torkelson, and the Tigers were convinced he'd slot into their lineup and provide loud contact sooner rather than later. But flash forward 4 years, and his career WAR is negative 1.7. Before getting sent down recently, he was putting up an OPS under 600 with negative 1.2 WAR in 54 games. This, however, comes just a year after he hit 31 dingers. He's still just 24, so he does have time to rebound, but being as his advanced stats don't look as encouraging as what was once projected, it doesn't seem at this point like this pick is going to age all that well. I'm calling this a D+ as of now, with an upside of a C+. 2021, Henry Davis. This was a bit of a surprise pick, considering Jackson Merrill, James Woods, and Andrew Painter were available, all who've gone on to post encouraging routes of maturation, with Wood even managing to reach number 1 on multiple prospect lists, and Merrill being named an all-star in his rookie season. The Pirates instead took Davis out of Louisville, a catcher with 30 homer upside. So far, Davis has struggled at the plate, hitting just 197 as a big leaguer with 8 homers in 91 games, along with some pretty bad defense. The Pirates probably aren't helping matters either, bringing him up and sending him back down over and over again, a yo-yoing that can easily disrupt a prospect's development. With him about to turn 25 and having posted incredible numbers on the farm, there remains a good deal of hope that he can reach his once lofty billing as a decent catcher with pop and a penchant for getting on base. As such, Davis here gets a D+ for now, with an upside of B-, though his stock will fall fast if he doesn't get his MLB struggles under control as he enters his mid-20s. 2022, Jackson Holliday. Like the Rays in 2008 and the Astros in 2014, the O's picked first right as their team was ready to reach dominant status. The Rays took Tim Beckham, the Astros took Brady Aiken, and the O's went with the son of former MLB great Matt Holliday, Jackson, who then cruised through the minors and made it to the O's in 2024 at the tender age of just 20. His was not a dominant start, as he went 2 for 34 and then got demoted back to AAA, where he promptly then got hurt. Did the O's rush him? Perhaps a bit. He still managed to more than excel at AAA this year, however, putting up a slash of 272, 442, 471 before he got banged up. As still one of the top prospects in all of baseball at an extremely young age, Holliday certainly gets a favorable grade, landing at an A with an upside for A+ if you can put it all together. I know that may seem extreme, but how many other 20-year-olds are putting up nearly 450 OBPs at the highest level of the minors, with plus defensive and power upside as a middle infielder? 2023, Paul Skeens. Skeens was one of the highest rated players ever in any draft, making his selection at 1-1 as much of a lock as Strasburg's more than 10 years prior. And lo and behold, less than a year later, and Skeens has already established himself as one of the most dominant and marketable players in MLB, having literally just started for the NL in the All-Star game in his first year. Why, may you ask? Well, through his first 11 big league starts, he's gone 6-0 with an ERA of 1.90, while striking out over 12 per 9 innings with gas that can touch 102, and off-speed pitches that make seasoned veterans shake their heads. It's still far too early to put his head in a plaque, but based on how he's performed so far, he obviously gets an A+, with the potential to stay right there for years to come. 2024, Travis Bazzana. Listen, I don't feel at all qualified to give a take on this considering he was literally just drafted, so all I can really say is this wasn't seen as a stretch, and that Travis is considered to have true superstar upside as a second sacker after hitting 28 homers with a 407, 568, 911 slash at Oregon State last year. It'll be interesting to see how his pure hitting ability plays the next level, as well as where he'll end up long term since the Guardians already have Andres Jimenez up the middle, but for now, this seems like a solid pick, even if it is unrateable for me. Believe it or not, baseball has a lot in common with boxing. The isolated at-bats between pitchers and hitters, the feeling out processes of pitches or punches that are meant to set up the next or even one way down the road, both are essentially physical chess matches that are brought to a whole other level when the best battle the best. Think Ali versus Frazier, Sugar Ray versus Duran, or Mayweather versus Pacquiao. But when it comes to the best versus the best in baseball, the matchup of Barry Bonds and Greg Maddux stacks up with any of these from a skill and stature standpoint. To start, Barry Bonds is, pound for pound, the most talented baseball player of all time. 762 career homers, with 73 coming alone in 2001, both MLB records. Being the only player with over 400 career home runs and stolen bases, with over 500 in each, and posting a single season on-base percentage of .609 in 2004 that no other player has ever been remotely close to. Yes, the elephant in the room is the steroids. While we could have a very nuanced discussion about that, in this context of head-to-head matchups, it simply elevated his intimidation factor. Along with his intelligence, this basically helped him to keep being Barry Bonds even when he faced the star pitchers of his time, putting up dominant numbers against Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, including 3 homers with an OPS over 1,000, doing the same in the OPS department against powerhouse Eric Gagne, which included one of the more iconic at-bats of the steroid era, when Bonds took the Dodger closer deep. And he also smacked 8 long balls and 80 at-bats versus Curt Schilling, a guy who almost certainly would be in the Hall of Fame if it weren't for some off-the-field controversy. But it was his play versus members of the iconic pitching trio in Atlanta that maybe is the most memorable. Versus 2 of the 3, being Smoltz and Glavine, Bonds simply demolished them, hitting 12 home runs versus them with an OPS that exceeded 1,000. But in his career, the home run king faced no other pitcher as much as Greg Maddux, with 50 more plate appearances versus the professor than any other pitcher. Now, the thing is, Maddux's greatness, in contrast to Bonds, as the nickname implies, was more based on his genius rather than his straight physical tools. And while this narrative isn't perfect, as Maddux had fine velocity for a time and Bonds was one of the smartest hitters ever, the Mad Dog surely was one of the most intelligent baseball players to ever take the field. Highlighted by incredible preparation and a legendary ability to read swings, this allowed him to efficiently cruise through outings to such an insane degree that the feat of throwing a complete game shutout in fewer than 100 pitches has been named the Maddux since his retirement. And the professor rode this ability to 4 straight Cy Young Awards, 355 career wins, and a spot in the Hall of Fame. But back to the heart of this video, he was also Barry Bonds' most interesting dance partner. So let's dive into some at-bats and see why the Bonds vs. Maddux matchups were some of the most epic in baseball history. August 31st, 1993. Despite the fact Barry Bonds was about to win his 2nd straight MVP with an OPS over 1,100 and 46 homers, he was hitting in the 5-hole because that's just where he hit in 1993. And in this game, he found success versus Maddux, singling in their first battle before swatting a homer in their second, and doing so within the first few pitches of the AB. But in their third meeting, it wouldn't be that easy, as following Maddux brushing him off with the cutter, he got one over to even the count. After basically repeating pitch 1, Bonds would miss a nice pitch to hit over the center of the plate to make it 2-2. And with Bonds fouling off another one over the plate, Maddux would go back in on the hands for pitch 7, which Bonds took for a ball. Which brings us to pitch 8, where Barry took the outside pitch the other way for his 3rd hit of the game. Outright domination, right? But now let's go to the opposite end of the spectrum, opening day 1996, where Maddux got Bonds out 3 separate times. First in the first, when he painted one away, missed in, and then forced Bonds to roll one into the shift on the right side. And then in the 4th, after missing low, his second offering caught way too much of the plate, and Bonds almost took Maddux's head off. But considering this is the best fielding pitcher ever we're talking about, he kept his composure and got the out. Grounders were a bit of a theme in this game, as their 3rd battle saw Maddux induce a ground out to the right side on a single pitch. Based on what you've seen so far, I think one thing is pretty clear. No matter how good of a job Maddux did at locating his pitches to Bonds, Barry always had the ability to at least get some good contact off. And knowing this, Greg Maddux thought Bonds was actually one of the more easy batters to pitch against, because if it mattered, you just walked him. You learn to beat lineups and not hitters. You gotta get 27 outs, so you gotta pick your fights accordingly. Which is certainly something Maddux got the hang of after Bonds went to the Bay, with the professor posting a 2.65 ERA against the Giants post-1993. His 3rd best mark against teams he made over 20 starts against, doing so while walking Barry almost 4 times as much as the average Maddux opponent. But perhaps the most interesting aspect of these two facing off, in my opinion, is the fact that their insane baseball IQs almost cancel each other out. I know that sounds crazy, but stay with me for a sec. In Maddux's recent documentary on MLB Network, there was a segment where they brought in Bonds to break down an at-bat versus Maddux from his perspective, while Maddux broke it down from his. This AB from 1998 would start with Bonds being laid on an inside cutter before taking a changeup low and away for ball one. The crazy thing is, while Maddox threw this pitch because he thought Bonds would speed up and chase, Bonds knew it was coming the whole way because he knew the professor would think he would speed up after pitch 1, bringing us to pitch 3, where Bonds, who was looking for a pitch in, got that very offering and smacked it over the wall for a homer, his 8th in his career off of Maddox. But perhaps the most interesting thing from this segment is that Maddox said,
"That's one you gotta put in the memory bank and try not to ever throw it right there again to him."
This may have been a turning point for the professor, because after this homer, the battles mostly seemed to go Maddox's way, as despite the fact Bonds turned into Thanos as the century turned, Maddox, who through 1998 had allowed Bonds to hit over 300 with an OPS over 1,000, locked in, holding the demigod to just 5 hits in their final 40 regular season encounters, with none of them going for extra bases, good for a 391 OPS. A great example of this shift can be found in a 2006 game between the Giants and the Dodgers, where a 40-year-old Maddox was on the mound for Los Angeles, pitching what would be one of his final career gems. Their first matchup would again take place in the first inning, where, following a pitch low and inside, he made Bonds reach away, and although he smoked it, Maddox of course snagged the liner, and turned 2. This takes us to at-bat 2, where Maddox floated one in that looked like the kind of pitch Bonds was probably looking for, but it quickly fell off the table and generated a pop-up. In their third and final battle of the night in the 7th, with the score still tied at 0, Maddox knew he needed to get the home run king out one more time, and that walking him that late in a tied game could be dangerous. So, knowing he needed every advantage possible, he quick pitched Bonds to open up the at-bat. He followed this by throwing 2 quality pitches that Bonds took, making it 2-1. It was here the professor elevated one away that Bonds got into, but Dodger Stadium was just big enough to hold it. In an eventual 1-0 Dodgers win, in an outing where Maddox tossed 8 innings of shutout ball, this was probably the biggest single at-bat of the night, and it went to the professor, and perhaps the most even result possible, a crushed flyout. They would face off 7 more times after this, with Maddox getting out Bonds each time, finishing his career holding Barry hitless in 12 consecutive ABs. This did enough damage in the stat department to make Bonds' final line against Maddox a 262 average, a 370 OBP, a 485 slug, and an 855 OPS. Definitely good numbers, right? I mean, this basically is what underrated sluggers Jack Clark and Richie Sexton posted for their careers. However, considering the hitter and pitcher we're talking about here, their overall numbers were actually absurdly balanced. Think about this. Bonds' career OPS is a ridiculous 1,051, and his career OBP is an almost equally ridiculous 444. Maddox's career OPS against was 649, and his career OBP against was 291. When you subtract their career numbers from their stats against each other, you get a negative difference of 196 for Bonds in the OPS department and a negative difference of 74 on OBP. For Maddox, you get a negative difference of 206 and 79 in those categories. That's right, basically almost impossibly even. Barry versus Greg, Bonds versus Maddox, the professor versus the home run king. It doesn't matter what it was called then or now, it was epic in the extreme every single time they matched up. 2 of baseball's most brilliant minds in an intense chess match, with the game hanging in the balance every single time. And not just a game decided by numbers, with a final and a box score, but the kind of spiritual game we see only the greatest in sports play, when they're competing every bit as much with themselves as with their equally matched opponent, being driven to greater heights as a very result of the competition itself. That's magical to me, and more than worth exploring a bit, as we've tried to do in today's video.
The hitting champ. That crown used to mean something big in MLB. Winning a batting title often bestowed the label game's best pure hitter on the player with the best average. It's a simple stat. Hits divided by ABs. Stan Musial, Willie Mays, and Hank Aaron all won batting titles. Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, and Ted Williams did too. The list goes on. Pete Rose, Miguel Cabrera, Mookie Betts, Jose Altuve, and for the past 3 years, Luis Ariz. In fact, he's won a crown for 3 different teams over that same span, something no one else in baseball history has ever done. The Twins, the Marlins, and last year, the Padres. To put in perspective how special that is, consider the last player to win 3 straight titles was indeed Miggy, when he was bashing for the Tigers between 2011 and 2013. Cabrera is a surefire first ballot Hall of Fame pick in 2029. What about Ariz? If we were rocking bell-bottom slacks around the year 1977, the question would have been considered ridiculous. Of course he's on a Hall of Fame trajectory. He has a career batting average of .323. How could he not be? But at around that same time, guys like Bill James, Tom Tango, and Pete Palmer were toiling away in relative obscurity, doing pen and paper calculations to devise statistics that would revolutionize how we analyze the sport of baseball. James and Tango were developing a way to assign each MLB player one number that would quantify the total wins the player helped his team amass during the season.
Palmer was toying around with a way to calculate how productive a hitter was, to prove that hitting for power led to more wins than hitting for a high average. And not just for today's players, for every MLB player who'd ever stepped foot on the diamond. But those sabermetricians were a decade or more away from major breakthroughs that would shake the very foundations of the sport. For the vast majority of fans wearing Dacron polyester in 1977, the guy that won the batting crown was no doubt among the most productive and valuable players around. To even question this notion would have made no sense based on how most fans consumed player stats: ABs, hits, runs, RBI, the total box score that appeared each morning in a newspaper. On Sundays, the league's entire span of averages ran in 2 long columns. And starting at the very top, like an emperor on his throne, was the leader in batting average for each league. That's where Luis Arraez has lived for the past 3 seasons, among baseball royalty. But is that really an accurate reflection of Arraez's place in the game? Is he really the straw that now stirs the vaunted Padres offense? What do these new metrics that were being cooked up in the late 70s tell us about the productivity of Luis Arraez? Spoiler alert, he was actually one of the least valuable everyday players in the game in 2024. But don't run to the comments just yet. Hear me out. I promise I'll back up my case with evidence. You're probably asking yourself right now, how could you possibly say that a batting champion is one of the least valuable everyday players in the game? Even the most ardent fans of advanced stats might find this eyebrow-raising. What gives? What gives is the way many people still perceive the game of baseball to this day. When you rely on a box score for your daily dose of hardball, you get the basic statistical display that puts an emphasis on hits, RBIs, home runs, the like. If a player went 2 for 4 with 2 singles, that was a great game. If another player went 0 for 2 with 2 walks and 2 strikeouts, not so much. Bill James was among the first to attempt to take a sledgehammer to this simplistic view of the game. In 2002, he dropped Win Shares, a work built on 25 painstaking years, where James pulled together decades of research to give every significant MLB player from 1876 to 2001 a number he called a win share. Each win a team got came with 3 win shares, so a 90-win team would divide up 270 win shares among the players. This approach obviously became the basis for wins above replacement, which in turn became the de facto baseline stat to assess a player's overall value. WAR calculates performance above replacement using a combo of batting, running, hitting into double plays, defense, and positional scarcity all rolled into one number. 10 runs that a team scores usually equates to a win, and so WAR is determined by dividing runs above replacement by 10. WAR has allowed fans to see just how valuable someone like Ben Zobrist was for the Rays in 2009, when he had the second highest WAR in the game at 8.7, despite playing multiple positions and not hitting 300 or 30 homers or driving in 100 runs. Shout out Foolish Baseball for his recent video on him, by the way. The other more recent stat that's burst onto the scene is OPS, or on base percentage plus slugging, which was the brainchild of Pete Palmer. Palmer came up with a powerful concoction of just simply adding 2 stats together, that on base percentage plus slugging, to create a powerful tool for evaluation and prediction. He, with John Thorne, spelled it out in his 1984 classic, The Hidden Game of Baseball. Using OPS, Palmer could calculate the value of an average MLB hitter and then rank players in relation to this normalized value. Thus, the birth of OPS+, where 100 is league average and fans can see where their favorite players sit in the pecking order. If a player has an OPS+ of 110, he is 10% better than league average. At 90, he is 10% worse, and so on. Let's now look at Arraez in 2024 from 2 different viewpoints. One will use the standard methods favored by old school types, average, hits, and strikeouts. Then we'll switch it up and look at this same season using the new tools at our disposal, WAR and OPS, along with a plethora of Fangraphs and StatCast data. Let's start with hits. Luis Arraez got 200 of them last year, and that mark has hollowed overtones. 200 hits used to be a true measure of greatness. Last season, in fact, only one other player, Bobby Witt Jr., had more, at 211. In 2021 and 2022, no player surpassed 200 hits. It's one of those things that's arguably getting harder to do over the years. Pete Rose, the late great troubled hit king, exceeded 200 hits in a season 10 different times in his career. So did Ichiro, consecutively, which also included setting a record of 262 hits in a season in 2004, a record that likely won't be broken anytime soon, if ever. To put it simply, hits are why kids play baseball in the first place. No 10-year-old ever brags about a lofty on-base percentage. Hitting is the reason that baseball has any fans at all, and it's among the hardest things to do in sports. Even elite athletes like Michael Jordan and Tim Tebow found out how hard it was to actually hit professional pitching, and they never even made it to the majors. So, in that regard, only one other person on the planet, Witt, bested Luis Arraez last season in terms of raw production. He had the most hits in the NL, full stop. At a historical level, that does mean something. If we extend the hypothetical discussion further, if getting a hit used to be the entire point of baseball, then striking out was correspondingly seen as a complete failure, right? Again, 10-year-olds don't typically cry after grounding out to shortstop, but whiffing against the kid from across the street? There's no greater shame. With that being said, no one in baseball fanned less than Luis Arraez last year, striking out just 29 times in 679 plate appearances. In his glorious 2004 season, Ichiro himself K'd 63 times in 762 plate appearances, basically double what Luis did. But with this comes a caveat. There's no longer great shame in striking out anymore, and that's partially why the K rate has spiked so much in recent years, rising to roughly 8.7 per team last season, basically 17 out of every 54 outs every game. What are the other reasons for this besides a change in approach? Well, in large part it has to do with the rise in nasty pitching and raw velocity. In one game in 2023, when Sandy Alcantara faced off against Spencer Strider, there were 91 pitches in excess of 97 miles per hour thrown in a single game. In 2019, MLB saw 1,056 pitches over 100 miles per hour. Now it's getting close to 4,000 per season, with many more being registered on dizzyingly high spin rates. Perhaps then it's no surprise that a hitter the caliber of Elly De La Cruz whiffed 218 times last year, and barely anyone seemed to notice. Because the nerds said it didn't matter. These same nerds don't think much of Arraez, as we'll see. His own teammates, however, have a bone to pick with the stats-only approach to appreciating Arraez's game. They certainly seem to value his put-the-ball-in-play approach. Anytime you put the ball in play, anything can happen, so it's very special, infielder Xander Bogaerts said. I think it's a great fit for us. Obviously, he'd be a great fit anywhere, but on our club, for sure. I know the singles hitter isn't really valued as much in this game, but as a starting pitcher, it's exhausting facing guys like that. Pitcher Joe Musgrove said, guys who don't swing and miss, that don't chase a lot, that are constantly on base, that wears you down over the course of an outing. This is how many fans who shun advanced data see Arraez. He's very valuable because he gets a lot of hits. He grinds out at bats. He had the highest batting average in the NL. His team made the playoffs. Why are we even having this discussion? Because that's not simply where the analysis ends. When you put all of Arraez's numbers into the formulas originally conceived by James and Palmer and the other stat geeks at Fangraphs, guess what? Luis Arraez had an F-WAR of 1.1 last season and a B-WAR of just 1.0. In the annals of baseball history, there have been over 13,000 seasons in which a player hit less than 300 and had a higher WAR. In other words, Luis Arraez had a pretty meh season for a batting champion, and that's being charitable. Get ready for the brutality. Arraez ranked 359th in WAR in all of MLB last year, equal to Leody Taveras and Brian Rocchio. Assuming GMs are picking teams at 25 aside from current rosters based on WAR, then Arraez would be taken roughly in the 14th round according to these totals. But wait, hold your horses. It's not just that we don't appreciate batting average. There was another reason that Arraez saw such a mediocre WAR, and it's a bit more old school than you'd think. He played terrible defense, making 5 errors in just 69 games in the field, with horrid advanced metrics that clocked in at a negative 1.1 DWAR and negative 13 outs above average. He played mostly first when he was on the field, often finding himself at DH as well, both positions that cost a player WAR, because these positions demand big offense to make up for the comparatively less effort it takes to play the position, or in the DH's case, simply exist. WAR measures not just offensive prowess, but overall baseball skill. Is it perfect? No, but it's a decent benchmark. With that being said, let's focus on just his offense next, his true calling card. What about his OPS+? Here again, Arraez puts up some pretty meager numbers comparatively, an OPS plus of 106, which puts him just barely above average as an MLB hitter. His WRC plus was slightly better at 109, good for 71st in baseball. His WOBA ranked him 73rd. Why were these numbers so low? Because of those 200 hits Arraez collected, only 39 were for extra bases. The rest were singles. That translated into a slug of just 392, or 100th best in the game. And if you're thinking, so what? He batted leadoff. Singles are good. Think again. Batting leadoff, Arraez cost the Padres 2.6 runs relative to average last season. That determination comes from examining yet another newish stat, RE24, or run expectancy based on the 24 different base out scenarios that arise during a baseball game. Basically, RE24 gives us an estimate of runs per each scenario. A hitter leading off an inning with no outs was worth .491 runs in 2024, but if he reaches first with no outs, he's now worth .890 runs. Great, you think? Arraez did that all the time, right? His OBP, in fact, was 328 with no outs and no one on, far above the league average of 302. But get this, if all you really do is get to first, your OBP needs to be around 360 in order for a player to be value neutral.
Stick with me here, I promise I'm getting to the point. In other words, extra base hits put runners into scoring positions and allow runners who are currently on base to score. Singles alone don't really cut it. And 2 out of 3 of Arraez's at-bats last year were leading off an inning, well above the league mark of 57%. So he was costing the Padres runs because while 25% of on-base events, hits, hit by pitches, or walks were for extra bases around the league, just 17% of Arraez's were. You know what's funny? Where these singles would really matter would be more so with players on base. So really, Arraez would have been much more valuable to the Padres if he'd batted third. But in a stacked lineup with Machado, Bogarts, Profar, Merrill, and Cronenworth, slotting Arraez at third would have definitely ruffled some feathers and probably wouldn't have been strategically the best move. Even 5th or 6th would have raised some eyebrows, but it probably would have still created more runs. That's obviously not what happened though, as they stuck him at leadoff, and Arraez finished 8th on the team in runs per plate appearance as a result. Before we keep going, I want to make this expressly clear. I'm not hating on Luis Arraez because he's an old school player in an era dominated by 3 true outcomes. Many compare Arraez to Rod Carew, a singles hitter who only clubbed more than 10 homers twice in 19 years of MLB service. But this comparison is probably unfair to Rod Carew at this point. In 1973, Carew was the same age as Arraez, 27. He got 203 hits, just above the 200 Arraez collected last season. Carew had 47 extra base knocks, close to Arraez's 39. But Carew had a WAR of 7.0 because he walked 62 times, while Arraez walked just 24. His OBP, 411, compared to Arraez at 346. Carew was also seen as an above-average defender who stole 41 bases. Arraez has 20 career swipes as of now. But the thing is, Arraez was actually relatively close to being Carew-like for the prior 2 years before 2024. In 2023, he hit 354, slugged 469, and had an OPS plus of 128, numbers very similar to Rod in his prime, and his F-WAR was 3.3, which ranked him 53rd, in the same vicinity as Manny Machado and Willie Adames. His B-WAR was actually much better than that, solidly at all-star levels at 4.9. If you go back to 2022, it's very similar, an OPS plus of 128 and another batting title. His OPS was only a shade under 800 because he walked a career-high 50 times. His F-WAR came in at 2.7, 63rd in the game, right alongside Gleyber Torres and Randy Rosarena, and his B-WAR again clocked in a bit higher than this at 4.2. He was truly valuable in the old-school way and in the new metrics that value getting on base and slapping a few extra base hits along the way. In both seasons, he played okay defense as well, with a D-WAR that averaged about 0.3, so he also wasn't penalized for his shoddy glove work. So, what happened in 2024? In October 2024, at season's end, Arraez underwent surgery to repair a torn ligament in his left thumb. He'd played through the injury during the last 4 months of the season, and there was no doubt that it had affected his play, perhaps sapping some of his already limited pop. It may also have affected his fielding in a negative way. This isn't the whole story, however. There were definitely pieces of this that were more so his overall approach, as his walk rate was just in the 3rd percentile last season, and oddly, for someone who never struck out, his chase rate ranked near the bottom of the league as well, in the 11th percentile. In 2022, those numbers were in the 78th percentile and his walk rate was in the 51st. But even during his incredible 2023 season where he batted 354, his chase rate had dropped to the 28th percentile and his walk rate had dipped to the 15th. Despite the thumb injury, something certainly seems to have changed in the way that he's been approaching at-bats in recent seasons. Will his shift back next year? Who knows? But a few more walks, a double here and there, and a better performance with the glove, he easily could be looking at a massive rebound in the advanced metrics, for all those who care anyway. So, at the end of the video, I believe I've made a solid case for why Luis Arraez was one of the least valuable everyday players in 2024 per advanced analytics. But even with this being said, in my opinion, no fan of baseball should ever root against his future success. The new stats might not work in his favor all the time, but that's okay. He can still be very good even by these metrics with just a few of those previously mentioned tweaks. And hey, seemingly everyone who's played with him says the same thing. He's a great teammate and a hard worker. He wasn't given much of a chance to make it at the outset of his career, and he's proved his doubters wrong every step of the way. That's just awesome, plain and simple, and makes it very easy to root for a guy made in the mold of a bygone era, even in an era of boom or bust.
Baseball's steroid era. It's kind of hard to know how to feel about it. On the one hand, it represented perhaps the most prolonged period of openly cheating in the history of professional sports. Most of those who participated and excelled in this era will also retain its scars, and some of the best players in history will never be enshrined in Cooperstown as a result. On the other hand, it revitalized a sport that needed it desperately in the wake of the 1994 players' strike, and a waning of interest overall in what had once been America's pastime. It contains some of the greatest performances in baseball history, some of the finest and most unforgettable moments, and damn, was it ever fun to watch. So, for the moment at least, let's set aside our morals and our misgivings, and let's relive the swollen magic and ripped majesty of baseball's steroid era in all of its PED-infused glory. Here are the best roided out seasons in baseball history. But before we dig deeper into this concept, I want to ask that if you enjoyed today's video, please consider liking and subscribing. If we hit 3,000 likes in this video, I'll make a part 2, since there are so many roided out seasons that deserve to be appreciated, and I couldn't possibly put them all into one video. Anyway, our first crazy season is actually multiple seasons. Barry Bonds, 2001 to 2004. Every one of these seasons deserves mention, as during this time he broke the OBP record twice, the home run record, the walk record, the OPS plus record, and countless other hitting records. There were the historic moments, of course, like when he shattered Mark McGwire's single-season home run record by blasting 73 in 2001, but records like that tell just a fraction of the story for what was undoubtedly the best statistical stretch in MLB history, bar none. During that 4-year period, Bonds basically broke baseball's idea for what was possible at the plate. En route to 4 straight MVP awards, he slashed an insane 349, 559, 809 with 209 home runs. His total FWAR was 47.3 over this time, which was actually better than 5 other teams' entire offenses combined. When it comes to runs created plus, Bonds' 2002, 2001, and 2004 campaigns are the first, third, and fourth best offensive seasons of all time. Only Babe Ruth's 1920 campaign sneaks in there along with Barry. Here are some other jaw-dropping numbers from Barry's run on the record book. In 2001, when he hit 73 home runs, he had just 49 singles. But who really needs them when you have 107 extra base hits and 177 walks? Speaking of bases on balls, in 2002, he walked 198 times, obviously a record. He also hit 370 to win his first batting title at the age of 38. He also broke the OBP record with the 589 mark. In 2003, he took 65.9% of the pitches thrown to him and still managed to hit 45 homers and slug 749. But it was really in 2004 that Barry became a walking, talking, smashing outlier. At age 40, he had 4 more home runs than strikeouts with 45 to 41, walked a record 232 times, which included 120 intentional bases on balls, surely a number we'll never see again. And all those walks helped contribute to a mind-blowing 609 on base percentage, which is, not considering his own dominance in previous years, by far the best a hitter has ever been at not making outs. More than likely, no major leaguer will ever intimidate pitchers in quite the same way again. Hell, since his run of 240 OPS plus seasons, only one player, Aaron Judge, has even managed to break 200, in a season that saw him hit 62 clean dingers. Barry's records, each of them, are more than likely safe for the foreseeable future, if not ever at this point. Jose Canseco, 1988. If Barry Bonds' performance was the high water mark of the steroid era, it was Jose Canseco's 1988 season that really kicked it off. Hitting 33 home runs and winning the AL Rookie of the Year award at age 22, the 6'3", 230-pound Canseco drew comparisons to Mickey Mantle. With his combination of speed and strength, the muscle-bound youngster also had the physique of a Greek god and was not afraid to show it off. He looked like a cannon about to explode in the batter's box. He'd almost dance before every pitch, wiggling, shifting, and twitching. And with what turned out to be performance-enhanced bat speed, he left seasoned veterans gawking. A's coach Dave Duncan once observed to Canseco's bat, "It's not a blur, it's invisible. I've never seen bat speed like that. That's how he can hit the pitch that jams other guys into right center field with power." Canseco was also moody, brashy, and cocky as hell. Perhaps that was the steroids as well. Before his sophomore season in 1988, he told reporters that he would be the first player ever to hit 40 home runs and steal 40 bases in a season. And then he proceeded to back up this outlandish prediction by doing just that. Baseball's first ever 40-40 year also came with a 307, 391, 569 slash, and league-leading 170 OPS plus. At age 23, Canseco posted what turned out to be his career highs in batting average, OPS plus, stolen bases, doubles, and RBIs. Canseco, through his congressional testimony and best-selling book Juiced, would later prove to be an essential whistleblower in the steroid era. But during that magical summer of 1988, he introduced us all to the stunning strength, power, and agility of steroid-aided play, and we didn't even suspect he was doing them. Or maybe we just didn't want to know. Roger Clemens, 2005. A 40-year-old Barry Bonds had already blown baseball away multiple seasons by 2004, so in 2005 it seemed only appropriate that a pitcher would do the same. A 41-year-old Roger Clemens was the losing pitcher for the Houston Astros in their Game 7 defeat to the St. Louis Cardinals in the 2004 NLCS. He thought about retiring after that season, only to be given more than 18 million reasons to stick around for one more year, the most annual reasons ever given to a major league pitcher at that point.
Clemens had been phenomenal in 2004, going 18-4 with a 2.98 ERA, taking home his 7th Cy Young Award in the process. But somehow, despite his advanced age, he was even better in 2005. Of course, we now know that a huge part of that somehow was PED related. Clemens posted the best ERA plus and ERA of his career that year at 2.26 and 1.87. This seemed impossible at the time, especially coming off a 6-year stretch where Clemens was more really good than truly great. Clemens' 1.87 ERA was the lowest by any National Leaguer since Greg Maddux in 1995, and he also led the league in giving up just 6.4 hits per 9 innings. The 42-year-old Rocket dominated baseball more thoroughly than he had ever done in his 20s. He also led the league in adjusted ERA, fielding independent pitching, and WAR among hurlers. But Clemens would go just 13-8 thanks to some anemic run support. In 5 of his 8 losses, he allowed 3 runs or less, and in all 11 of his no decisions, Clemens allowed 2 earned runs or less. As a result, Clemens finished just 3rd in the Cy Young voting, behind Dontrelle Willis and Chris Carpenter, despite having one of the best pitching seasons in modern history. Gotta love that old school voting approach, right? But either way, this kind of season honestly probably did more to harm his Hall of Fame case than help it. No player had ever done what he did at the age he did it. Perhaps except for Bonds in the box. Mark McGwire, 1998. Okay, let's go back to the other Bash brother. You knew this one was coming. In March 1998, the cover of Sports Illustrated proclaimed, "Get ready for a slugfest." In previous seasons, baseballs had already started to exit ballparks at increasing rates, and the players who were hitting them were already starting to look more like bodybuilders or wrestlers than baseball players. Most people at the time, including Sports Illustrated Tom Verducci, attributed these developments to increased weight training and supplements, plus how expansion had thinned out MLB pitching staffs. And the poster child for those revamped baseball sluggers was Mark McGwire. The Cardinals' first baseman had always been a home run hitter, launching .489 in his rookie season with the A's in 1987, en route to winning the AL Rookie of the Year. But it wasn't until 10 seasons later, in 1996, that Mark McGwire 2.0 again flirted with 50, blasting 52 that season, and then 58 in 1997. So, coming into 98, it was definitely conceivable that McGwire could hit 62, eclipsing Roger Maris's long-held single-season record. Nobody dreamed that McGwire would break the record in early September, or that the Cubs' Sammy Sosa, and, for a while, the Mariners' Ken Griffey Jr. would give him a run for it. It became the year of the great home run chase, as an America that had been captivated by the Monica Lewinsky scandal turned back to its favorite pastime. And it probably couldn't have been better timing. After the 1994 player strike, baseball was at its absolute lowest, so this period of record chasing really did help bring the game back. Some have even said that this period may have just saved the game entirely in terms of national relevance. McGwire himself survived the intense pressure and spotlight to hit a godlike 70 home runs that season. It seemed like a record that could stand for another 40 years, but in the end, it lasted only 3, taken down by the many times mentioned Bonds. The supplement-fueled slugger had a number of crazy seasons in the late 1990s, but it was this year that took the crown. That record-breaking 70 homers, a 216 OPS+, a 752 slugging percentage, and an NL MVP runner-up. He really should have won, all at the age of 34. He would follow this up with 2 straight seasons where he notched an over 170 OPS+, including a 203 mark in 2000. Sammy Sosa, 2001. McGwire's chief opponent in 1998, Sammy Sosa, was no one-hit wonder either. As good as his 66 home run MVP winning performance had been, the real summer of Sammy arguably came 3 years later in 2001. In fact, Sosa's whole run between 1998 and 2001 is often overlooked at this point. During that period, he averaged 61 home runs a season and became the only player to ever hit 60 or more home runs 3 times. And yet, somehow, he didn't win even a single home run crown during those 3 seasons that crossed the 60 threshold. If that doesn't perfectly encapsulate the roid-fueled dominance of the era, I don't know what does. In 2001, as Barry Bonds was electrifying baseball with another home run chase, Sosa was having a career season, blasting 29 home runs in the final 2 months to finish with 64. Nobody really seemed to notice. That year, Sammy set personal bests in runs scored, RBI, walks, batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage. He had an incredible, for anyone not named Barry Bonds, 203 OPS+, another career high, and 425 total bases. Sammy also hit a career high in RWAR this season with 10.3. Sammy, despite always finding himself on the periphery of the spotlight, ended up being overshadowed basically every season he was making his own assault on the record books by either McGwire or later Bonds. But still, for a 4 to 5 year window in the late 90s and early 2000s, he was arguably the best slugger on the planet, at least until Barry launched himself into the stratosphere. Eric Gagne, 2003. When closer Eric Gagne entered the game at Dodger Stadium, the PA system would blast Welcome to the Jungle by Guns N' Roses, and the words Game Over would flash across the scoreboard. And for a multi-year period in the early 2000s, this proved to be a plain fact for all Dodgers opponents. When Gagne entered the game, it was as good as done, as the intimidating reliever converted all 55 save opportunities in 2003, en route to becoming the first pitcher to record 50 saves in more than one season, and the fastest pitcher to ever reach the 100 save mark. What's more, between August 2002 and July 2004, Gagne converted 84 consecutive save chances, a major league record that will more than likely never be broke. Gagne was a beast and looked like no other relief pitcher before him. His fastball could hit triple digits, a rarity at the time, and his Vulcan changeup, gripped with the forefinger and middle finger spread apart from the ring finger and pinky, was nasty playing off of it. It often looked like the right-hander had somehow thrown a left-handed curveball. One of Gagne's catchers said that his changeup spun so fast it would cut your jersey. Oh yeah, and he mixed in a low to mid-70s buckling curve once in a while too. Good luck. In that magical season, Gagne used his filthy repertoire in 77 games, allowing just 49 total bases along the way. That came on just 20 walked batters and 37 surrendered hits in 82 1/3 innings. He had a 1.20 ERA and ridiculous 3.37 ERA plus that season, with a strikeout to walk ratio of 6.85. Gagne would, quite unsurprisingly, win the Rolaids Relief Man of the Year award, while also becoming the first relief pitcher in 11 years to win the Cy Young. He now stands as the most recent, and with seemingly little chance of this feat being repeated going forward due to the evolution of our understanding of the value of relievers, he'll probably be the last. Going into the 2007 season, Alex Rodriguez's previous performance with the Yankees had been somewhat underwhelming to fans. Despite an enormous paycheck and some decent, for him, regular season numbers, the slugger had hit just .240 with 3 home runs in 96 playoff plate appearances. Yankees fans were ready to call for his head coming into the campaign, but A-Rod quickly silenced his critics with one of the hottest starts in MLB history. In his first 18 games, he smashed 14 home runs, including 2 walk-offs, all while hitting over 400 along the way. Rodriguez eventually slowed down, but not before having arguably his best season, hitting 54 home runs, including the 500th of his career, becoming the youngest player ever to reach that milestone. He also slashed .314, .422, .645 with a 176 OPS+, all while driving in 156 runs and scoring 143, both career highs. Rodriguez was named the AL MVP for the 3rd time in his career. It later came out that not only had A-Rod used PEDs during that season, and many others, but he had been given the express written permission of Major League Baseball to do so. Prior to that season, Rodriguez had actually asked for permission to use testosterone, which had been banned by the league since 2003, and 2 days before spring training, his request was granted. In a crazy twist of legal cheating, Rodriguez took full advantage, and elevated his game to yet another level. The Yankees would, however, again falter in the playoffs, with Rodriguez posting good but not great numbers in their ALDS loss to Cleveland. Okay, let's quickly go over a few honorable mentions as well. Manny Ramirez, 2000. That season, it was just Manny being Manny, with of course that extra boost of the juice. Despite playing in just 118 games due to some nagging injuries, Ramirez posted a career-high .351 batting average, along with 38 home runs and 122 RBI. In what would later prove to be his final game in a Cleveland uniform that season before signing with the Red Sox, Manny launched a home run in front of the Tribe faithful at Jacobs Field, capping off one of the few seasons in MLB history where a player averaged more than 1 RBI a game for nearly 120 contests. Ken Caminiti, 1996. The NL MVP award was won in 1996 by a player who today is probably not known that well by younger generations, Ken Caminiti. The bulked up third baseman, who was more so seen as a glove-first player up to that season, performed at levels he had never sniffed before, combining his usual dazzling plays at third with a career year at the plate, batting .326 with 40 home runs, 130 RBIs, and 1,028 OPS. The switch hitter set a major league record by homering from both sides of the plate 4 times in a game in one season. He even hit 2 home runs after getting food poisoning in Mexico during a historic series south of the border. Kevin Brown, 1996. That same season, a lanky but muscular Marlins pitcher was dominating from the mound. Brown, the team's ace, had a microscopic 1.8 ERA in an ironclad 233 innings pitched, good enough for a league-leading 7.9 WAR and 2.15 ERA+. However, in another instance of old-school voting, his 17-11 record paled in comparison to Atlanta hurler John Smolt's 24 victories, who won the Cy Young over Brown, despite having an ERA that was more than a run higher, and an ERA+ more than 60 points lower. Rafael Palmeiro, 1999. Fan favorite Palmeiro returned for his second stint with the Texas Rangers in 1999 at age 34, with most hoping at the most for some decent production out of an aging vet. He, with the help of some extracurriculars, turned in much more than that, with the once skinny outfielder turned bulky DH/first baseman hitting .324 with 47 home runs. He finished 5th in the MVP voting and even won a Gold Glove at first base despite playing only 28 games in the field. Don't ask. Juan Gonzalez, 1993. Palmeiro's fellow Ranger and another formerly skinny outfielder, Juan Gonzalez, erupted for his own career season more than half a decade earlier in 1993. That year, he led the AL with 46 home runs and a .632 slugging percentage. In a home run derby showdown with Ken Griffey Jr., Gonzalez amazed the crowd by becoming the first player to hit a home run into the facade of the upper deck in left field at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, a shot estimated at 473 feet. Balls just aren't supposed to go that far to left field in Baltimore. They just aren't, but they sure did that night. So there you go, a catalog of some of the greatest PED-infused seasons of all time. The tainted era of steroids will likely always cast a shadow over these accomplishments, making it difficult to know how to feel about them overall. But despite the controversy surrounding the steroid era, it's important to remember that the achievements of players during this time were at least entertaining in the extreme, and certainly worth remembering, even if we may not encounter most of them as we're making our way through the corridors of Cooperstown.
Juan Soto recently signed the largest contract in the history of Major League Baseball for an overall payment of $765 million, and this came with it a crazy $51 million AAV over the course of 15 years, which, somewhat unsurprisingly, is also the longest contract ever committed on the free agent market. But as I'm sure you've heard a lot of people question since you signed this deal, is it even possible for him to be worth a contract of this size, being the kind of player he is? That's what we're going to be attempting to answer today, as well as what it would actually take for him to be worth the contract. But first we have to start with discussing the type of player mold he falls within, being pretty much exclusively valuable for his hitting. You see, since he made his debut in 2018, he's been worth -31 fielding run value, with -15 DRS and -5.1 DWAR along the way. Basically, no matter how you slice it, this guy can't really field well at this point, which I get is concerning for his long-term future as an outfielder, considering he's pretty much in his physical prime at 26, and as such is not likely to improve much from here, if at all. Furthermore, he's not a good base runner, with his -10 runner runs per StatCast since he made his debut, designating him as a far below average runner overall, with his mark of -3 in 2024 being tied for third worst in all of Major League Baseball. But we can't forget exactly how valuable his hitting has been, as in that same time, since his age 19 season, he's never had an on-base percentage below 400, has a career OPS plus of 160, over 200 home runs, and 304 batting runs per StatCast, which make his combined -41 fielding/runner runs seem pretty trivial. As everybody knows, he is a generationally good bat, especially considering how young he is currently. In fact, he might even be the best bet we have for an active player to reach the 700 home run threshold, even if the chances do seem fairly slim. Now, with all this being said, there's a reason I've stayed away from mentioning so far his overall value, being his WAR. Why? Because this is the best way we have to evaluate a player's objective worth as of now, and also gives us our best way of estimating exactly how much production they would have in order to be worth whatever number of committed money they are currently owed. So, first of all, I want to note that the generally accepted price per one win above replacement created for a free agent is estimated to be between $6 and $10 million according to various sources in the MLB valuation circles as of the prior completed offseason. As such, I'm going to consider one WAR to be, at this time, worth about $8 million. Before we go any further, I do also want to acknowledge there are two primary sources of WAR as of now, being Fangraphs and Baseball Reference. But since they both have him at basically the exact same total of 36.3 to 36.4 career WAR, we don't really have to discriminate between them in this case. With that being said, we can see that Juan has been worth, on average, 6.3 WAR per 162 games. With that being said, let's just consider it 6 wins a season to account for the roughly 5 to 10 games he misses per year. So at this current rate of performance of 6 WAR a season, he will be worth approximately $48 million a year in value, meaning he would basically cost his team an average of $3 million a season every year over the course of the next 15. That doesn't sound like a very good outcome for the Mets, right? About -$45 million over the course of a decade and a half in cost? Of course, it isn't that simple. First of all, his most recent season, during which he posted about 8 WAR, would have his created value at $64 million. Now we're in profitable territory. But will he stay at this level, especially as he starts to age? Likely not, right? In fact, in order to accommodate for this, let's say he goes down to 5 wins per season on average over the course of the 15 years, which accommodates for some pretty impressive performance on the front end and then an age-related decline on the back. If we assume this, he's only making his team back about $40 million per year, costing his team roughly $11 million on average per season over the course of the deal. That's now about $165 million lost as a result of the Mets signing Soto. So basically, unless he balls out like he did in 2024, the entire length of the contract, or at least close to it, it just simply won't be worth it, right? Due to the nature of how contracts work in sports, this isn't true either. Why? Because the value of players doesn't stay stagnant. This means that 15 years from now, an average win above replacement could be worth as high as $15 to $20 million, maybe even more. This is actually a huge part of the reason owners will sign players to long-term deals if they're confident they can return any real notable amount of value in the later years of their contract. Because when Juan Soto was 38, his $51 million probably won't even be in the top 5 in MLB at that point. But this still doesn't answer the question. What number would make him worth his deal? First, we have to assume a rate of growth to the price per WAR. In the research I've done, it seems to come out to a rise of about 0.5 million per year in recent years. Now, this could totally go up or down depending on economic factors, but let's use this as a placeholder, because we have to assume some things in order to do our calculations. That would mean by the end of his 15-year contract, each single WAR per season would have been worth about a total of 172.5 million. Divide that by 15, you get an average of 11.5 million per WAR per year. That redefines our standards a little bit, doesn't it? Now, even if Soto was worth that seemingly dilapidated total of 5 wins a season over the course of his deal, his total value generated per year would be worth $57.5 million, making his contract more than solidly profitable for the Mets, as this would be a created amount once the deal was done of about $862 million. If he then puts up his career average of about 6 WAR per year, it goes up to $1.04 billion in value. With that being said, what is the minimum total he would need to post on a year-to-year basis in order to break even for New York under these considerations? According to my low-resolution math, he would need to register about 4.5 WAR a year on average for those 15 seasons, which would create an average value total of about $51.75 million a year, coming out to $776 million in total. Again, these are incomplete, imperfect calculations, but they're the best I could come up with given my research on the topic, and do provide a pretty tangible world in which Soto could be a good investment for the Mets, even if I don't think Steve Cohen really cares one way or another as long as they win. This certainly isn't a given either that Soto will return at least this level of performance. 4.5 WAR in a season is all-star level according to Fangraphs, and expecting that level of production over that long of a period could easily end badly. For example, Hall of Famers Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera, in a combined 18 years worth of contracts in the second half of their careers, only managed to be worth more than 4 WAR in a season 2 times, once apiece. With that being said, I certainly wouldn't put it past him either, especially considering he could very well throw up 8 WAR a year for the next 5 seasons to pad out the average for his later years.
MLB players seldom agree on anything. They come from all over the world, from a variety of backgrounds, so finding common ground in a clubhouse can be challenging. But there's one topic where just about everyone agrees. Angel Hernandez sucks as an umpire. Cue the chorus of disgust. Let's hear from the players themselves in their natural habitat, usually following a horrible call that then led to an ejection. Notice how no one is mincing words when it comes to Angel Hernandez. They're letting it rip, because after 32 years of bad umpiring, there's nothing left to lose. That was the most ridiculous call I've ever seen in my 10 years of pro baseball and my 20 years of baseball period. It's just beyond belief. I'm completely flabbergasted. That's from Mike Piazza of the New York Mets, a Hall of Famer. We all know you don't want to be here anyway. That's from Phil Nevin, the Yankees' third base coach. I will not watch any game, officiated by Angel Hernandez. His incompetence amazes me, and I'm tired of MLB doing squat about it. How about another Hall of Famer and Chipper Jones of the Braves? I'll have a speech with that home plate umpire after the game. That's from Steve McMichael of the Chicago Bears, delivered to a packed crowd at Wrigley Field. That's right, even players from other sports can't stomach watching Angel Hernandez call MLB games. But lots of umpires miss calls, right? I mean, in 2018, Boston University published a study on MLB umpiring that crunched hundreds of thousands of data points across 10 years, and it was determined that between 2008 and 2018, around 12.8% of all calls were bad. Balls called strikes and strikes called balls. The same study didn't consider horrible calls on the field, of which umpires like Hernandez have many, but it was a much more in-depth dive than had ever been undertaken before. But among the usual performance that Angel Hernandez has become known for, one thing stood out. 2018 wasn't nearly as bad as his other years. In fact, he wasn't even in the bottom 10 for performance. As you might have expected clicking on this vid, that was indeed an outlier, a much better performance than his historical data. The question is, why did Angel improve in 2018, only to sink back down to his natural habitat, the bottom of the barrel following? Maybe it's a coincidence, but in July 2017, Hernandez sued MLB for racial discrimination, alleging that the league hadn't promoted him to crew chief or to umpire a World Series since 2005 because he was of Cuban descent. He accused Joe Torre, MLB's chief officer, of harboring a lingering grudge against him that began when Torre was the manager of the Yankees. Yet, if you take a look at Hernandez's overall scorecard, you'll see some rather eye-popping numbers, 2018 notwithstanding. From 2015 to 2023, Hernandez ranked in the 27th percentile for accuracy and in the 13th for consistency. His bad calls impacted games like few others. He sat in the 69th percentile for leverage, with each of his bad calls adding about 0.13 runs to a game on average. Most people would look at those numbers and think, I'm not very good at my job. Most employers would say, you're fired, or at the very least not promoted. Yes, Angel Hernandez sued MLB for racism, with all this having been considered, and perhaps unsurprisingly lost. But of course, there's much more to it than just that. How did it all go down? And what does it say about the future of umpiring in the major leagues? We in no way in this video mean to disparage Hernandez's rise through the ranks. No one can doubt his work ethic was there on his way up. In fact, his story is uniquely American, as there are hundreds of thousands of people living in South Florida who share in the struggles of leaving Cuba and starting over in a strange land. Angel Hernandez was born in Havana in 1961, and the next year his parents migrated to Hialeah, a growing city just outside Miami. By then, the Cuban emigration was in full swing, as many educated Cubans were fleeing the Castro regime to find a better life. Angel's father ended up running a local Corey League, the oldest continuously run youth baseball league in the country. It was there that Hernandez started playing until an injury ended his career prematurely. That's when he ended up turning to umpiring. Then began the slow, torturous climb through the minor leagues. And it indeed is torturous, make no mistake. As of last year, there were just 76 full-time umpires in the big leagues. A typical year might see 10 or so new umpires called up from AAA for spot starts behind the plate or on the bases. These umpires who dwell in the minor leagues often make as little as $2,000 a month, with the very small chance of ever making it to the bright lights. By the time Angel was 32, he'd beaten the odds, becoming a full-time ump at the major league level, the first in MLB history to have been born in Cuba. The child of immigrants was living the American dream. Few umpires of his background get to. Even today, just 9.3% of MLB umpires are Hispanic, compared to 28.5% of players. Hernandez definitely deserves credit for breaking barriers. It could have been a feel-good story, but at the end of the day, life is about making the right call, and too often, Hernandez just couldn't. Seldom do umpires earn national fame for great calls in big games. Even outstanding umpires like Jim Joyce can have an amazing career, but will live forever in infamy for one blown call. In 2010, Joyce was the first base umpire who missed a call with 2 outs in the ninth, ruining the perfect game of journeyman Armando Galarraga. Joyce realized his error, apologized, and showed class in dealing with the momentary lapse. This has not been the case for Angel Hernandez after he's made bad calls. It's incredible that an umpire could have highlight reels of worst calls literally tens of minutes in length and still be employed. As such, he's earned his place at the bottom of the game calling food chain for a good reason. Many reasons, actually. Hernandez started building his long and lengthy case the second he came up from the minors. In one game early on, he called a balk on 13-year MLB vet Rick Sutcliffe and then blatantly missed a play at home. Fast forward to 1998. The day before the All-Star break, the Mets and Braves were locked in one of their late 90s battles. A tie game headed to the bottom of the 11th inning. Atlanta's Michael Tucker tried to score on a shallow fly ball to left. Bernard Gilkey came up firing to catcher Mike Piazza, and the ball beat Tucker to the plate by a mile. Piazza scooped it, tagged out Tucker, and the game was headed to the 12th. Wrong. Hernandez called Tucker safe, and the game was over. While the Braves celebrated, the Mets were furious, demanding that Hernandez explain the call. Reliever John Franco later said, at first, he said Mike dropped the ball. Then he said he got the leg in there. He himself didn't even know. Piazza simply screamed, "He's safe? What?" Before the 2000 season, MLB purged 22 umpires from its ranks, and miraculously, Angel ended up making the cut. This was despite him ranking 31 out of 36 National League umpires, according to the MLB Players Association at the time. 13 others from the NL, with some of them at least presumably higher ranked, were let go. By 2001, Hernandez was pissing everyone in baseball off. First, in May, he called a balk on Andy Pettitte, a lefty who had one of the best moves in the game. After the contest, Yankees manager Joe Torre said that Hernandez seems to see something that nobody else does, and then questioned the umpire's understanding of the balk rule. From a baseball lifer like Torre, that had to hurt. Then, in August, in a game at venerable Wrigley Field, Hernandez called Ron Coomer out at home. Everyone in the Windy City seemed to see it one way, yet Hernandez saw it another. During the 7th inning stretch, Chicago Bear great Steve McMichael, guzzling some old style, proceeded to rip on the home plate umpire. That was the end of it, right? While still on air during the bottom of the 7th, McMichael was escorted from the booth. Yikes. Hernandez was still tapped to umpire in the 2002 and 2005 World Series, though, as the BU study showed, seniority and not ability mostly determined and continue to determine those assignments. So why give a bad umpire such a big role? In a word, politics. But it wasn't like Angel got any better over the years following some of these lowlights. In 2013, for example, Hernandez again showed the world why he shouldn't umpire any games, much less those on the grandest stage. In a matchup between the Indians and the A's were down 4-3 in the ninth when Adam Rosales launched a rocket to left center that hit a railing in the stands and then bounced back into the field. Angel Hernandez's initial call? A double. Oh man, that sucked at first glance, but instant replay was designed to fix exactly that kind of botched call, right? So Hernandez went into the booth, watched a replay that clearly showed the ball hitting the railing about 3 feet above the wall, and then confirmed his call of a double. The A's went on to lose the game, but Angel Hernandez wasn't done in 2013. For good measure, he blew a double play call at first base that would have given the Sox a victory in the bottom of the ninth. So egregious was the screw-up that all Sox announcer Hawk Harrelson could do was yell, "No! He was safe." By 2011, MLB had a new umpiring sheriff in town, Joe Torre, who had been installed as chief baseball officer. One of his duties was oversight of umpires. Already we'd seen what Torre thought of Hernandez's balk calling ability in 2001. It's probably not a coincidence that Angel Hernandez worked 5 league championship series between 2000 and 2007, but only 2 since. He's appeared in 0 World Series since 2005. He was named interim crew chief in 2020, but only because of COVID, and was never promoted to the full-time position, despite applying for the job. Keep in mind, he's been an umpire for over 30 years now, in a position that prioritizes seniority. That tells you something. Imagine a World Series game officiated by a pig-headed umpire who won't listen to reason. Those 2013 calls, after all, were disastrous and would have hurt the game on a much larger scale if they'd been nationally televised. Wait, we don't have to imagine what that would be like, because in 2018, Hernandez was assigned to work the ALDS between the Red Sox and the Yankees. He would be on the bases, where from 2016 to 2018, Hernandez had 78% of his calls that were reviewed overturned at first base, 18% above the MLB umpire average. This would prove to be a bad omen of things to come. 3 times, count them 3 times, Hernandez had calls overturned at first base, the most since replay review had been instituted in 2014. Now, to be fair, the first of these 3 calls was close, the kind of bang-bang 50-50 situation that replay was intended to correct. Umpires are human after all, aren't they? The second call was a little bit more of a straight miss, though again in real time, not so easy to determine, especially for older umpires. The BU study was very clear on that point. The worst umpires tend to be older, while the best are younger. But postseason work favors seniority, which means the biggest games probably get the worst umpires. The last overturn was just egregious, as the runner was safe at first by a mile, and Hernandez just botched it royally. Any one of these calls would have been a low light, but all 3, just a disaster that embarrassed the baseball world at large. Even though he was slated to work the World Series in 2018, that Game 3 pile of excrement was so large and smelly it forced MLB's hand, and so Hernandez was bypassed completely. The question is, why was Hernandez even there in the first place? Not to be cynical, but one reason undoubtedly was that Hernandez had sued MLB in 2017 for racial discrimination, alleging that MLB's actions in refusing to select Hernandez for various World Series and its refusal to promote him to the position of crew chief had deprived him of his rights and were caused by Major League Baseball's intentional discrimination. That's of course coming from his own lawyer. There's no doubt that MLB had a clear issue with how it dealt with its minority umpires at the time, as Hernandez's lawsuit made clear. In the 77,760 games played in the majors between 2000 and 2016, not a single one had a crew chief who wasn't white. Furthermore, after Joe Torre's arrival as chief baseball officer in 2011, only 1 non-white umpire was picked for a World Series out of 36 umpires selected. There was a number of non-white umps not named Angel Hernandez during this time, but they were all consistently passed over as well. Alleged the animus between him and Joe Torre from back during Torre's managerial days had leaked over into his performance evaluations, causing them to be considered worse than they had ever been before. Whereas early in his career, Hernandez had exceeded standards multiple times, after 2011 he'd mostly failed to reach this level, and in fact had gotten his first did not meet standards rating since 2002. In its own defense, MLB had only one avenue, to show that Hernandez wasn't passed over because of his ethnic background, but because simply, he sucks as an umpire. It stated, Hernandez has been quick to eject managers, which inflames on-field tensions rather than issue warnings that potentially could diffuse those situations. Hernandez has also failed to communicate with other umpires on his crew, which has resulted in confusion on the field and unnecessary game delays. His poor performance at calling balls and strikes or making calls on the field was more so implied than directly stated. Basically, MLB made a great case that Angel Hernandez should be fired, except you can't fire someone who just sued you for racial discrimination and who's protected by a dominant union. And so the two dynamics were at play at the same time, the lawsuit and the umpiring. What the whole situation seemed to be screaming was that there was fault on both sides from a philosophical standpoint, but someone of Hernandez's stature as a horrible umpire was probably the wrong person to whistle blow. After all, how would it look if a student who consistently got Fs on tests started debating that those tests weren't fair? While it might be true, no one's going to give that kid the time of day, and that student will continue to fail class after class. In March 2021, United States District Judge J. Paul Oken granted a summary judgment in MLB's favor, finding that the evidence shows beyond genuine dispute that an umpire's leadership and situational management carried the day in MLB's promotion decisions. Boom. Just like that, Hernandez lost his case. The court found that bad umpiring, not being Hispanic, was the reason that Hernandez saw his career flounder. Hernandez, of course, appealed the decision, but in 2023, he lost again. But notice the dates. The case was filed in 2017 and wasn't ended until 2023. The entire time, bizarrely, Angel Hernandez was still umpiring Major League games. An umpire that MLB stipulated in legal filings was literally bad at his job. The irony certainly is that Hernandez's own performance seemed to fuel MLB's claims about him. Angel was a gift that kept giving to MLB's high-priced attorneys, who used this incompetence in the proceedings. There was that aforementioned 2018 fiasco in the ALDS, which cost Hernandez the World Series. Players like Jeff Nelson chimed in with comments like, "When we played the game of baseball and we stunk, we got released. When umpires stink, they get home plate Game 4 of the ALDS." On national TV, Pedro Martinez was mortified that Hernandez was allowed to be there at all. Major League Baseball needs to do something about Angel. It doesn't matter how many times he sues MLB. He's as bad as there is. Months after he filed the lawsuit, Hernandez seemed to provide more fuel to the fire that he was incompetent by throwing out Ian Kinsler in the middle of an at-bat. Kinsler later said that Hernandez needed to find a new job. Perhaps MLB agreed. In 2019, he threw out Astro managers AJ Hinch out of a spring training game for arguing balls and strikes, and Hinch later called the move unprofessional and arrogant. Also in 2019, a Rays Red Sox game was delayed 20 minutes when Sox manager Alex Cora appealed some rather creative subbing that Kevin Cash had done. MLB later investigated why this delay had happened, speaking with Hernandez via a phone call. Hernandez was supposed to get off the call after he'd said his piece, but secretly stayed on to spy on what MLB was saying about him. This would lead to MLB stripping him of his active crew chief title. Then he called the worst game of 2021 behind home plate with an accuracy of just 83.2%. It's no wonder that Hernandez lost his appeal in 2023. The Second Circuit U.S. Court of Appeals found that Hernandez couldn't prove any of his claims. He couldn't show that MLB was racially profiling its umpires for promotion, and that Torres' criteria for evaluating umpires didn't lead to a disparity between white and minority crew chiefs, at least not specifically in relation to Hernandez. MLB's argument had largely hinged on the idea that there aren't many minority umpires to start with, and that the accusation of widespread discrimination was a stretch. And to its credit, MLB has since named its first black crew chief in 2020 in Kerwin Danley, and then named two more in 2023 in Adrian Johnson and Alan Porter. Hopefully things are moving in the right direction on that front. Again, in truly bizarre fashion, after that decision was announced, Hernandez was back umpiring games, making bad calls all the while. He missed calls against the Nationals and Yankees that changed outcomes almost immediately upon coming back. I guess some things never do truly change. Yes, Angel Hernandez finished as the lowest rated umpire of 2023, despite calling just 10 games. In those 10 contests, he missed 161 calls. Angel Hernandez largely seems to be leading the case for robo-umps being instituted in the big leagues. Last year, each AAA team had Hawkeye cameras installed in their stadiums, 8 cameras positioned in the same spots. Next year, MLB will have 12 such cameras, though no automated ball strike system will yet be in use. It's a high-tech solution, no doubt, one undertaken by FIFA, Pro Tennis, and NASCAR. It seems to be the future, and would be an improvement over Angel Hernandez at least, right? Maybe not yet. AAA reports have shown that the strike zone is different in each stadium, that mistakes still get made, that players and coaches seem to miss the ambiguity of the strike zone, especially the high strike, which ABS calls a ball. One reason walks were up in AAA. That was one of the primary functions of ABS, to lead to more balls in play. That really wasn't the case last year in the minor leagues. For now, the real problem with Angel Hernandez is that he still works as an umpire in a prominent position, that he wasn't fired years ago. There are good umpires waiting to take his spot. So, why not? Like we alluded to before, it's virtually impossible to remove umpires due to their union. Thus, the real problem is that the umpires union protects bad game callers. I get union politics, but things like this are just bad for the sport at large, and despite the shortcomings with automatic strike zones currently, could end up ushering in a change prematurely, just to try to abate the game-changing mistakes some umps make on a routine basis. Unions offer workers protection, no doubt, and I don't mean to say that umpires should be fired for missing a big call, but what about thousands of calls over years of work? Why bother with umpire evaluations if nothing ever changes? If a person is psychologically unsuited to be an umpire, which Angel Hernandez surely seems to be, why protect rank incompetence and irritating arrogance? I'll leave you with that question. Perhaps Pedro said it best. MLB needs to do something about Angel, and for that matter, anyone who acts with this kind of conduct. We'll see what form that takes going forward, but for now, that wraps up our story of Angel Hernandez's lawsuit and the subsequent lack of fallout from it.
Behold the one-hit wonder. Was it luck that vaulted Los Del Rio to the top of the charts with Macarena in 1996? Was it talent that catapulted the Knack to #1 with My Sharona in 1979? Luck or talent? Talent or luck? We'll never know why some bands hit it big with one song and then fade into obscurity. The real-life Sharona of the song ended up selling real estate after all when the glitz fizzled. The same dynamic applies to certain MLB one-hit wonders. Players who, for whatever reason, exploded for a month or a year only to come crashing down and land in the dustbin of baseball history, where, if they're lucky, they'll become a footnote in a baseball encyclopedia, or maybe they'll get profiled on a YouTube channel. Again, only if they're lucky. While we don't know what forces will produce the next Chumbawamba or Dexy's Midnight Runners, we do understand more about the statistical structures of MLB, especially the concept of regression to the mean. The key concept here is extreme production, some kind of outlier that defies prior or post performance. The more extreme the result, the more likely that comparatively more moderate results will follow. Sometimes this regression can take a while. For baseball GMs, this presents a big problem. When a player is new, there isn't a mean to regress to. There isn't an average that manages to capture the player's natural ability. Instead, we have an abundance of prospect lists, some of which end up being laughably inaccurate. Will Junior Caminero become the next Manny Ramirez? The Rays certainly hope so, but for every top 100 prospect, there's a Marcus Stroman somewhere, looking at the list and not seeing his name. Just ask the White Sox. They had a roster full of elite prospects who either couldn't stay healthy or just straight fizzled out. Many of those guys are either done in the bigs now, or on other teams. Sometimes players get a shot with the big squad and they go on a streak that may or may not have been the statistical reality of that player. When Ken Griffey Jr. homered in 8 straight games, it had been done just twice before, the definition of an outlier. Yet, it wasn't luck that led to the result. Jr. was one of the best ever. When Kevin Minch of the Rangers homered in 7 straight in 2006, it was probably heavily influenced by luck, because he went on to hit just 89 homers in his career total. For comparison, Jr. would have had to homer in 45 straight games to match Minchin's ratio, just to show you how unlikely that streak was statistically. Part of what makes baseball great is that the outliers can shock the game. Players can come out of nowhere, play like superstars that they never were, and then fall back to earth, never to be heard from again. One more note here before we get going, I'm not going to be exploring guys from the whole of baseball history, mostly because I think there's enough examples from recent history to dig into, and these are the players I found myself developing an emotional connection to back when they were successful. So I thought, why stray from that? With that in mind, here's our list of the craziest one-hit wonders in recent MLB history. Nicknamed the Punisher, Aristides Aquino is a big man, 6'4" and 220 pounds out of the Dominican Republic. Signed at 16 by the Reds, Aquino would grind out 2 seasons in the Dominican Summer League before ever stepping onto an affiliated diamond in the States. Then came a slow ascent up the rungs of the Reds organization, where he consistently showed excellent power with a penchant for striking out. He was not a part of their long-term plans at any point really, just a body to fill out the AAA roster with a small amount of upside. But it was then that something funny happened. As 2018 began, Aquino started crushing everything he saw, smoking 24 homers over 63 games to go with a slash line of .302, .358, .637. The Reds seemed to figure, where there's smoke, there's fire, so they traded Yasiel Puig to the Indians and stuck Aquino in right field on August 1st. From here, all the Punisher did was set an MLB record by reaching 15 homers in the fewest plate appearances at 122. 14 of those homers came in August, to go with 33 RBIs and a .320 batting average. Not surprisingly, he was not only named NL Rookie of the Month, but NL Player of the Month. He even hit 3 homers in one game against the Cubs. He had an otherworldly WRC plus of 185, which is Mike Trout in his prime territory. Then came September, and what many critics were calling for came to pass. His inevitable regression. He hit just 200 with 5 homers and 14 RBIs, dropping his WRC plus all the way down to 117. So, was that Aquino's mean? That would still be pretty decent, and enough to earn him some reasonable big league time. As it turned out, it wasn't even close. Between 2020 and 2022, when the Reds finally let him go, Aquino played in 187 games, hitting just 192 with 22 homers, striking out 38% of the time. The start of 2022 was especially brutal. When the Reds DFA'd him at the end of April, he was in the midst of an 0 for 25 slump and was hitting just .049 with 1 homer. He had went from Player of the Month to player on waivers. He came back 4 weeks later and actually got his average up to .217, but would struggle again to end the season, finishing below the Mendoza line at 197 with 10 homers. His WRC plus was down to 60. The Reds finally had enough and cut him loose completely, with Aquino then signing with the Japanese team. After a sub-600 OPS with them in 2023, he signed with the Mexican club for 2024, with whom he's currently producing around a 600 mark for as well. What does being named the Independent League Player of the Year get you?
Ask Chris Colabello, who earned that honor in 2011. Most of the time it gets you precisely nothing. For 7 seasons, Chris Colabello toiled for the Worcester Tornadoes of the Canadian American Baseball Association, the Can-Am. For 7 seasons, Chris Colabello crushed the hapless pitchers of a league where just getting invited to spring training is a huge deal. Some guys would make it, almost all of them either pitchers or umpires. Position players still face incredibly long odds due to the lack of an ability to read a hitter's skill with peripherals, as you can do more so with hurlers. Chris Colabello played first, third, the outfield, wherever he thought an MLB team might need him. But for almost a decade, no one thought they needed him. Finally, in 2012, the Twins decided to see if he could do what he did in Worcester at the AA level. Turns out, he could. He hit .284 with 19 homers and 98 RBIs. That led to a promotion to AAA in 2013, where he hit 24 homers in 89 games, to go with a .352 batting average, easily ranking among the best minor league hitters of that season. The Twins brought him up in 2013 for his MLB debut, when Colabello was already 29 years old. He would only hit .192 over 54 games. Still, he showed enough raw skill the Twins saw fit to give him another shot. He made the team out of spring training, and they got off to a hot start, having hit .347 on April 22nd when he injured his thumb. He tried to play through it, but there was nerve damage. After that, Chris's production plummeted, and on May 23rd, they sent him back down. At the time, he'd fallen all the way down to .232. He came back in July and was sent down in August. That was probably it, right? It was a miracle that he even made it that far, after 7 seasons in the Can-Am. Before the 2015 season, the Twins sent him back to Canada, or more specifically to the Blue Jays, who probably saw him as a warm body for their AAA affiliate and little else. But Colabello proceeded to tear up the International League in April 2015, and at the same time, the Jays were having trouble finding a lineup presence to complement their big three, Jose Bautista, Edwin Encarnacion, and the newly acquired Josh Donaldson. So they decided to call up Colabello and see what he could potentially add. This paid dividends almost immediately, as he hit .368 in May, then .300 in June. He slumped to .224 in July, but then followed that up with a .386 August and .308 September. All told, he finished the season with a .321 batting average, 15 homers, and 54 RBIs in just 101 games. His OPS plus of 143 ended up being second on a team with all those aforementioned sluggers, behind only the league's eventual MVP and Donaldson. What's more, he had helped contribute to the Jays making the playoffs for the first time in 22 years. Colabello hit .375 in the ALDS, including a huge homer in Game 4 as Toronto took the series before flaming out in the ALCS. Regardless, however, Colabello was set to become the Jays' starting first baseman in 2016, for the first time in his major league career having a job locked up out of spring training. But then, in April 2016, he failed a drug test and got suspended for 80 games. The problem was, Colabello denied taking a banned substance, and he spent hours and hours trying to figure out how anything got into his system, even testing his dog's medicines. But he could still produce no explanation, though everyone who knew him said that there was no way he had juiced. Still, MLB denied his appeal, and he was forced to serve a suspension. There ended up being a ton of controversy surrounding what ended up being a surge of seemingly unintentional steroid consumption around this time, not just with him, but with other players. But, suffice it to say, the guy who was probably hit the most hard by these circumstances was Colabello himself, who would end the year posting just an .069 batting average in 10 games. Unfortunately, he would never step foot in the big leagues again. Sometimes, players regress to the mean. Other times, fate plays a cruel trick on them. Jimmy Nelson of the Brewers going into 2017 was poised to continue being what he had been, one of the game's most mediocre starting pitchers. He'd been the Brew Crew's top pitching prospect while in the minors, but after he came up in 2014, he put together multiple seasons that were the embodiment of average. He led the league in hitting batters multiple times and in walking them once, with his overall production coming out to a 95 ERA+. He was able to get ground balls with a decent sinker-slider combo, but little else, boasting a career K/9 of just 7.5 as well. He was named the Brew Crew's 5th starter coming into 2017, and then stank up the month of April with a 5.34 ERA and whip of 15.38. He was seemingly close to being sent to the pen or to AAA. Then May arrived, and so did the new Nelson. He would go on to make 29 starts by September 8th, with his ERA having sunk to 3.49 to go with a record of 12-6. He was throwing his two-seamer much harder, but less often, mixing in a nasty curveball and reshaped slider. His home run allowed rate of 0.83 was 4th best in baseball. His FIP of 305 was 5th best. His ERA plus was a robust 126, making him about a quarter better than the average major league pitcher. But perhaps even more encouraging than any of this, his K/9 had skyrocketed to a career best 10.2, with him striking out 199 batters in just 175 innings. For comparison, the year before, he had K'd just 140 in about the same number of starts. He was one of the best starters in all of baseball, finishing 9th in NL Cy Young voting, and at 28 years old, it was finally seeming like he was going to live up to the hype he had built many years before as a prospect. But then, he crushed the ball off the wall against the Cubs, and he rounded first base a little wide. In the process, he had to scamper back and dive to the bag. He landed awkwardly, tearing his right labrum and straining his rotator cuff. He had surgery weeks later, and he wouldn't appear in a game again until 2019, when he posted an atrocious 6.95 ERA in 10 games pitched, mostly out of the pen. After more injury issues and inconsistency, he finally came back for one last season with the Dodgers in 2021, where he appeared in 28 games with an ERA of 1.89. His pure stuff was dominant again in that stretch, striking out 44 in 29 innings as well. However, he was not destined to become baseball's next great starter to reliever story. He tore his UCL mid-season, and despite trying to come back, he never did fully recover. He last played in 2023, pitching to a near 4.5 ERA, mostly in AAA. Meanwhile, as Nelson was thriving in Milwaukee, another 2017 NL Central player was performing out of his mind. For the first 6 seasons of his MLB career, Zach Cozart was a decent MLB player with a career WAR of 10.8, which made him slightly better than average, but almost all of that was due to his defense. His OPS plus over that time frame was 90, not a terrible mark, but the sample size was large. Zach Cozart was a meh hitter with good defense. That was his player mold, plain and simple. In 2015 and 2016, he had battled leg injuries that limited him just 48% of his team's games. As the 2017 season dawned, Cozart was 31, and more than likely on the downside of his career trajectory. It was around this time teammate Joey Votto made a deal. If Zach made the All-Star team, Votto would buy him a donkey. Cozart must have wanted that donkey badly. By the end of April, he was miraculously hitting .352. In May, he had .347 with 6 bombs, more than he had had in all of 2014 when he played 147 games and hit just 4. A slight slump in June dropped him to .323, but by July, those numbers were good enough to earn him a starting spot on the NL squad. Votto's word was good, and Donald, the donkey, joined the Cozart family. While his second half wasn't quite as strong, Cozart still finished 2017 with a .297 average and 24 homers. He walked almost as many times as he struck out, at a ratio of 63 to 78. His OPS plus was 140, 16th best in the game overall, and 32 points better than his previous career high. His 5.2 WAR was also a career best. But there were some flukes buried in his numbers. His WOBA, or weighted on base average, of .399 was well below his expected WOBA of .332. In fact, that gap of 0.67 was the second largest in all of baseball. His exit velo and hard hit percentages had remained below the MLB average, meaning Cozart might have had a bit of luck shining down on him. Zach then moved on to the Angels on a 3-year, $38 million deal, and, like seemingly most who sign in Anaheim, immediately proceeded to struggle mightily with both injuries and production. He tore a labrum in 2018, playing just 58 games, with his OPS plus falling all the way down to 82. 2019 was the real nightmare, however. He had neck, back, and shoulder injuries, and his season ended after just 38 games, a .124 batting average, and a -12 OPS plus. Ouch. Ending his career in Anaheim after just 2 years played and a -2.3 total WAR accumulated. A first-round pick makes it to the big leagues at 22 after demolishing the minors at every stop up the ladder. That rookie season sees the top prospect become one of the better young power hitters in the game, someone who seemingly could bat .300 with 30 homers while playing a notoriously light-hitting position in second base. The rest is history, right? That player likely will go on to have a pretty spectacular major league career, unless something like injury gets in the way. This indeed was the trajectory of Keston Hiura, more or less, except no injury impeded his progress. So, why isn't he a superstar today? Honestly, it's hard to tell. He didn't regress to the mean. If anything, Hiura's rookie numbers mirrored the seasons he had had in the minors and at UC Irvine, where he'd been plucked with the 9th overall pick by the Brewers in 2017. After not making the team out of spring training in 2019, he went down to AAA and slaughtered everything he saw at the plate. In 57 games, he crushed 19 homers with a .329 batting average. That got him called up in May, where he kept it going, only to get sent back down in June, despite hitting 5 homers in 17 games. 3 weeks later, he was back to stay. At the plate, he was red hot, finishing the season with a .303 average and 19 homers in 84 games. He was hitting everything hard. His average exit velo of 91.4 ranked 30th in the game overall. His OPS plus was a staggering 138, a crazy high total for a rookie. But he had had seasons like this in the minors and at college. He seemed to be a star in the making, not a nobody who had lucked into an opportunity. But there were some red flags even then, like how he struck out about 31% of the time. His sky-high .402 BABIP also hinted at regression. On defense, the picture was much worse, as Hiura committed 16 errors at second base, most for that position in MLB, despite playing about half the year. His advanced statistics didn't really look any better. Still, he was 22 years old, and if need be, the Brewers could shift their pieces to find a place for that bat. Except, from here, Hiura never really blossomed at the plate. He hit .213 during the 2020 COVID season. Though with 13 homers, he led the NL in strikeouts, however, with 85 in 59 games, and again he led all second basemen in errors. Despite the pop, his OPS plus slid down to a pedestrian 87. Then came disaster in the form of 2021, which saw Hiura's OPS plus drop down to just 51. Over 61 games, he hit 168 and struck out almost 4 out of 10 times at the plate. He played a few games at first, a few at second, a few in left, but all that seemed to do was prove that he was bad at 3 different positions rather than just one. He rebounded in 2022 to a 113 OPS plus with the Brew Crew, crushing 14 homers in 80 games, but with an overall flaccid WAR total of 0.8 due largely again to his lack of defensive ability. Since then, he's absolutely destroyed the minors, posting a slugging percentage over 500 with the small club since 2022, but it hasn't been enough to get him another shot. Today, he plays for the Tigers affiliate, again languishing away as a quadruple A player. At about 28, however, he may be the one position player on this list who can make this video age quite poorly. He certainly has the raw skill, and I for one am rooting for him. Meanwhile, in Atlanta, 2019 saw another top prospect who was living up to the hype. Michael Soroka was a first-round pick of the Braves in 2015, a 6'5", 250-pound sinker baller who aimed to combat the game's penchant for the 3 true outcomes by eliminating 2 of them, homers and walks. Soroka's talent was undeniable. He made his debut in 2018 at the age of 20 against the Mets, and all he did was throw 5 scoreless innings. The Braves were looking to him to cement a young rotation that would pair with their electric everyday players to form a juggernaut. The next season, Mike started 29 games for the Braves and went 13-4 with an ERA of 2.68 at the height of the juice ball era. Even as this was going on, Soroka managed to shut down the long ball himself, surrendering just 0.7 homers per 9, best in the NL. For a 21-year-old, this was remarkable. It showed that when Soroka missed, he avoided the middle of the plate. With his power sinker, he induced ground balls at a 50% clip, well above the MLB average. He walked just 5.9% of the batters he faced as well, again much better than average. But perhaps his most incredible stat was that he had left almost 80% of base runners on base, showing incredible maturity for his age in big spots. All of that combined into an ERA plus that season that was an astounding 171 in 175 innings pitched. For good measure, he threw 7 innings of 1-run ball against the Cardinals in the NLDS. The future was bright for the rookie many observers considered to be among the game's most promising starters. Then came his first game in 2020 when he tore his Achilles. In a perfect world, he would have recovered in 9 to 12 months. But instead, almost a year after the first tear, he tore the same Achilles tendon again, just walking in the Braves clubhouse. Hamstring issues also hampered his recovery. He didn't pitch at all in 2021 or 2022 after throwing just 3 innings in 2020, essentially removing 3 full seasons from his resume. He made it back by May 2023, but the results were more than a little disappointing. His now diminished stuff produced a 6.40 ERA. His home run rate skyrocketed to 2.5 per 9. His ERA plus had fallen all the way down to 69. The truth was, he just wasn't the same pitcher. And sadly, it doesn't look like he's going to be ever again. He's currently barely holding on with the horrible White Sox team, starting his year 0-3 with an ERA of nearly 7. He's also walking about 13.4% of all hitters, almost triple his 2019 rate. Here's to hoping another unlikely comeback might happen, as he is only 26 as of the time of this video. In August 2018, if you asked a Yankees fan who'd be the drivers of the team's offense in the future, they might have answered Aaron Judge, Gary Sanchez, Gleyber Torres, and Miguel Andujar. Andujar finished second in Rookie of the Year voting in 2018, a year after Judge had won the award. He had burst onto the scene by breaking Joe DiMaggio's rookie record for doubles with 47. He also clubbed 27 homers and drove in 92, good for an OPS plus of 130. He also finished the season with a 297 batting average. But if you look deeper, there were some real causes for concern. Looking again here at his expected WOBA, it was 39 points less than his actual WOBA, the 3rd biggest spread in the game. Because he walked so little, he had to make contact to get on, which meant that he was obviously prone to being a bit streaky. But on top of all this, like Hura, Andujar was one of the worst defensive players in the game, with that rookie season registering as one of the worst defensive seasons ever by a third baseman in the history of Major League Baseball. So it was clear he couldn't get by with his glove either. He would then get bit with the injury bug in both 2019 and 2021. But even when he was healthy, he basically stopped hitting. His power evaporated, as he's only hit 12 homers cumulatively since that rookie season. Without power, or without a position, Andujar really brought nothing to the table. He couldn't DH and he couldn't play the field. The Yankees waived him after 2022, and the Pirates signed him. Then they waived him after a poor 2023, and the A's signed him, before he went on to finish 3rd in batting in the International League. Because of this, it does seem like he still has a sliver of that potential left over, even if we'll probably never see it again at the Major League level. He's currently rehabbing his meniscus on the IL, with his future again cast in doubt. Baseball can be an unforgiving game, with a built-in failure rate that would wither most top professionals. Imagine a surgeon who only saved 30% of her patients. In the medical world, you'd be jailed. In baseball, you get a plaque in Cooperstown. But as unforgiving as it can be, because of the random statistical forces at work, it is possible to have outliers that can truly shake up the game. For 60, or 100, or even 162 games, a player might catch nearly every break, to the point that they start seeming like something other than what they probably were. Fans find glory in guys like Aristides Aquino or Chris Colabello because they're living out a fantasy that is older than the rags to riches term itself. They prove that the bottom can rise to the top, hard work can pay off, a never-say-die attitude can truly lead to immortality. But good luck and good stories can just as quickly turn sour. Injuries can derail careers that could have been filled with triumphs. One-season wonders can regress to the mean after their bloops stop falling in. At the end of the day, the grind of 162 games every single year will reveal exactly the kind of ball player you are, sooner or later.
Baseball's a sport where data rules all, until you come to defense. Then some subjectivity creeps in. In the NFL, you can look at tackles, sacks, interceptions, and passes defended. All are objective measures that usually describe the best defensive players. The NBA has steals, blocked shots, forced turnovers, and defensive rebounds. All, again, objective measures that correlate well with our perception of who the best defenders are. MLB is fielding percentage, sure, and errors, assists, and putouts, but no one thinks that these objective measures accurately capture the best defenders. After all, if you don't touch that many batted balls, you won't make many errors. Doesn't mean you're a great fielder, just that you have no range. Case in point, Nick Castellanos in 2023. Even the error as a baseball concept is subjective in a way that a steal or interception isn't. What constitutes screwing up a routine play? In sports at the highest levels, are any plays truly routine? What makes a play hard? But despite the arguments that break out about the reliability of defensive analytics, baseball fans know that some players are just great at fielding via the eye test. And now, thanks to some advances in modern analytics, things like DWAR and total zone rating, or since the 21st century, stats like DRS and OAA. Turns out some of this data easily backs up our memories. Willie Mays in 1954 had a league-leading DWAR of 2.0, meaning he gave his team an estimated extra 2 full wins because of his defense, and he made the greatest catch in the history of the World Series. He was immune to historical corrections because he was so objectively good. 30 years later, Andrew Jones patrolled center field for the Braves, and he also put up incredible numbers, saving 35 runs in 1998 and 36 runs in 1999, good for 4th and 6th all time. He also had 20 total outfield assists in 1998 to lead the majors. He currently still has the second highest total zone rating in MLB history. Again, the eye test was backed up. So, for this total zone rating, who's in first place all time, you might ask? Brooks Robinson of the Orioles, by a wide margin. Again, this makes sense, right? I mean, the human vacuum cleaner was a human highlight reel at third base. He basically won the 1970 World Series with his glove alone. For 16 straight seasons, he took home a Gold Glove. Probably the only other player that made defense a national brand in a similar way was Ozzie Smith of the Cardinals, who himself sits in 4th place all time in total zone rating. But none of them can say about their best years as a defender what Andrelton Simmons can say about his 2013 season, that it was the best all time when it comes to these metrics. Again, given the subjective nature of defensive stats, you might find yourself yelling no. But in 2013, Simmons put up a DWAR of 4.3 and saved 30 defensive runs, both among the best totals ever for any player, let alone a shortstop, which led him to win the first of his 5 Gold Gloves. What's more, the players he was challenging had all played in the pre-analytics era, making their own records somewhat hard to objectively judge in comparison to his. To put up the metrics he did this season at that kind of premium position he was playing puts that season over the top in our minds here at MTC as the greatest all time when it comes to defensive analytics. What were his faults? I mean, he had tremendous range, a cannon for an arm, and the ability to make plays few others could because of his freakish athleticism. No one else has quite managed to rival this package since. But wait, notice how I said no other player has managed to rival a season like Simmons. This was very specific terminology, because 2013 somehow wasn't even his best campaign with the glove. You see, 4 years later, the GOAT defender became the GOAT 2.0. It boggles the mind that a player could set the bar so high and then reset it so quickly. But thus was the nature of Andrelton's all-time levels of defensive dominance, which is what we're going to explore today. But before we do so, a little history on the player himself. There's an island in the Caribbean that has produced some of the most exciting players of the past 3 decades, and no, it's not the Dominican Republic, at least not for this video. It's Curacao, part of the Netherlands, with a population of about 160,000. This tiny island has sent 17 players to the bigs somehow, including current stars like Ozzie Albies and Kenley Jansen. Awaiting a more than eventual election to Cooperstown is Andrew Jones, one of the greatest overall talents the game has ever seen, especially defensively, like we detailed before. Andrelton Simmons grew up in Mundo Novo, and at age 7 began playing in the country's Little League. Curacao won the Little League World Series in 2004, featuring future big leaguers Jurickson Profar and Jonathan Scope. From the age of 7 to 16, Simmons also played alongside a future MLBer, Didi Gregorius. Simmons played shortstop and Gregorius played second base. As they got older, Gregorius started getting more attention from scouts. When asked if he'd ever played in the Little League World Series, Simmons said, "No, that wasn't good enough." Didi signed with the Reds in 2007 and started pro ball in 2008. Simmons was looked over, and when he turned 18, he assumed his athletic career was all but concluded, at least in regards to baseball. What was he considering for his next career venture? Potentially playing semi-pro soccer.
But what he didn't know was that a coach from the US was scouting talent on the island, and that he liked Simmons' arm and soft hands up the middle. He ended up signing Andrelton to a scholarship to play at Western Oklahoma State University, where Simmons lasted for 1 season. But in that time, he made a huge impression as a right-handed pitcher and shortstop. Because he could touch 98 out of the pen, most MLB scouts projected him as a closer. From the beginning, talent evaluators were not sold on Simmons' pure ability to hit, despite the .472 average he put up in college. The Braves, however, were sold, since, as one report put it, Simmons was the best defensive player in the 2010 draft. They took him in the 2nd round, and by 2012, he was indeed in the big leagues. However, his reputation with the glove had preceded him long before that. He was in high A and you heard about him, catcher Brian McCann said. Wait until you see this guy. He's going to be the best shortstop in the game. And he's in high A. That's what people were saying. We were like, what? Then we get to spring training the next year and he's in big league camp taking ground balls, and we're all literally in awe of what he was doing. He only played in 49 games in 2012 because he wasn't called up till the end of May and then ended up spending some time on the DL following. But he made an impression where he was predicted to, as he had a DRS of 19 and a UZR 150 of 26.1. Saving 19 runs above average in 49 games is insane. It would prorate to 57 runs saved over a full season, which would be kinda like hitting 85 home runs. Needless to say, it would have been the record. The UZR 150 is already a rate stat, with 15 generally considered elite, putting Simmons in his first cup of coffee at a level that was close to double elite status. But 49 games is a small sample size, which can obviously skew results pretty dramatically. Baseball fans have a hard time understanding why teams keep sticking with players for too long when they struggle, and this is why. Most data-oriented front offices know you can't make judgments based on fragments. You need a real body of work to consider. The same is true for positive results. Look at someone in recent history like Aristides Aquino. Hot streaks happen, even if less often in the field. So the jury was still out on Simmons. Was he a flash in the pan? Could he ever hit enough to keep his glove in the lineup? He had hit .289 in 2012, but no one was counting on him to hit close to .300 over a full season. How would he follow this up in his first full campaign? To understand how special Simmons was in 2013 on defense, consider these two stats. Simmons made 49 more plays than the average shortstop would have made on the same kinds of batted balls, and Atlanta's opponents reached base 22% of the time on balls hit to the left side of second base, the lowest in the majors. So, what exactly does that look like? It looks like turning routine plays into double plays, like he did in the World Baseball Classic. It looks like throwing out Lorenzo Cain while doing a split. Try doing a split. Now try throwing a baseball hard enough to beat a speedy runner to first. Then call an ambulance. It looks like throwing out a runner at home with the infield playing back. This was a great example of a play Simmons could make because his arm was so strong and accurate, skills he would retain for the entirety of his career. It looks like tagging out base runners between your legs while falling down. Throwing behind runners, Simmons was a threat to do so every time he fielded a ball. Runners could never stray very far off of their respective base. Simmons could throw the ball from any position, sitting, falling down, or even going sideways. In 2013, Simmons put on a show that no one in MLB had ever quite seen before. He saved 30 runs above average on defense. No other shortstop had more than 12. What's the best play you've ever seen him make? Braves manager Freddie Gonzalez said. My patent answer is the next one. He's got a knack. Like when he saved Game 2 of the NLCS for the Braves by tagging out D. Gordon on a difficult pick of a short hop throw.
He also hit 17 homers that season, which, when combined with the best D-WAR recorded since 1989 at 4.2, made Simmons a hot commodity. Remember as well here that D-WAR is a stat that's harder to calculate the more you go back in time, making this season by Andrelton arguably the most reliably awe-inspiring by this metric up to this point in baseball history. Consider also that his team made the postseason. Now you know why he got MVP votes while hitting just .248 with little power.
Before the 2014 season began, the Braves locked down Simmons with a 7-year, $58 million extension, which many saw as a bargain. For the 225 games he played so far, he had been worth roughly $35.2 million to the team per WAR. As 2014 dawned, talk was that Simmons could make a run at a WAR of 8 or higher, which could put him into MVP conversations. With the glove, Simmons did continue to shine. He won another Gold Glove and finished 6th in the overall DRS with 19, which was top in the league for MLB shortstops, but his DWAR did slip to 2.9, putting him second behind Juan Lagares. It was another amazing season, but not the earth-shattering numbers he posted the year before. He came back stronger in 2015 and almost matched his 2013 defensive performance overall. His DWAR was back to 4.1, best in the league, with his DRS again totaling 30. His UZR 150 was 17.6, which was also the best mark among shortstops. If you had any doubt, just check out Simmons ranging far to his left up the middle to snag a grounder, then hop to his feet to throw out one of the best base runners in history, Ichiro, and he could still backpick unsuspecting runners who strayed too far off the bag. While he didn't win a Gold Glove in 2015, Quite stupidly, I may add, he was named the Wilson Defensive Player of the Year. But the Braves lost 97 games, so changes were coming in Atlanta. Simmons got traded to the Angels from the shortstop, Eric Ibar, and 2 pitching prospects. In 2016, he basically put up the same offensive numbers as in 2015, but with an average over 280 for the first time in a full season. He hit the same number of homers with 4, and added 1 extra double, 23 to 22, as well. He saved 20 runs, again elite, but his D-WAR dipped to 2.8. Again, another special year more than a truly legendary one. Keep in mind as well that there was a new sheriff in town, Baseball Savant, which originated as a platform to take advantage of all the data that StatCast began providing to MLB in 2015, and the brilliant geeks at Baseball Savant came up with a new defensive metric, outs above average, or OAA. That took into account factors like distance the fielder covered, how long it took to intercept the ball, and how far the throw to the base was, among other criteria. According to this new metric, Simmons ranked 20th overall in baseball with 13 OAA in 2016. He finished behind 2 other shortstops, including Francisco Lindor and Nick Ahmed. But if you thought Simmons had hit a defensive plateau, with his now advancing age a death knell for his athletic prowess up the middle, guess again. His best season, and the best season in the history of baseball defensively, was still yet to come. The things that Simmons did in 2017 with the glove defy easy explanation. The fact is, in 2017, Simmons had the highest D-WAR ever computed in the history of MLB at 5.1, better than any single year by Ozzie Smith, Brooks Robinson, Willie Mays, Andrew Jones, Adrian Beltre, or Ichiro ever managed to put together. He saved an incredible 41 runs, again another MLB record. The second best shortstop that year was Elvis Andrus, who again saved 12. Yeah, over 3 times as good as the runner-up in this regard. He even topped the new age analytics. His OAA came in at 20, tying him with DJ LeMahieu for the best among infielders. LeMahieu, meanwhile, was a second baseman in comparison to Simmons' far harder responsibilities up the middle. You want to see acrobatic plays from this year? Simmons had you covered. How about him jumping 40 inches in the air to snag an errant throw while covering third and then making a tag behind his back? Diving? Simmons made it look easy. To him, stretching out was just like getting ready to take a nap. Jump throws? Sure. Jeter may have perfected the art, even if he did little else defensively, but Simmons added his own flair, with the cannon that made the throw across the infield look routine. Barehanded? Not an issue. Simmons had the flexibility to contort his body into whatever position was required, and then just unleash an ungodly throw. This against the best team in baseball that year, albeit somewhat controversially following, the Astros, when Simmons deked out Jose Altuve, one of the smartest players in the game, by pretending not to cut off a throw from the outfield while indeed cutting off a throw. His relay throws to home, made under duress with a run at stake, are breathtaking. The power and accuracy were beyond elite, and it seems obvious that few shortstops have ever made tosses quite like the one he did to nail Yonder Alonso at home on this play here. To put it simply, he had insane vision, awareness, instincts, quick but soft hands, exquisite footwork, a cannon of a right arm, and unreal fast twitch quickness. That year, he had the 3rd highest WAR in all of MLB, at 7.9, despite an OPS plus of just 102. But if any team were to get 14 homers and relatively decent offense from a shortstop who was having probably the best defensive season in the history of the game, they'd be ecstatic. That's probably why Simmons finished 8th overall in AL MVP voting, the best of his career. And Drolton again got MVP votes in 2018, finishing 15th overall. He easily won another Gold Glove. His 14 OAA was still amazing, if not league leading, though there was no doubt he was still among the best fielders in any diamond, with his UZR 150 sitting at a career best 19.5, which was 46% better than the second place shortstop, Francisco Lindor, 13.4. This was his best year ever with the bat as well, as he posted a 292 average to go along with a 754 OPS, which came out to a career best OPS plus of 108. Following this, however, the good times would not keep rolling, especially at the plate. In the next 4 seasons, between 2019 and 2022, Simmons hit only 10 homers combined. In his last full season of 2021, playing with the Twins, he registered an OPS plus of 57. He managed to only tally 15 extra base hits over 400 ABs. But he could still pick it. His OAA in 2021 was 16, good for 8th best in the game overall, despite playing in only 131 total games. His D-WAR was 2.3, just a shade below league leader Carlos Correa. He was still elite, but in his prime, when he was the best defender the game had ever seen, Simmons had been averaging 20 to 40 DRS a season, along with 15 to 20 OAA. These numbers had dropped to about half of what they once were by the early 2020s. Same with his UZR 150, a number that was once otherworldly at routinely around 20, and now is in negative territory around negative 1.1. Even if he did retain many of his other attributes, he seemed to age out of his insane range before retiring following his last season in 2022. Pick a stat. Any stat. Doesn't matter. Let's say hits in a season. Ichiro broke this mark in 2004 with 262. Incredible, right? But just imagine if he came back a few years later and then broke that record with, say, 275. The first season belongs in the hallowed annals of the game, but the second season would be even greater. You don't want to diminish the first season by overlooking it, but the record was set another year. What if Bonds had hit 80 dingers in 2002? Or if Ricky Henderson stole 150 bases in 1983? We'd still be talking about it, obviously. Simmons deserves similar, if not the same level, of attention for his legendary exploits.
No one had seen a modern shortstop put together a year like he did in 2013, yet somehow his 2017 was an even mightier achievement, with numbers that no shortstop has since broken or even approached, numbers that broke the record even of players who had started playing before advanced analytics were really a thing. That in some ways an even greater accomplishment than breaking a lot of the modern records we've set in recent years. Try comparing a hitter's OPS plus to someone like Ted Williams from back in the day. If someone somehow managed to surpass these marks year after year, we would be in absolute awe. Simmons deserves that same level of respect. Grand larceny is a serious felony that seldom gets punished in Major League Baseball, especially when it comes to trades. Teams get robbed blind all the time after all, so much so in fact that we could probably start an entire channel devoted to the bonehead moves that teams have made ever since Ty Cobb was slicing knees open with high slides a million years ago. For example, we could delve into arguably the dumbest move of all time, the trade of Babe Ruth from the Red Sox to the Yankees. The Boston owner, Harry Frizzy, needed money, and so he sold the rights to the Babe, who had just broken the single-season home run record with 29 bombs for just $100,000. Ruth would go on to post the highest WAR in history at 182.6, while Frizzy got to stage My Lady Friends on Broadway in a less than successful run. The Red Sox would spend the next 8 decades in baseball purgatory following. Or, how about trading a future Hall of Famer in Pedro Martinez, who at 25 was coming off a season where he struck out 305 batters with an ERA of 1.90 for basically nothing. The Expos didn't want to extend Pedro on a big deal with his free agency looming, so they just moved him to the Red Sox for pitchers Tony Armas and Carl Pavano. This trade seemed to end the curse of the Bambino for the Red Sox, as Pedro helped Boston win the World Series in 2004, along the way putting up the most dominant stretch by any starting pitcher in baseball history. But, suffice it to say, it didn't do much for the Expos. There's also the big unit, another blunder by the former Montreal team. To be fair, Randy Johnson had struggled to get control of his filthy stuff, and in 1989 went just 0-4 with an ERA of 6.67, when he was moved to the Mariners for Mark Langston, who led the AL in Ks 3 times at that point. Langston would pitch in just 24 games for the Expos, while Johnson went on to win 303 games and fan 4,875 batters, second most all time. No sport is littered with more trade steals than baseball. The NFL can't trade 17-year-olds since they're in high school. They can't even trade 20-year-olds since they're in college. And there's no league where more 26-year-olds randomly break out to successful 5 to 10 year runs than the MLB. As such, teams are forced into making these decisions on underdeveloped players all the time. The NBA surely has had its share of steals, but they aren't nearly as common due to the balance of any one player's value being completely different from baseball. The same is also true for the NHL and most other major sports leagues. The examples we mentioned before are just 3 of thousands we could probably dig up. But for today, we're going to be focusing on the most recent batch, the ones that still reverberate throughout rosters as we speak, beginning with multiple Dodger deals that would go on to gift 2 franchises potential future faces of their teams in exchange for less than 150 innings of solid relief help. The Dodgers signed 2 players out of Cuba who went by Y. Alvarez in June 2016. One got a huge bonus of $16 million, while the last player the team signed was for just $2 million. These 2 signings were part of $46,374,500 the team spent, which caused a 100% overage tax to kick in, meaning the team actually spent more than $92 million. For the next 2 years, the Dodgers couldn't sign any international player for over $300,000. They were truly all in on these signees. In retrospect, Andrew Friedman was completely justified in spending that money in 2016 because in that talent pool was Yordan Alvarez and O'Neal Cruz. One is among the best clutch hitters in baseball, a monster at the plate, and the other could be a generational talent who hits and throws harder than nearly anyone in the game. So, who did the Dodgers get in return for these monsters in their eventual deals? Josh Fields and Tony Watson. Wait, you say, they gave Yordan Alvarez $16 million only to trade him for middling reliever Josh Fields? No. The other Y. Alvarez was Yadier, a pitcher who's never managed to appear in even a single MLB game. The tale of 2 Alvarezes shows just how much of a crapshoot scouting talent is. Andrew Friedman pioneered many of the data-driven processes that guide front offices today. He's engineered tremendous trades, yet he had Air Yordan and O'Neal Cruz in his farm system and let both of them get away in exchange for relief pitchers, while sinking $16 million into a washout. Yordan Alvarez defected from Cuba after the Pan Am Games, having played 2 seasons in La Serie Nacional for Las Tunas. Apologies if I'm not pronouncing that correctly. He was turning 18 and stood 6'4" and weighed 190 pounds. Today, he stands 6'5" and weighs 237. When you turn back the clock, the early scouting report on Yordan was an athletic contact hitter who's shown some power in spurts.
Another scout wrote, while Alvarez never showed much power in Cuba, he has since earned average to above average raw power grades from scouts who followed him at workouts. In fact, Jordan hit just 1 homer playing in the Cuban League. So, at the trade deadline in 2016, the Dodgers approached the Astros about Josh Fields, a mostly AAA pitcher who struggled in the bigs. But they were confused when Jeff Luhnow asked for why Alvarez in return. The team was like, no way, we just dropped $16 million on it. Luhnow countered, no, the other Y Alvarez. Jordan had never worn a Dodgers uniform at any level, but the Astros had scouted him and wanted to sign him themselves. They happily made the trade. Fields flourished for a time with the Dodgers, helping them get to the postseason in 2016 and the World Series in 2017, with his 1.55 ERA plus in tow. But in that World Series against the Astros, he got shelled in Game 2, giving up back-to-back homers to Altuve and Correa. By 2018, he was out of the MLB entirely. Meanwhile, Jordan would arrive in 2019 and has since then hit 145 homers while batting .295. His WOBA has remained at an elite level, he hits the ball as hard as anyone, and he somehow manages to strike out less than the MLB average. He even hit 6 homers in the postseason last year and was the ALCS MVP in 2021. With him in tow, the Astros have made it to 3 World Series since his debut, winning 1 of them. O'Neal Cruz, for his part, never made it to the top of the loaded Dodgers farm system, and in 2017, when they again wanted bullpen help, they decided to make a move for a veteran, sending Cruz and Angel Herman to Pittsburgh for lefty Tony Watson, a former All-Star who could give the team solid innings in the postseason. He would go on to throw 20 decent innings for LA in the regular season, then 6 scoreless innings in the 2017 championship and World Series rounds, but was gone the year after that. Cruz, meanwhile, remains a work in progress but could virtually explode at any moment, like when he became the first player ever to hit 3 balls over 115 miles per hour in one game, including 2 over 120 earlier this year. Even if he doesn't develop further, his 3.7 career B-WAR already dwarfs the 0.4 Watson put up in Hollywood. The 4th of July is usually considered a day of celebration, but at least for the near future, it'll be slightly diminished on the south side of Chicago, because that's the anniversary of the trade that sent generational talent Fernando Tatis Jr. to the Padres for James Shields. Shields had signed with the Padres in 2015 for 4 years and $75 million, as part of AJ Preller's wheeling and dealing to restock the roster, along with the additions of Will Myers, Matt Kemp, and BJ Upton. This experiment resulted in a finish 14 games under 500, however, though with Shields continuing to be the workhorse he'd always been by throwing 202 innings with a 13-7 record and an ERA of 3.91. He started off 2016 in a bit of a slump, however, going 2-7 with an ERA of 4.28, while giving up a lot of homers along the way. The White Sox needed a solid third starter behind Chris Sale and Jose Quintana, and were willing to give up righty Eric Johnson and a skinny 17-year-old named Fernando Tatis Jr. The Padres would pay half the money Shields was owed as well, helping to offset the monetary cost in the Sox. Shields proceeded to go 4-12, 5-7, and 7-16 over the rest of his career for the White Sox, never again throwing up an ERA plus over 100 while surrendering 92 homers in those 3 campaigns, before calling it quits. Eric Johnson was supposed to take Shields' spot in the rotation, but went 0-4 before straining a flexor tendon and never making an extended return to the show. That leaves Fernando Tatis Jr., who at the time of the trade wasn't nearly as highly regarded as he became. He was still a decent prospect though, and when he broke in with a bang in 2019, crushing 22 homers in 84 games while finishing 3rd in Rookie of the Year, articles were already being written on how this had a chance to be a monumentally lopsided deal. Things would only get worse for Chicago from here, as during the 2020 season, Tatis Jr. joined the ranks of the elite, registering in the top 1% for average exit velo, top 3% for expected WOBA, and top 3% for fielding run value. He had one of the game's strongest arms, most powerful bats, and among the fastest legs. The Padres wanted to lock in their budding star, so they signed him to a 14-year, $330 million deal prior to the 2021 season. He then proceeded to go off. His 7.3 offensive WAR led all of baseball, and his 42 homers led the NL despite missing 32 games. His OPS plus of 166 was 4th best in the MLB as well. Sure, he had some fielding struggles, but with his athleticism and strong arm, few doubted his ability to flawlessly transition into an outfielder. Then, everything fell apart. For a time. He reported to spring training with a broken wrist. How did he break it? During a motorcycle accident. When asked about when the accident happened, he responded, "Which one?" While he was rehabbing his wrist, MLB slapped him with an 80-game suspension for taking Clostebol, a banned PED. Tatis said the drug was a ringworm treatment, that he didn't knowingly take anything. He could have appealed to reduce his suspension, but chose not to, quite tellingly. It was a stupid mistake, intentional or not, and it stalled his development for a time. And it literally cost him a year of his development. 2023 saw his best season ever with the glove, with him registering a ridiculous 2.3 D WAR on the year, while putting up fairly unimpressive numbers at the plate, registering his lowest OPS plus ever at just 110. He has rebounded with the bat in 2024, with his expected WOBA in the top 2% once again, and his OPS plus climbing back north of 130. He still has one of the best arms in right field in the game, though his glove has taken a small step back, with his outs above average total currently sitting at -1, slightly below average. Still, just 25, he should continue to learn and grow from his mistakes, which could help him climb back into the MVP territory he once seemed destined to dwell in for much of the next decade. Regardless, Chi Sox fans won't soon forget how their squad traded a player with as much magnetism as Tatis for essentially a 3-year run of modern-day Patrick Corbin levels of production. When the Nationals traded Juan Soto to the Padres in 2022, they got back an impressive haul of pieces that could one day lead to a championship: CJ Abrams, Mackenzie Gore, and James Wood. In 2021, the Rockies had tried to pull off a similar blockbuster trade involving their superstar, Nolan Arenado. The move, however, had a weird vibe from the outset, as it literally baffled everyone that came into knowledge of it. Ominous even was this tweet that his former team posted the day of the trade. You see, Arenado had signed a 7-year, $260 million extension in 2019, so he could spend the rest of his prime with the Rocks. Just 2 years later, Colorado was shipping him off to St. Louis, along with $50 million, for one back-end starter, Austin Gomber, and 4 unproven prospects. Why, exactly? Because the team had insisted that Arenado's contract had an opt-out clause after 2022. He wanted to be traded, the team said. He pushed for this, the team claimed. Maybe so, but even if he did, it seemed more than likely to be the result of a years-long failure to engender any hope in their future that led him to wanting to bail more than any kind of overnight change of heart. There were insiders that doubted this narrative completely, however, instead insisting the Rocks just wanted to cut salary. Needless to say, the trade has been a complete disaster for the Rockies. Arenado has put up a WAR of 14.7, made the All-Star team every year from 2021 to 2023, won 2 Gold Gloves, and in 2022 finished 3rd in NL MVP voting. He slumped this year, surely, with his average exit velocity in the bottom 5%, but his OPS plus still has him close to an average MLB player. He's in decline, but he's still a valuable veteran presence on a club that's in the hunt for a playoff spot. Of the 5 total players the Rockies got for Arenado, Gomber's the only one with a positive WAR, at 4.3. Pitching in Colorado ain't easy, but he's done his best, carrying with him a record of 24-30 since his arrival, with an ERA of 5.32 and an ERA plus of 93. Those are 5th starter numbers though, at best, the kind of guy smart teams grab once they get released. The Jordan Lyles of the world, they are generally considered the centerpiece of a major trade. Of the rest, Montero currently has a negative 1.4 WAR in 2024, batting just over 200 with no pop while fanning in 1 of 3 ABs. The rest of the prospects, being Summers, Losi, and Gill, will probably never appear at a major league game unless they decide to buy a ticket. So, the Cardinals got Nolan Arenado and $50 million, didn't have to give up Mason Wynn or Nolan Gorman, and got in return a perennial All-Star with a Hall of Fame plaque potentially in his future. The Rockies got a 5th starter, one of the worst everyday players in baseball, and a crop of minor league filler. Talk about a lopsided deal. It's not often that the number 1 overall pick of the draft gets traded before he even debuts for the team that picked him, but that's exactly what happened to the 1-1 pick of 2015, Dansby Swanson, who was taken by the D-backs. 6 months later, Swanson was traded to the Braves, along with Ender Inciarte and Aaron Blair, for pitchers Shelby Miller and Gabe Spear. In the annals of MLB, the 1-1 pick is tricky. Sometimes you get Ken Griffey Jr., and sometimes you get Matt Bush or Tim Beckham. It was as if the D-backs suffered from some kind of post-draft haze that caused them to immediately regret their pick. Indeed, they could have selected Alex Bregman, who went 2nd overall, or Kyle Tucker, who went 5th. And if they wanted pitching, Walker Buehler was available. But it wasn't like Swanson showed no promise. The D-backs signed him and sent him to low A before watching him hit .289 with his advanced defense. He projected to be a solid hitting everyday MLB shortstop with Gold Glove upside, who needed only a little seasoning, a valuable commodity as far as big leaguers go. In 2014, Miller, meanwhile, had gone 10-9 with the Cardinals with an ERA of 3.74. His FIP was 4.54, so there were definitely some red flags as far as his stuff. He didn't give up many hits, and he didn't strike out many batters. It was enough, however, for the Braves to trade Jason Hayward to the Cards for him, and he proved this move advantageous immediately, throwing up an ERA of 3.04 in his first year in Atlanta. His FIP was again higher than this at 3.45, but it was a step forward, no doubt. Miller was set to be a solid 2-3 starter in Atlanta for years to come. The D-backs, however, swooped in and traded for him at a value that was as if they were getting a top-line guy. Not only did they gift the Braves a shortstop who'd go on to finish top 20 in MVP voting twice, win a Gold Glove, register nearly 15 WAR in his time in Atlanta, and anchor a World Series champion in 2021, they also threw in Inciarte, who'd win 3 straight Gold Gloves in center while tallying 6.3 WAR of his own along the way. Neither Blair nor Spear ever really amounted to anything, so the trade boiled down to Swanson and Inciarte for Miller. With the D-backs, Miller was outright putrid. He went 5-18 with an ERA of 6.35 over his 3 years in the desert, with his ERA plus coming in at 71, one of the worst totals in baseball over this period. Since 2018, he's bounced around his 6 separate teams while being converted to a reliever. His 2024 totals have him at a 6.23 ERA and 68 ERA plus for Detroit. In 2016, the Miami Marlins were one of the most exciting young teams in recent history. In the outfield, Giancarlo Stanton, Marcell Ozuna, and Christian Yelich, all 26 years old or younger. Their best pitcher might have become one of the greatest ever, a 23-year-old Jose Fernandez. Their catcher was generational talent JT Realmuto, age 25. Every game was must-watch, even if the team wouldn't go on to make the playoffs. Then, tragically, as if in a second, it was gone. Fernandez died in a boating accident, taking away the emerging face of their team. Then, after a disastrous follow-up season in 2017, NL MVP Stanton was traded to the Yankees. 2 days later, Ozuna was traded to the Cardinals. That is how low-budget teams operate. You trade stars away before they hit free agency for young talent, or if you ink a deal, you end up going queasy on. Both deals have gone on to age in interesting ways, with the highlight being Sandy Alcantara, who they got from Marcell, winning a Cy Young. However, it was just 2 months after the Ozuna move that the Marlins traded their last major outfield piece, Yelich, to the Brewers for 4 prospects: Lewis Brinson, Monty Harrison, Isan Diaz, and Jordan Yamamoto. Yelich was a 5-tool athlete who had shown flashes of greatness. He'd hit .290 with the Marlins, displaying decent speed, excellent defense, and the occasional burst of power, an intriguing package. The cornerstone of the return was Lewis Brinson, who, at 23, was the Brewers' top prospect. The deal went south for the Marlins very quickly. In 2018, Yelich broke out in a big way, winning the NL MVP with a year for the ages, leading the NL in average, slugging, OPS, and OPS+. He matched 36 homers along the way and drove in 110 runs. And he was one of the best base runners in the game to top it all off. Then, somehow, he was even better in 2019, with an OPS plus of 179 that was the best in all of baseball, with him only missing out on a second consecutive MVP trophy in large part due to a late season knee injury. Since that year he's had his ups and downs, but as of lately, he's rebounded in a big way, as midway through 2024 he's put up a WAR of 2.1, a 329 average, 903 OPS, and 154 OPS+. Brinson, meanwhile, struggled mightily from the get-go, never managing to crack even a 650 OPS in a season, with his eventual career WAR total coming out to negative 3.6. He's not even with the team anymore at this point. Harrison, Diaz, and Yamamoto never made it to the show in any meaningful way, and have all since retired from professional baseball, with Monty taking the most eclectic path of the three by, at age 28, joining Arkansas at the D1 level as a football player. So, to recap, the Brewers got an MVP winner and the face of their franchise for years to come and gave up, what, 4 complete busts? Crazy. Why does anyone trade with the Rays? Jake Bauers for Yandy Diaz, who won a batting title. Matthew Liberatore for Randy Rosarena, who, despite a poor 2024, is still probably the face of their franchise at this point, and has had dominant years in the past. Seth Johnson for Jose Siri, one of the most athletic players in the MLB who's shown flashes this season. Tobias Myers for Junior Caminero, a top prospect. The list is long, and that's just the recent deals. But perhaps the mother of all trade swindles that the Rays executed was the one perpetrated in July 2018, when the Rays were playing well but were likely not going to make the postseason, despite eventually winning 90 games. So, like David Price before him, East Chris Archer got shipped off for 2 former top prospects. Archer was the spiritual leader of the Rays before the deal, showing constant energy and a willingness to lead. In 2015, he had struck out 257 batters in 212 innings. His slider was still among the best in the game. To top it all off, he was durable, starting over 30 games for 4 straight seasons. At this point in the season, the Pirates were contending, despite having moved Garrett Cole and Andrew McCutchen. They were 3.5 games out of a wildcard spot on July 31st when they pulled the trigger to land Chris. But to get him, the Pirates had to give up Austin Meadows, a former first-rounder with lots of upside to his game as a corner outfielder, and Tyler Glasnow, a 6'8" flamethrower who had mostly struggled in the bigs. The Pirates finished the deal off by throwing in another first-rounder, Shane Baz, who then was in rookie ball. Suffice it to say, the deal ended up being an absolute rout. Meadows would go on to lead the Rays into the playoffs in 2019 when he cranked out an OPS plus of 144 with 33 dingers. He would also have a solid 2021, knocking in 106 runs with 27 round trippers, but it was Glasnow that blossomed into one of the most feared pitchers in the game. While he dealt with injury issue year after year, he still managed to toss 388 innings for Tampa with an ERA of 3.20, an ERA plus of 1.30, and a K/9 of 12.2. Following the 23 season, the Rays then turned around and shipped him off to the Dodgers for 2 young, intriguing pieces in Ryan Pepio and Johnny DeLuca. Baz dominated AAA in 2021, striking out 113 in 78 innings before getting called up to make his MLB debut. Elbow problems have since cost him most of 2022 and all of 2023, though he is in line to rejoin the rotation sometime in 2024, and still is just 25 years old. Meanwhile, Pittsburgh never managed to make the postseason with Archer, who, with the Bucks, went 4-12 with an ERA of 4.92. The irony is that after the Pirates released Archer in 2021, he re-signed with the Rays, adding insult to an already fairly substantial injury. The gift keeps on giving to this day. You see, Austin Meadows was traded for Isaac Paredes, who's managed a 128 OPS plus with Tampa and currently ranks as one of the season's most intriguing pieces of trade bait, potentially netting the Rays even more prospect fodder 6 years after their initial deal with Archer. As long as MLB teams make trades, bad deals will happen. Injuries, age-related degradation, even the occasional rule change can bring even the most promising stretches to a grinding halt, transforming the landscape of any exchange in a millisecond. However, this doesn't change how the legacies of their host teams' front offices live on, with the glare of the camera lens focused heavily on what could have been, had we just had the benefit of foresight. Or, in some cases, the common sense of a house cat. I'll see you back here in a couple of years, with another batch of the worst trades having taken place since this vid. Who will it involve? What will be their impact? I guess only time can tell.
For the vast majority of MLB history, players have possessed two arms, yet have only used one for throwing. Just twice the modern age is a big league pitcher thrown as a righty and a lefty in the same game. Given how valuable switch hitters are, and not vanishingly uncommon, it's remarkable that so few hurlers have actually managed to become switch pitchers. Whether this speaks more so to the difficulty of such a feat or the closed-mindedness of the baseball establishment is an open question, one that we'll discuss later on, but still, the point remains, switch pitching just isn't a thing. Until this year's MLB draft, that is, when the Mariners selected Durangelo Sencha out of Mississippi State with the 15th overall pick. Besides his success at a major D1 school is that he can throw 99 miles per hour with his right arm and up to 95 with his left. And yes, he's done so in-game all throughout his high school and collegiate career, and will continue to do so at the next level. Whether he makes it to the bigs in this mold is still an open question, because if he did so, he would become only the second big league pitcher ever to routinely trade arms in a game, and as we mentioned, the third pitcher overall who'd ever done so. So, who predated him? Who's the unicorn who stands today as the only MLB pitcher ever to do so for any meaningful length of time? That would be Mr. Pat Venditti, who appeared in 61 games over 5 seasons for 6 different teams, pitching to a .473 ERA, negative -0.2 WAR, and 87 ERA plus in the process. But there's so much more to his story than meets the eye. Venditti did something so unusual that baseball had to change its rules because of him. While there have been a ton of talented Major League Baseball players over the years, this talent seldom leads to actual rule changes. I mean, you could argue that Bob Gibson forced the mound to be lower, but he wasn't the only dominant pitcher in 1968. Barry Bonds certainly exacerbated the steroid issue by blasting 73 homers in 1 year, but Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, Alex Rodriguez, and Roger Clemens all did crazy things in the juice as well. Venditti's story truly is singular, with no historical comps in tow. But before we delve too deeply into his insane minor league resume or his captivating, if semi-unproductive time in the bigs, we have to go back to the beginning, when a young kid was messing around in the birthplace of the College World Series. Pat Venditti's dad grew up 6 blocks from the historic Johnny Rosenblatt Stadium, where during the College World Series he worked as a bat boy. He obviously loved baseball, so when his son was born, the family's backyard became something of an elite training facility. A 70-foot batting cage was installed with a pitching machine procured from Creighton's coach and future Cubs GM Jim Hendry. A radar gun was obtained from the University of Tennessee as well. Then, when Pat was 3 years old, the experiment began. The little tyke would gain any competitive advantage he could. This brought his father to an interesting thought. Why couldn't his son learn to throw with both arms? He was a natural righty, but what was stopping him from throwing lefty too, like many switch hitters do in their youth? They started with the football, both throwing it and kicking it from a tee and as a punter. Kicking with your off foot isn't easy. Just try and see if you can stay upright. One big advantage was that Pat was homeschooled until 8th grade, meaning he had the flexibility to work out with his dad during the day in ways other boys couldn't. An early version of what would occur later in his career happened the first time that Venditti took the mound in Little League. He had to bring 2 gloves with him so he could switch them out when he transferred from one arm to the other. This meant that he had to leave one glove on the ground behind the mound when he pitched. The umpire took one look and said that he couldn't leave a glove on the field, for obvious reasons. So, Pat's dad traced his hands on a piece of paper and then faxed it to Mizuno in Japan so he could get a custom-made glove for Pat, one with 6 finger slots so he could easily switch back and forth. Pat's dad had to go to San Francisco to pick it up, but it ended up certainly being worth it. Venditti used custom Mizuno gloves for the rest of his baseball career. He went 15-4 as a high school senior but wasn't drafted, largely due to his lack of overpowering stuff from either side. The best offer he got was to walk on at Creighton, but his coach made him throw right-handed his freshman year out of, quote, respect for the game. By his sophomore year, Venditti was finally pitching with both arms, and he began to dominate, striking out 11.7 per 9 innings over 22 games. In his junior year, he saw his stock soar, throwing 43 2/3 scoreless innings in a row and fanning a total of 99 over 95 1/3 innings. The Yankees drafted him in the 45th round, but Venditti didn't sign, opting to return to Creighton so he could continue to build up velo, especially from the left side. The move worked because, after his senior year, the Yankees drafted him again, this time in the 20th round of the 2008 draft.
Right after he signed, Venditti made baseball history in his very first professional game. Why exactly? Well, it was the bottom of the ninth, with the Brooklyn Cyclones leading 7-2. After Pat got 2 quick outs, switch hitter Ralph Enriquez strode to the plate. What ensued following was more vaudeville than mudville, according to the New York Times. Enriquez started off hitting from the right side, so Venditti switched to his right. Then the switch hitter hopped back across home plate to become a lefty. Venditti shuffled his glove to his right hand, becoming a lefty as well. Enriquez switched back to batting righty, and Venditti followed. This cat and mouse game went on for several minutes until the umpires made Enriquez bat right-handed so the game could actually continue. With Pat now pitching as a righty, Enriquez struck out on 4 pitches. After the game, Professional Baseball Umpire Corporation put forth a new rule, called the Venditti Rule. Any switch pitcher must commit to which arm he's throwing with before the batter comes up to the plate. Then the batter can adjust. Each side may switch once, and only once per AB. No more minutes-long delays. Venditti made history, but unfortunately he wouldn't make a Major League roster for 8 more years. Why he didn't is another question entirely. During his seemingly endless toiling in various backwater towns before 2015, he struck out an average of 10 per 9 with an ERA of 2.45 over 385 innings. Lefties hit just 182 against him, while righties only did slightly better at 236. The problem? His fastball sat low to mid-80s from both sides, with his left being a bit slower on average. Front offices had started almost a decade before nearly exclusively looking for gas out of the pen, with crafty sidearmers largely going the way of the dinosaurs, especially ones who didn't even sit in the high 80s. As such, the Yankees let Venditti become a free agent after the 2014 season, with him having never thrown even a single inning with the big league club. He was 29 years old. He made it to AAA and done well there, yet had never achieved even a September call-up. Was this the last stop for the game's only switch pitcher? The Yankees had kept him on ice for so long that Venditti was quickly blowing past his prime. But the story of Pat wasn't done yet. Not by a long shot. The Oakland A's were willing to take a chance on the aging reliever and signed Venditti to a minor league deal, sending him to AAA Nashville. Why the A's, you may ask? More than likely because Billy Beane was the GM, a guy who's proven himself to be an outside-the-box thinker time and time again throughout his tenure at the helm of one of baseball's stingiest teams. Didn't matter how hard Venditti threw, he got guys out. He'd proven it at every stop along the way, and that didn't change in Nashville, where over his first 40 innings, Venditti fanned 40 with an ERA of 1.55. With the A's on track to go nowhere fast mid-year, Pat finally got his chance to pitch in the bigs, receiving a call-up in early June. His debut on the 5th of that month probably went about as perfectly as he could have imagined it. Facing the Boston Red Sox, he pitched 2 scoreless innings, striking out 1 while inducing a double play off the bat of then Big Bopper Mike Napoli. An Oregon newspaper then ran a headline detailing Venditti's triumphant first appearance. Amphibious pitcher makes debut. Pat truly did confuse more than just switch hitters, umpires, or talent evaluators with his peculiar skill set. He went on to appear in 26 games for the A's, going 2-2 with an ERA of 4.40. He gave up only 6.9 hits per 9 while fanning 7.2. He even managed to register an at-bat, hitting lefty and striking out after fouling off a couple pitches. It wasn't the most star-studded debut, but it proved he had something to offer Major League clubs in the pen. Despite those promising numbers, the A's waived Venditti at the end of the season. He was picked up by the Toronto Blue Jays this time, again set to start the year at AAA. It was in spring training he would go through another rule controversy, facing off another switch hitter when he seemed to incorrectly indicate which hand he was going to throw with. Everything was sorted after a couple of minutes, but it again served as another reminder that Pat, and what he could do with his arms, was truly unique. He managed to impress the Blue Jays brass enough in spring to make the team to start the year, and pitched a perfect inning in his first appearance. But this was followed by several poor outings, which ended up resulting in a demotion on April 26th. He came back for 2 games in May, another in June, and then got traded to Seattle in August, where he appeared in 7 games. All the while, in AAA, he was still dominating. He fanned 13.9 per 9 innings during his various stops on both coasts, but in the majors that year, in 22 innings, he posted a near 6 ERA. He was becoming the classic quad A player, too good for AAA, and not quite good enough to stick in the majors. During spring training 2017, the Mariners traded Venditti to the Phillies, who kept him in AAA for the entire season at Lehigh Valley, and again, Venditti excelled, with a 9-5 record and an ERA of 3.36. He again struck out over 9 per 9 even while pitching in a hitter-friendly league. Still, he was 32 and running out of time, but he wasn't yet out of one important thing: grit. After he was released by the Phillies, he signed a minor league deal with the Dodgers, and ended up appearing in 15 games, pitching to an ERA of 2.57. He was with the team when they won Game 163 to clinch, which Venditti recalled as the highlight of his career. He wasn't included on the postseason roster, however, and then became a free agent following the year. Would that be the end? Finish on a high note? Nope. Venditti signed a contract with the Giants and then spent all but 2 games in AAA. Again, he excelled there to the tune of a 6-2 record with an ERA of 2.85, but that still didn't translate to any kind of meaningful time in the big leagues. Still, he wasn't done. In 2020, before COVID, he signed with the Marlins, then tossed 4 1/3 scoreless innings before pulling an oblique and missing the rest of the shortened season, in what would have more than likely been his only full MLB campaign. Sadly, he went on to retire quietly over that ensuing off-season. Even more than his bizarre skill set, Pat Venditti deserves to be praised for his tenacity and determination. Becoming the first full-time ambidextrous pitcher in the modern era is no small feat, but it was how he did it that still impresses to this day. Through sheer force of will. The years he spent succeeding in the minors only to never make a major league appearance would break most players. AAA is so close, and yet so far from the bigs. Venditti had a college degree, and even after he'd made it to the majors for a cup of coffee, he still decided to go back, even when he had other options besides long bus rides that often lead nowhere. Looking back, it's undoubtable that he had been long underrated as a result of his freak sidearmer status, and this tripled his chances as he climbed the minor league ladder. Yeah, maybe he had a career 2.57 ERA on the small club with over 10 Ks per 9, but the way he was doing it just wasn't what MLB GMs were looking for. His stuff was just a bit too soft, and by the time he made his MLB debut as a 30-year-old, it had only gotten softer. Who knows if he'd been given a chance as a spry 25 to 27-year-old if he would have been able to carve himself out a role in someone's bullpen, but I guess now, we'll really never know. Baseball likes to look at players a certain way, despite the many examples of great players who didn't fit the bill. Take Jose Altuve. When he was signed by the Astros, no one thought much of him. He rarely even got in the field during the Venezuelan Summer League, because the scouts thought he was too small. But when he did, he hit .360, and made plays all over the field. Still, the Astros were hesitant to bring him stateside. He almost never made it out of Venezuela because of his short stature. The same is true with Darren O'Day, a fellow sidearmer. He was cut from the University of Florida team after trying out as a walk-on, and then pitched in an adult league back home in his hometown of Jacksonville. It was then that he started throwing sidearm, and then submarine, and went on to make the UF team the next year. Then, despite dominating there, he went undrafted in 2006 and decided to head to medical school. He had a 3-year window to accept his spot to become a doctor, but right before he was set to depart, he decided to give pro ball a try. Only one scout urged the Angels to sign him as an undrafted free agent deal, with almost no one making it to the big leagues that way. 2 years later, however, O'Day was in the majors, where he stayed until 2022, earning over $50 million in the process and posting one of the best relief careers in Major League Baseball history. Seriously, go look up some O'Day numbers. Your jaw will drop. Guaranteed. Altuve was too small, O'Day threw submarine, and Venditti pitched with both arms. All three almost missed out on MLB careers because of bias and groupthink. They were overlooked and barely made it. Sadly for Venditti, he was easily the hardest hit by the stigmas, resulting in him appearing in the equivalent of just one season's worth of Major League games over the course of a 12-year career in Associated Ball. One thing he undoubtedly did, however, is pave the way for guys like Durangelo, which is, in and of itself, a hell of a feat that deserves some celebration. And that's what we hope we were able to do here at MTC in our own small way.
Joe Mauer is a player that seems today to have built a legacy dominated by the phrase of, what if? What if he'd gone to college and played both baseball and football? What if he hadn't gotten so many concussions behind the dish? What if he had never caught in the big leagues, instead taking the path of Bryce Harper and Josh Donaldson, guys who switched positions near the start of their careers? Could he have been the next Tony Gwynn, with 3,000 plus hits to his name? Or would he even have been half the superstar he was in his prime? What if, what if, what if? The fact is, Joe Mauer was a catcher, and for years he gave fans one of the rarest spectacles in the sport, a backstop who was also the best pure hitter in the game, winning 3 batting titles in a 4-year stretch, taking home MVP in a season where he batted nearly .370, and putting up Gold Glove defense behind the dish year in and year out, while routinely posting OPS pluses over 140. We may never see the likes of him again, and because of that, it's important to revisit the peak of Joe Mauer's career, when he was a baseball unicorn, doing things that no catcher in the history of baseball had ever done before. Hall of Fame worthy things, counting stats be damned. Joe Mauer grew up in St. Paul, Minnesota, 7 miles from the old Metrodome, where the Twins won 2 World Series with outfield walls that looked to consist of big billowing trash bags. Mauer's grandfather, father, and 2 older brothers played professional baseball. It was in the bloodline that Mauer would play too, and become a star. But, born in 1983, Mauer came of age before the boom in private coaches and elite travel teams. By the time he was picked first in 2010, Bryce Harper was playing in over 100 baseball games per year, in states all over the country. In a St. Paul basement instead, Joe Mauer was hitting off of something his father had invented, the quick swing, a contraption consisting of pipes that dropped a wiffle ball straight down, forcing the Mauer boys to be very short and quick to the ball. But Joe would only do that in his spare time, because he played football and basketball too. Above all, Joe Mauer was raised to be a normal human being. He played 3 sports because his friends played the same sports. He did well in school because he was raised to try his hardest at everything. He attended Cretin-Durham School, which boasted alumni like Paul Molitor, Steve Walsh, and Chris Wenke. Mauer played varsity baseball all 4 years at the school, and each year he hit over 500. He struck out only once during those 4 years, in the state tournament his junior season. When he came back to the dugout, his teammates wanted to know if anything was wrong.
The pitcher who struck him out, Paul Feener, still gets interviewed about it, though to his credit, he refuses to gloat. The Twins even brought Feener to Mauer's induction into the Twins Hall of Fame. During his senior year, Mauer homered in 7 straight games and hit over 600. He was named the Gatorade Player of the Year. What's more, between 1998 and 2000, he was the starting catcher on Team USA's 18 and under team. When he got back from playing with Team USA, it was just in time to start two-a-days for high school football. He didn't pick up the pigskin much before this time of year, seeing the sport as more like a hobby than one where he was the #1 recruit in the country. During his junior season, he led the Raiders to a perfect campaign and the school's first state football championship. In total, he threw for over 5,000 yards and 73 touchdowns, all while standing tall at 6'4" and 205 pounds. A pure pocket passer with a cannon for an arm and a calm demeanor that made him nearly a coach on the field. In February 2001, on National Signing Day, Mauer committed to Florida State University so he could play for a legend, Bobby Bowden. Oh, and February was also when Mauer was the starting point guard on the basketball team, where as a senior, he averaged 20 points per game. Had he wanted to, he could have played at a D1 school. And it's not like Mauer was playing against weak competition either. When Mauer even practiced before hoop season began is unclear, but maybe he didn't need to. His high school friends couldn't believe how naturally gifted he was at everything he picked up. But, according to more than a few sources, Mauer was also that kid who, when he saw someone eating alone, would invite them to sit at his table for lunch. He never acted like he was a superstar. He studied for his final exams even after being the first pick in the 2001 MLB draft. But his friends insisted he was serious about turning down baseball to attend FSU, where he could play both sports like Deion Sanders once did, and later Jameis Winston. Maybe the Twins took notice, because the more Mauer successfully threw patterns to his old high school pals, the higher his signing bonus became, eventually reaching $5.15 million. No one turns down that kind of money, especially in the early 2000s, and Mauer couldn't pass up the chance to play for his hometown team as well. There were some in the baseball world that were shocked by the Twins' decision, because the obvious pick for the top slot was pitcher Mark Pryor of USC, who some scouts were calling the greatest pitcher in the history of college baseball at the time. And what's up with drafting a catcher with the first pick? It hadn't happened since the 1970s, when Danny Goodwin was picked first in 1971 by the White Sox, and then again in 1975 by the Angels. His career WAR, -1.7. From a probability perspective, the Twins were taking a big risk. High school catchers taken in the first round faced an uphill climb. The Twins were a bad team and needed pitching, not a project that might take years to develop. But Mauer didn't need years. After signing in 2001, he was off for 32 games to the Appalachian League, where he hit 400 and 110 ABs. Then he spent 2002 in the Midwest League, where he hit 302 with just 42 Ks and 411 ABs. By 2003, the Twins were promoting him to AA, where he kept hitting with a 341 average and 30 doubles. He was also throwing out 52% of attempted base stealers, an insane total for a kid who would still be in college in most circumstances. Scouts had him right behind the powerful Mark Teixeira as a hitting prospect, though some baseball execs probably thought Mauer would end up getting some seasoning at AAA before the Twins called him up. However, Mauer never did end up playing even a single inning of AAA. Joe's first game in the Bigs was also the first game of the 2004 season, because at age 20, he was named the Twins' starting backstop. So sure were the Twins and Joe's abilities that in the offseason they'd traded away all-star AJ Pierzynski to make room for Mauer. Being a starting catcher at 20 is very rare, and carries with it some heavy expectations. Pudge Rodriguez was 19 when the Rangers put him behind the plate, and Johnny Bench was 20 when he joined the Big Red Machine. But Mauer seemed wise beyond his years, and composed. Outfielder Torrey Hunter thought he was more like 40 than 20. One game in baseball from a statistical standpoint means very little. But in Mauer's case, his debut seemed like an omen. Facing Cleveland, Mauer went 2 for 3, and then the next night, he got a hit in his first AB, meaning he was 3 for 4 as a start to his career. But unfortunately, Mauer hurt his knee in that second game and would only go on to play in just 35 contests all year long, though he did hit 306 along the way. Should the Twins have moved him from behind the plate at this juncture? The aforementioned Bryce Harper and Josh Donaldson, as well as Craig Biggio and Carlos Delgado, are just a few of the amazing players who've had immense success after their respective transitions. After all, Mauer's bat was one of the best in the game, and having him out of the lineup was bad news for Minnesota. But no such change was coming for Joe. He was a catcher, and a great one defensively, which is not something a team is likely to throw away if they can help it. And during the next few years of what would follow, it really did seem like they had made the right decision.
While 2005 was a down year for the Twins, barely of legal drinking age Mauer hit .294 with 26 doubles, 9 bombs, and a 107 OPS+. Ever since he'd signed, scouts have been waiting for Mauer to become the reincarnation of Johnny Bench, an elite game caller who could also pop 40 dingers a year. A crazy projection that would be almost impossible to live up to. But even more so for the young Mauer, who was a different kind of hitter than that entirely, despite being 6'4". Yes, he hit the ball very hard. Advanced stats for batting didn't arrive until Mauer was 32, but even then, his hard hit percentage was well above league average at 45.9%. Most of those were rockets just over infielders' heads or past their outstretched gloves on the ground. The quick swing contraption his father had made turned Mauer into a line drive machine, and it was using this approach that he managed to, at the still insanely young age of 22, post the highest batting average in Major League Baseball at .347 the next year. It was the first time an American League catcher had won the crown, but it wouldn't be Mauer's last. The Twins set an MLB record that season by not sneaking into first place until the 159th game of the year. When the Tigers got swept by a bad Royals team, the Twins captured the AL Central, and then got swept by the A's in the ALDS, with Mauer hitting .182 with no homers or RBIs. The Twins had a Cy Young winner in Johan Santana, an MVP in Justin Morneau, and a batting title winner in Mauer, and yet they were bounced without winning a game. The 07 season would end up being a major disappointment for both the Twins and Mauer. The team finished under 500, and Mauer hit below 300, while appearing in just 109 games as he dealt with a litany of leg issues. His OPS Plus dropped from 144 to 118, and he didn't make the All-Star team or tally any rogue MVP votes. He did manage to throw out 53% of attempted base stealers, a mark that led the American League. Mauer's national stardom was still ascending, however. He even appeared in a Pepsi ad with Johnny Damon, showing how his calm demeanor and savage swing was winning him fans the league over. The Pepsi ad was another kind of omen, again of good things to come, because between 2008 and 2010, Joe Mauer did things that very few MLB catchers have ever done. These are the seasons that cement Mauer's case for the Hall of Fame, despite catching fewer than 900 games for his career. In 08, he won his second batting title with a .328 average to go along with 31 doubles, a 134 OPS plus, and earning his first career Gold Glove. That season, he threw out 36% of base stealers, made only 3 errors, and allowed just 4 pass balls in 139 games behind the plate. He was one of the best pitch framers in the game as well, saving the Twins 68 runs between 2004 and 2011 on borderline strikes called. Then came 2009, when Mauer led the league in hitting for the 3rd time. But that doesn't tell the whole story. For the first half of the season, Joe was chasing history, a .400 average, something only Ted Williams has done since 1941. But it's more than that. After his first 200 plate appearances, Mauer was batting .412. Only 10 other players had reached .410 at that threshold since 1941. It goes without saying that none of them played catcher, where Mauer was taking a beating day in and day out. Catching injuries not concussion related would end up costing Mauer 500 games while he was a primary backstop. Few catchers his size ever last in MLB, principally because of the stress placed on the lower half. For that one magical season though, it didn't matter one bit. Mauer kept hitting, reaching career highs with 28 homers, 191 hits, and 96 RBIs. He also finished with a .365 average, the best ever by a catcher in MLB history. He led the majors in offensive WAR with 7.7, OBP at .444, slugging at .587, OPS at 1,031, and OPS Plus at 171. He won his sole MVP trophy for those incredible numbers. The greatest season ever by a catcher? Some would say Mike Piazza in 1997, or Johnny Bench in the 1970s. Buster Posey won a batting title and MVP in 2012, and a World Series ring to boot. Pudge in 1999 clubbed 35 homers and hit .335 while setting the gold standard for defense. But Joe was flirting with the sacred, a .400 average. His home run percentage was also about twice as good as the MLB average while he was doing it, and he struck out half as much as the average MLB player too. Instead of grounders, in 09, Mauer got the ball in the air at a career best 28.8%. Oh yeah, did we also mention that he won his second consecutive Gold Glove award too? Sadly, the Twins got swept in the ALDS, getting 5 hits and 12 trips, but it wouldn't end up mattering. On that depressing subject, Mauer's Twins would never win even a single playoff game during his tenure, despite making 4 separate appearances. Mauer followed up 2009 with another superb season in 2010, with an OPS Plus of 140 and a .327 average.
He roped a career-high 43 doubles, but saw his home run rate drop by over 3 times, from 4.6% to just 1.5%. Some Twins fans complained about Mauer's lack of power relative to that magical '09 campaign, but largely the Minnesota faithful applauded yet another All-Star, Gold Glove, Silver Slugger season for the hometown hero. Between 2011 and 2013, Mauer caught 201 games for the Twins, who, instead of making the playoffs like years past, were finishing well below 500. 2011 in particular was a tough one for Mauer, because he was placed in the 60-day DL with bilateral leg weakness, a name that called into question Mauer's toughness, at least in the eyes of a select few of the Minnesota faithful. Didn't he want to play? Did Twins fans, his people, his neighbors, really think that one of the greatest athletes ever to live didn't want to play the sport he loved? The reality is, he'd signed a $184 million contract, and he wasn't on the field earning his keep. What was leg weakness anyway? Weakness is for sissies, message boards in the Twin Cities screamed. Turns out, Mauer's injury was caused by a rare viral condition that was much more serious than a sore leg. Mauer proved how much it had affected him when he came back with strong seasons in 2012 and 2013, making the All-Star team and hitting over 300 both year, but he was still toiling away on really bad teams. He had over 30 doubles each season and was still an exceptional catcher, with an incredible body of work both behind and seemingly at the time in front of him. Tellingly, in 2011, the Twins played Mauer at first 18 times, and once in right field. The handwriting seemed to be on the wall. Catching was taking its toll on Mauer's body, and everyone knew it. Sadly, the Twins didn't move him soon enough, as, in August 2013, Mauer took a foul ball off his face mask and suffered a severe concussion, which hadn't been his first behind the plate. He missed the rest of that year, and in the offseason, the Twins traded another concussion victim away, Justin Morneau, to the Pirates, opening up first base in a full-time capacity for Mauer in 2014. Concussion issues blurred Mauer's vision for basically the rest of his career. He struggled with lighting, trying various techniques along the way to aid his waning eyes, like hitting with sunglasses or even being rested during day games. The headaches came and went, without a lot he could affect seemingly. There were even things like workouts he couldn't finish because of acute dizziness. This went on year after year. The production fell, as could be expected, though not as far as one might think given the circumstances. From 2014 through his retirement after 2018, he posted at least a league average OPS plus 4 out of 5 years, a stunning accomplishment given the weight of his baseball disability. But though he was still serviceable during this time, that's not the Joe Mauer that should be remembered. When Joe was at his peak as a catcher, his OPS of 827 was better than Bench, Fisk, Rodriguez, and Yogi Berra. During Mauer's 8-year prime, his WAR of 41.4 was 5th best in the majors, and his batting average of 327 was 2nd best. He won 3 Gold Gloves, 5 Silver Slugger awards, and 1 MVP. Beyond just those raw numbers, Joe Mauer did things like break up no-hitters in the 9th inning at an astonishing rate, somehow tallying 3 separate hits of this type in his career. By 2018, after 15 big league seasons, he was done, and in his final AB, he did what he had done 427 times before. He laced a double, of course to the opposite field, with that classic inside-out hack that had made him famous the baseball world over. It was a storybook ending for a guy who got to live his dream, playing for his hometown city, winning batting title after batting title, and for a time, posting numbers that were among the best the game has ever seen at his respective position. Hall of Fame numbers? I guess we'll have to see. But either way, we really felt at MTC that this period in his career deserved a tribute, which we hopefully have done justice in providing.
The Washington Nationals season was in dire straits. Howie Kendrick was out for the year with a ruptured Achilles. Daniel Murphy had missed extensive time. Adam Eaton re-injured his leg and was out. Anthony Rendon missed 3 weeks with a toe injury. Ryan Zimmerman lost 2 months with an oblique strain. And Brian Goodwin missed 6 weeks with a wrist injury. The team wasn't as much getting hit by the injury bug that year, so much as it was being consumed by it outright. With few other options, they turned to Juan Soto, a fresh-faced 19-year-old kid from the Dominican Republic, who went on to slash a ridiculous .292, .406, .517, with 22 homers and just 414 at-bats, helping him to an impressive 3.0 WAR. For weary Nats fans, Soto breathed fresh life into the stagnant team as he put together one of the most dominant seasons by a teenager in Major League Baseball history. As one district beat writer wrote of Soto at the time, it seems like every single game that Juan Soto plays, he's consistently one of the most dangerous bats in the lineup. His ability to draw walks and go the opposite way leave fans speechless. For much of 2018, Soto was neck and neck with Ronald Acuna Jr. for National League Rookie of the Year, prompting LA Dodgers president Steve Caston to declare of Soto, when a player's up at 19 and is doing things like that, you know how much the team believes in him. And the Nationals certainly did believe in Soto, so much so that he only played a shocking eye-popping, unbelievably low 122 games in their minor league system. To put it in perspective, that's fewer than Tim Tebow's 306 minor league contests or even Michael Jordan's 127, and it's certainly far fewer than that of rookie phenom Mike Trout, who played 602 in the Angels farm system, or fellow teenage sensation Bryce Harper, who played 331 for Soto's former squad. But this isn't even the most ridiculous aspect of Soto's ascendancy, because of those 122 minor league games, only 8 came above the AA level, with 0, count 'em, 0 games played in AAA. And because he's never had any major injuries, he hasn't even had to play at that level for rehab games. He has not logged even a single inning of baseball at a level that most prospects will spend entire seasons at, even those held in extremely high regard. So, how did Juan Soto pull off one of the most impressive feats in minor league baseball history, almost skipping the entire process? In order to figure that out, we'll have to get a sense of just how highly he was regarded at every level he played, starting with his rise in the Dominican Republic. While it might seem surprising, at first, Juan wasn't known as an outfielder with an upper-tier plate approach, but instead a lefty pitcher with plus velo. But as he matured, he began to transition into an outfielder. Even as his prospect status grew in stature, as a defensive player, scouts saw much to improve upon, noting Soto's good instincts, but also his below-average speed and just average arm strength. He was seen by this point as having some hitting potential, though more as a projectable, solid bat. Certainly not one with Hall of Fame upside. Given his so-so marks on defense and his yet-to-be-realized potential at the plate, Soto was just the 22nd ranked international prospect out of 30 by the time he signed in 2015. Despite this, the Nats saw something others hadn't in the 16-year-old, and made a bold move by signing Soto to a $1.5 million contract. This was the largest bonus the Nationals had ever paid to an amateur player signed out of the Dominican Republic, surpassing the $1.4 million they had paid to Esmaelan Gonzalez in 2006, who was seen as a far superior talent at the time. Following the signing, Soto was placed in the Nationals Dominican Academy for 2015, and then the Florida's Gulf Coast League for 2016, and it would be in the GCL that Soto first flashed his true brilliance at the dish. As a now 17-year-old full-time outfielder in the minor leagues, Soto absolutely tore the cover off the ball, leading the entire GCL with a .361 average while finishing second in the league with a .410 OBP. He also led the league with a .550 slugging percentage and .960 OPS. After his dominant time there, the Nationals saw fit to assign Soto to their short-season New York Penn League team, where he went 9 for 21 with 3 doubles in just 6 games. Beyond even his impressive numbers, evaluators were stunned at his maturity versus, in many cases, older players. While many of his peers in similar age groups struggled with discipline, the young Soto rarely chased, and while he only had 5 home runs in 51 games, he had apparently reached over 110 miles per hour in exit velocity on multiple occasions. The power was there, even if unrealized. The defensive concerns certainly weren't quelled, as he showed, at times, poor jumps on fly balls he would have to come in on, and made a couple errors in under 100 total chances, but again, the year was still a resounding success for the young prospect on the rise. As such, nobody was really surprised to see his rankings explode over the course of that single season. He quickly became the Nats' third-rated prospect in Baseball America and the 12th ranked on MLB's prospect list. It was at this time that one scout surmised that Juan Soto probably wouldn't end up seeing the majors until at least 2020, but this prediction seemed to be growing more incorrect with every swing of the young slugger's bat. When he got to Hagerstown to play for the Suns in 2017, having risen a full 2 leagues in just a year, many expected a period of adjustment to be in play for the young lefty, but he must have missed that memo, as he somehow not only managed to maintain his insane slash from the year before at .360, .415, .505, but added to it more over-the-fence pop, with 3 home runs in his first 23 games and more walks than Ks to the tune of a 12-9 ratio. Unsurprisingly, MLB Pipeline ranked Soto as the Nationals' second best prospect, and the 42nd best among all prospects in July of that year. Unfortunately, a fairly severe ankle injury sustained while sliding into home put Soto on the injured list. In his return to the Gulf Coast Nationals while on a rehab assignment, one of 5 games in July and a second one of 4 games in September, he went 8 for 25 with a double, a triple, and 4 RBIs, helping ease concerns regarding his physical state. But the injury bug wasn't done with him yet, and while rehabbing, Soto injured his hamstring and was finally shut down for the year without having been able to return to the Suns. He would finish the 2017 season with a cumulative batting average of .351 and an OPS of .919, his second straight OPS of at least .900 to begin his minor league career, again against players who are on average 2 to 3 years older than him. By the time the 2018 season rolled around, Soto's stock had risen even further, with him now unanimously being ranked as the number 2 prospect even via MLB.com's rankings behind Victor Robles, and the number 29 prospect overall. He was poised to have another excellent season, but what he would go on to do before he would be called up in May can't be described as anything short of minor league legend. In one of his first games of the season, Soto went 4 for 5 with a then career high 4 RBIs, while belting a home run and falling just a double shy of the cycle. Suns manager Patrick Anderson wasn't shy in singing Soto's praises. You can tell his mindset is to get to the big leagues and stay there for a long time. You can see it every day in everything he does. He's 19 years old, yet looks like a grown man. In a 39-game sample that still looks ridiculous even in the context of what he's accomplished so far in his MLB career, he slashed an otherworldly 362, 462, 757 with 14 homers in just 39 games. Basically, he was like a roided out Barry Bonds while being 3.5 years younger than the average player at his level in the minors. No one should expect Soto to continue mashing baseballs like this, one Washington Post writer wrote. Then again, I guess no one should be surprised if he does. He might have had even more ridiculous stats by the end of the year, as he was having his best month so far in May, crushing 9 homers in just 19 games, while having made the jump to AA for the first time. But it was then that, on May 19, 2018, following another multi-hit game, he was surprisingly called up to the big club, having never taken even a single at-bat in AAA. Juan Soto made his big league debut for the Washington Nationals the next day as a pinch hitter in the bottom of the 8th inning and was promptly struck out. But just one night later, in his first official start, he clobbered a 3-run home run to left to help give the Nats the win over the Padres. And such was history. He would finish second in Rookie of the Year voting that season, go on to register at least a 401 OBP every year he's been in the bigs, while crushing 200 homers in 7 years along the way, including over 40 this year, while racking up over 36 WAR and an insane 160 OPS+. Everything scouts had once thought he was capable of has not only come to pass, but has arguably been eclipsed, and he remains one of the few examples in the whole of MLB history of a player who was rushed to the big leagues and yet never, for any real length of time, struggled, and helps explain why he's on track to receive the largest free agent contract in history for players not named Shohei Ohtani. And what's funny is, we don't really know how much more maturation could be left for the childish Bambino, but seemingly the sky's the limit for a guy who essentially skipped the minor leagues as a whole. Now,
Alright everybody, if you made it this far, I appreciate you watching, and if you did, consider checking out any of these other videos on your screen right now for other content just like this. Also, if you ever see anything you'd like to see me detail in the video, feel free to reach out to my email, basebpoet@gmail.com, and if I end up using your idea, I'll give you a shout out. Thanks for watching. Have a great rest of your day.